Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Livestream. It is Sub Saturday. This is something you guys have not heard of yet. But anyways, guys, welcome to the Livestream. It is May 7th, 2016. How are you guys doing? How are you guys doing? Can I get a saw dude in the chat? Saw dude? Saw. You know what? I'm going to actually play that as a sub sound for today. I feel it. Saw dude. I'm also accompanied by my friend Savage Rib Titties. Savage Riptide, our mod. I think he's gonna be our mod when he gets home, or maybe now, depending on how he feels. Maybe if he doesn't feel it. Let me just get this sub sound for today set up. Let's get that ready. Stream hype. Stream hype in the chat. Stream hype in the chat. All right. Anyways, all right. Let me turn on everything. Sub count. Image. 129. Nice. We hit 1,800, dude. Oh my god, you guys are freaking insane, dude. Sub goal, I'm not even gonna have that. Let's make it our sub goal if we hit 1,900. Oh my god, back-to-back streams. I don't even really have a sub goal. Donation goal, monitor capture, and webcam. I moved my camera, the webcam a little bit just because people have problems with CSGO and stuff like that. So basically, let's actually talk about Sub Saturday. If you guys do not know what Sub Saturday is, it's basically a live stream on Saturday, clearly. And this is basically your stream, Sub Saturday. As you can see, subscriber Saturday. I just, sub. So basically, the way it's gonna work is today's episode, today's stream. Hey, we got a subscriber. Thank you, whoever subscribed. Basically, the way it's gonna work is. Okay, so basically, we're going to have 3 games. We have 3 hours of streaming, and depending, maybe it might change in the later sub Saturdays, depending on how it is. We're going to have 3 games for this for every Saturday. The 3 games I've chosen, this is for this week. I've chosen 3. The games, most likely, most of them are not going to be like Call of Duty, but they're going to be I'm trying to just switch it up for Saturday. So anyways, it's like switch it up Saturday, but I called it Sub Saturday instead because it's basically your stream. Because you guys are going to decide what the next 3 games are going to be for next stream. It could be the same games we play today. So anyways, today's video games are going to be, we're going to do CSGO, an hour CSGO, an hour of Left 4 Dead 2 on the PC, and then an hour of GTA. How does that feel? Tell me, hype in the chat. Hype in the chat if you're hyped up for that for today. Anyways, let me just get my chat up right here. Oh, my bad.
Trying to make sure I don't forget anything.
Yeah, I know I did. Anyways, yo, Savage, come here. Say hello. Say hello to the people.
What's up, Strom? How's it going?
This is our mod.
I mod look better, but my shirt's
look what I'm wearing too. I didn't take a shower before I even started, but I'm clean, boys. I'm clean. I look fresh and full up.
This was the shirt I was wearing. That's buttonless shirt. But
boys, if you guys didn't know, we actually went to see the new Captain America.
Yeah, we came back a couple hours ago.
Dude, that was a good fucking movie, not gonna lie.
Came back.
I can only simply actually watch that like a week before.
Came back like 2 o'clock.
You already seen that movie? That's crazy. The movie was freaking amazing, dude. I'm not gonna lie. That movie
was horrible. They all die. No, I'm just kidding. It was an amazing movie.
It was an amazing movie. Recommend it for anybody. That was such a good movie. I would definitely watch it again if I could.
The movie will be better though. The Cuda movie.
The Cuda movie about a kid who live streams. Anyways, yo, Sway replays, Black Knight, Reti Webs, BO3 Spot, Moltrix Gaming, James Mothershead, who else? Game Go, Craftcast Joe, or just Joe, because you like Joe. Sway replays, if I already said that. Yeah, that's everyone who just joined. Thank you guys for joining. Can I get a sadu for everyone?
Wait, is that my ninja Sway? Sway.
I saw it. Welcome, guys. How you guys doing? All right. So basically, I saw before Black Knight got sponsored. I heard that a lot of people got sponsored. I Make Cast got sponsored by like these things called Fatal Grips. Honestly, that's dope. I maybe might look into the product depending if it's good or not. I'm guessing they're trying to like bite off Control Freak. I don't know. I personally like Control Freak more.
The company just in case.
No, I'm not gonna get sponsored. And also, depending if I like the product. If I like the products, then maybe. I wouldn't just try to do this to sell out like some people. I'm just kidding. Joe says, "You're a sexy fuck, ain't you, Cuda?" Boy,
Boy.
James says, how old are you, Cuda? I'm 16 at the moment. Gonna be 17 next month. Can't wait, boy. Huh?
I'm 25.
25? Nice. I'm 300.
They're honey.
Like Sheaf Keef. 300. Black Man says, I got the FOMs and the X. Nice, dude. I got the MX Grand from the BO3 bribe.
Yeah, I got a Dragon Lord out. Oh, wait, we're not talking about
Wrong game, dude.
Oh.
Motrix says, I got the L4 Siege and MVP. So hold up. Sorry for the noise, guys. Someone says Skyrim, GTA. Dude, the hype, boys. The hype is real. All right. So, anyways, all right. So the way this is gonna work is we're gonna do basically kind of a poll. What you guys want? Put in either exclamation point. I'll do it myself out. So you tell me what you guys want for the first hour of Strum. Exclamation point GTA. Exclamation point LFD, which it means Left 4 Dead, and exclamation point CS:GO. So put either one of those, whatever you want, is what we're gonna start with. Pick one. So basically, it's gonna be GTA, Left 4 Dead, CS:GO. That's what we're gonna start off with. We're gonna do all of them for today. It's just depends which one you guys want first. So exclamation point GTA, exclamation point Left 4 Dead, or exclamation point CS:GO. BO3. No, we're not doing BO3 today. And no spam. All right. Stop spamming, James. Hold on, boys. No spam. Yep. If you keep spamming, I'll give you a timeout, James. So control yourself, James. No BO3. Those are the 3 games we're gonna do today. Next Saturday tomorrow we're gonna do a dedicated CS:GO. Then Thursday, Fridays are the dedicated COD streams. But the thing is, I didn't stream yesterday or do the podcast yesterday because we actually had to go to the movie. So yeah, that's the only excuse I have. Anyways, yo, Psychotics, welcome. He says I'm out. The Zombro says, hey, what's up, Cuda? I saw it. Welcome to the stream.
I saw it.
I saw it. Welcome to the stream, guys. Alright, yo, Savage is gonna leave. He's gonna be my mod when he gets home, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully.
I'll be there.
Alright, yo. Can I get a hashtag Savage in the chat? I saw it.
Vote for me.
Alright, yo, guys, I'll be right back. Give me a sec. So do the vote. I'll put GTA, Left 4 Dead, or CS:GO. The one I see the most. It's only one vote. First time. Whatever vote is your first vote is what you voted for. So keep that in mind. Whatever I see first, the most votes I see. We're gonna do all of them. We're just gonna see what we're gonna start with. So, anyways, I'll be right back. All right. Boys, I'm back. I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Alright, anyways. Yo, okay. Yo, KS Gaming, welcome. Oh, KS Gaming HD. I saw it. Okay, hold on. Let me see. Welcome to the stream, man. First of all, CS:GO, Left 4 Dead, GTA 5, BO3, GTA 5, GTA. Okay, we're gonna start off with GTA. Let's do it, boys. GTA. I was honestly prepared for what's it called? I was actually prepared for like PC, honestly. So it's fine. Just give me a sec. Let me get a thing ready. If you guys want to join, just get on your PS4 right now. Let me just go on GTA while we wait to have it set up. No. Give me a sec. Yo, try to get I Make Chaos because I know he likes GTA, so let me just try to call him up, guys. Hit him up on Twitter. Tell him to get on Cuda stream. Find that man. Get that man on the stream right now. That's your mission, boys. Anyways, Joe says, get the duck away from his crack can. Only hold my dick. Cuda, did you know glue tastes like plastic? No, I actually never tried glue, so you know. Not even when I was a kid. I don't know why people do that shit. That's retarded. Like, why do people even want to try that, dude? Why am I loading story mode, dude? I hate when this shit happens. Let me close it. Alright, whatever. Let me just set it back up. Joe says, I don't know, can you? What? Oh, my penis died, can I bury it in your ass? Oh my god. So he says, if you get me a PS4, I'll get on GTA 5. Bet, I'll send one tomorrow, alright? Alright, so let me just get the effing thing ready. I'm not dead, guys, hold up. Okay, that's ready. Elgato. Alright, boys, so we're setting our thing right up. Okay, donation go back up. I sub count. Tab D. Alright. Anyways, yo, Panda, welcome, Panda Pones. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? I saw it. I saw it. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, man? How are you effing doing? Panda. He says, yes, I'm uploading Shoutout Saturdays or Shoutout Sundays. Are you in? Go check it out, guys, if you guys want to get a shout out from him. From Panda. Even though it's self-promotion, but I'll let it go. I'll let it slide because Panda's been on the stream for a long time. Oh, before. Where's the Rip Elgato with a fidge? This is wait a moment. Boy, if you don't. Hold up, boys. I'm trying to fix it. Okay, it should be fine now. There we go. The Elgato is on. James says, I asked this guy if he wanted my money and he banned me from his channel. Wow. That's funny, dude. That's weird. Joe says, F off Cuda, glue looks like milk and shit happens. I swear to God. Only Panda, dude. Only Panda. Alright, so let's change it to... Okay. GTA 5. It's going to be a GTA 5. Well, not for the first hour. We're going to be doing GTA 5. You guys already know the deal. the dealio. All right, so we're waiting. We're gonna be waiting for. Well, let's just get to GTA 5 real quick, and then James says 1080p 60 frames, motherfuckers. Damn. Panda says, by the way, I was talking to Knight, and I was telling him that he was in my video. Oh. No, not self-promotion. Mikey says, hey, let me know when you get to PC. Oh yeah, Mikey's gonna be streaming with us, guys. It's gonna be dual stream, or I don't know if he's gonna be streaming. I think he's just gonna be recording. Not too sure. Mikey, tell me what you're gonna be doing. But we're gonna be going on PC. So the first hour, apparently everyone voted for GTA first. Then we're gonna either do CS:GO or Left 4 Dead. So we're gonna be doing that after the first hour. So anyways, yeah, get ready, boys. Get ready. Game Go says, can I join if you play BO3? We're not gonna be playing BO3 sadly today. Apologize, man. Sorry. Joe says, everyone check out my channel. I have zero content. Go like everyone. No, Joe, no super promotion. Gerald Arena, he says, you are cool. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream, Mikey. And Gerald, welcome.
I saw it.
I saw it. Yo, Mason, welcome to the stream. Dio says, welcome to the stream as well. Dio, he says, hey, Cuda, let's announce the giveaway thing right now? Question mark. Yeah, we're actually gonna do it. Let's not do it now. But all right, so actually, let's just once we get in the lobby real quick and we get everything set up, we're gonna talk about the giveaway. We're gonna be doing giveaway today, and I'm gonna be doing if you guys don't know, I'm gonna be shouting out people every stream, 1, 2, 3 streams. We just get we basically raid somebody on their channel, or well, we'll see what we do exactly. I know we were gonna do regular raids as well, so don't worry, we're gonna raid some people. Joe says, Black Knight, that's my job. My God. I saw it. Welcome, Mason. Our mod is almost here. Almost here. Anyways, let me try to hit up what's his name? Chaos real quick. El Chaos. So if you guys have a PS4, god damn it, I don't have a mod for now. Yo, Panda, you want to be mod for now? Until Savage gets here? Or actually no, I'll wait. He's about to get home anyways. Yo, Xbox One and PlayStation Nation, welcome to the stream. He says, what's up guys? Can I get a solid dude? You mean a solid dude? Can I get a solid dude for Xbox One and PlayStation 4 Nation? I saw it. Welcome to the stream, man. How you doing? Okay, so our GTA. Yeah, I know our GTA 5 character looks like a doof. I know. Dio says, tell them about the giveaway. Can't watch it. Bad Wi-Fi. Alright, so we're gonna be doing the giveaway. Don't worry, just give us a sec, Dio. Control your tits, calm your tits. We're gonna do this freaking giveaway. Alright. So this is our GTA 5 character. He has tats and shit. We have no money. Look at us, we're bankrupt, boys. Jesus. Not like KS. KS is like fucking, he has millions of dollars, dude. I used to like, not hack, but like it was like a little thing that they did back then on like 360 where I got like, what was it? It was like a glitch or something. This is old school though. I don't know what I did now. Jesus, I have no money like at all. Can you fucking do that? Deposit. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Can I fucking exit this now? No. Exit. Yes. Thank you. I'm so old to GTA, man. I haven't played GTA in such a long time. Alright, hold up. Let me see the chat real quick. BO3 says, yo, started. Panda says, be right back. Joe says, Black Knight, I really got duct tape. I'm in your lobby. Yeah, try to join my lobby. This is an open lobby. I'm just waiting for Chaos to answer me real quick. I don't know if we're gonna do in a private lobby. Do you guys know if I could like make a lobby myself and then like make it like public in a way, or like whoever joins in session or something like that? say yes or no. Is there a possible way I can make like my own profile and everyone can join, or I have to invite them? Like I make my own session. Because I mean, I can make my own session, but like let people still join somehow. I'm pretty sure you can make a private one, but I don't know if I have to invite every single person. I'm on the PS4. You have to invite them? God damn it. So literally, like, let's say I make a lobby, which first of all I don't even know how to do. Can they have like they can still join if I make it like open lobby if there's a way I could do that, or no? I have to like. Can I like make a lobby? How do you make a lobby, guys? Chat, help me out. I don't know how to do this, boys. Help me. Where do I go? What do I do? Help me make a private lobby, or make a lobby just open, or if that's possible. Go to story mode. It's not possible. Alright, story mode. Now what? Explain, chat. I need more help. So Black Knight, your house, or wait, no, I'm gonna read that. Alright, so I have to like go in story mode? Really? Switch to Franklin. Okay. Switch to Franklin. Now what? Mason, help me out. You said switch to Franklin, now what? Okay, go to Franklin. Okay, press start. Then settings, I'm guessing, right? No. Game. Oh, online. Okay, online. Then what? Play GTA? Play this? Press plus play GTA 5 question mark? Yes or no? What do I go? Do I click X, or do we go play? Help me, chat. Do I press this? Play GTA 5. Okay. Okay, invite only. Crew session. Solo session. That's so gay that you can't make your own, like open lobby. Okay, I guess we'll do an invite only, and then we'll invite anyone who wants to join. I guess it'll be easier. So, anyways, yeah, stream is delayed. Yes, I know. All right, sorry, my bad. All right, so basically, we're gonna make this lobby. So if you want to add me right now. If you have GTA 5, add me. And I'll try to add everybody. All right, so we're just starting up a lobby. I want to join. All right, I'll invite everybody in my friends list if I can. Yo, Pizza, welcome to the stream. Says hi, Ricky. I saw it.
I saw it.
I saw it. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, man? How you doing? Joe says, "Oh, Peaks, I saw it." Yeah. All right. So I'm guessing Jonathan's still not here. If Savage joins Riptide joins the chat, guys, just tell me, all right? So I could just mod him right away. So I need a mod. All right. So now let's. How do you invite people? Friends, right? I literally gotta send everybody like this. Jesus. It's gonna take a while. This is gonna be a while. I guess for while we wait, let's see what you guys are saying. Panda says, actually shit, be right back, forgot something. Okay. Alright, we got Black Knight joining. Let me just think of people I know that could join. Alright, I need KS to join. In the chat, tell me your gamer tag and tell me if you want to join. Or if I haven't added you or whatever. Right now, it should be fine.
You thought you can go on with the stream without
Oh,
me,
shit.
didn't you? But it's not gonna happen, Cuda.
It's in the game chat. Scared the crap out of me, dude. I was like, what the hell? I was like, what's that noise? Pizza says, Ricky, remember my clutch on Thursday? Or the zombie clutch on Noshima? Setsubu or whatever it's called. Barracuda, I don't have my PS4, so no more. I can't play with you. Do you have a Xbox One? I do have an Xbox One, but I'm not playing on it. Like, I'm not playing on it now, or I have it in the living room in my house. Alright, so let's just see. Oh, first I'm gonna try to hit up Chaos right now. See if he's down. Guys, go tweet at Chaos and tell him to get on right now. Get his booty online. Because it's gonna be a while until I play like GTA, so keep that in mind. Yeah, I'll get on GTA streaming now. Alright, so we're just gonna re-hit that guy up. Alright, so we should be good. Stop, Lester. Jesus, that's what annoying. That's just what's annoying in this game, dude. Like, just getting calls and stuff, that pisses me off sometimes. I wish you could just turn it off. So who's in the lobby so far? That I know of, at least. It's probably just Black Knight and... Okay, we got Newton Born, Swagster. Swagster's a fucking level 1000? Holy Jesus, man. Alright, so before you guys make fun of me, look. Okay, this is before, this is like 2013 Hugebarracuda. Like, literally, I got everything fucking blue, okay? I would've switched it up. Alright, man, it's not my fault. I have all them freaking blue. Alright, fam. Before you guys start talking shit behind my back. Oh, hey, Cuda, where's my bring sexy back? Cuda, if you got kidnapped, but afterwards the people, not me and Black Knight, or of course, would you tell the police? Of course I'll fucking tell the police, man. I would join, but and we could double stream, but I can't right now. Alright, whenever you want, man. Oh, we got an hour of this, so I don't know if you want to stream from an hour now. We're going to be doing either CSGO or Left 4 Dead in an hour, so keep that in mind. We're not going to be doing GTA the whole time, so you know what, let's, what can we do? What can we do? Should we some races or something? Whoa, oh, that's Swagster's card, Jesus. That man probably has like so much money, it's not even funny. That guy's probably stacking. Jesucristo. I have no money to spend, so I can't, like, oh my god, I miss having money on GTA, dude. Yo, Chaos is so lucky because he has a modded account, so he basically has like billions of dollars, dude, just chilling. Yo, Tank Gaming, welcome to the stream. How you doing, man? How you doing? He says hi. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, Tank?
Assada.
Welcome to the stream, Tank. How you doing? I'm putting some hand sanitizer because I feel dirty as fuck. I feel dirty AF. Alright, anyways, what should we do, guys? What should we do? Should we do a race or what? Or should we just like F around and start killing people? I mean, who's the Swagster? Should we kill Swagster?
Oh shit.
Let's invite these guys. Well, let's see what they want. Let's invite who's in the party or in the game at least. Let's create a party and let's invite them. We can stream tomorrow. I'm gonna be streaming CS:GO. That's the only problem. I can't really dual stream with you unless you have CS:GO as well. And tomorrow's a dedicated CS:GO stream. So anyone on GTA? Oh, this man's on BO3. Jesus. Let's invite. Let's invite as many people possible and try to get them on GTA 5. Alright, Black Knight's playing GTA with me. Tank is playing NBA. I don't know why. Tank, get your ass on frickin' GTA right now. Game go. I don't know if he's gonna join. He should join though. I don't know. Who's on GTA? Who's on GTA? GTA. GTA online with me. Swaxter's online with me, right? GTA. Not a lot of people on GTA anymore. What the hell is this? It's utter bullshit. Let's kill Newton. Rip. Die already! This man doesn't die. How's he still alive? There we go, dude.
Sorry.
I finally murdered him. Oh, please, no echo. Alright, yo, Savage is here. Yo, can I get a sub for Savage? XY Parodies, welcome. This is going to be my mod for today. Savage, Rootside.
Assad.
Assad, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Alright, our mod is here. Yo, mod, do you need the commands again or you're good? Savage, tell me if you're good. Alright, so let me plug this into my PS4 so I can talk to these guys. To these plebs. I'm only kidding. Alright, so just tell me if you need the command, Savage, and then I'll show you real quick if you need them. Okay. We got that up. I saw it. Let me see if it's working. I saw it. Hello? I saw it. How you guys doing?
Good. Great.
I don't know.
Good, but instead Swaxter has more money than
Yeah, I know. This man's probably like fucking balling out right now. He's just chilling.
But freaking Chaos has more money.
Nah, yeah, he does. He probably does, honestly. He's not levels though. Fucking billions, I don't know.
$800 billion.
Nice. I'm about to get my my account modded again.
Savage says I'm good fan. I got my notepad open. This guy, man, only Savage. Pizza says Ricky, my computer broke down and wait, what? My computer is down. Well, I was editing my video. Well, while you're trying to edit your videos, it just broke down. All right, that sucks, dude. You know what's the worst, dude? When you're trying to edit a video and you don't save it, and then your PC just corrupts. That is the worst feeling. Yo, I made Cuda.
Instead of Cuda.
So long enough, dude.
I'm about to upload a video, but after I upload this video, I'll continue.
Alright, yo, no problem. Take your time. Cause I was like, yo, if I'm playing GTA, I had to invite Chaos, dude. True, mate. Yo.
Oh, Chaos, how much money do you have on GTA? Cause there's another person over here with a modded account.
I don't have a monitor.
Yeah, right.
I don't, bro.
I literally heard you one time in your stream saying, "Oh no, I got my account modded."
Nah, bro, that wasn't me. That was Jasper, bro.
How was it Jasper? Jasper, that doesn't sound like you.
Bro, come on.
I sound like him a little bit.
Yo, what's up, nigga? Like my floating head.
That's sick. Trying to invite everyone.
What you're about to say?
Pixie says I need a new computer. Yeah, man, save up, man. I definitely recommend a new PC if you have to.
I really don't got shit, but it's alright.
Cuda, how would you feel like me blowing up your car?
I'll be pretty tight. I'm pretty upset with you.
Okay, hold on a second.
You're a slave. Fuck you, dude.
Die!
Everyone, kill Black Knight. F you.
Oh yeah, I'm going out.
I wanna manhunt down.
Shit. No. Let me kill myself real quick. Let me kill myself. Bye.
Get that man. I want that man's head. Wait,
Wait, so I'm supposed to be a bounty? Am I supposed to be a bounty?
where's Black Knight?
Mm-hmm.
Don't kill me.
Take that man. I want that man dead.
From back here. Don't make me snipe you back here.
You want him? Alright.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, I surrender.
Wait, did Black Knight die yet?
I swear to God, I'm about to drop all my weapons on the floor.
You won't.
Please leave me alone. Please leave me
Oh,
alone.
I can have my chaos. Where is he? I had him on here. Chaos.
Oh shit!
You're not allowed near Cuda.
You're not allowed. You have like a certain distance away. Dude, I have no freaking ammo in all my assault rifles, man. I need some ammo. Somebody got some ammo to share? Jesus.
What's up, you killing me, man? Leave me alone for 2 seconds.
Yeah, who has assault rifle ammo? Is it, wait, does it, do all the guns need like their own type of ammo, or is it all the assault rifles get the same? Yo.
Yo, Cuda.
No, leave me alone.
No, I don't play GTA a lot. I'm only streaming it today because sub Saturday.
Ah!
I kind of
Leave
figured
me
that because
alone.
you didn't know
Leave me alone, Cuda.
how to make an invite-only session.
Yeah, I was confused as fuck. I was like, huh, how do you do this shite? Bro, I'm a new when it comes to GTA, man. Like, it's been such a long time, you don't even know. But last time I played was before I got the PC, so I mean, I'm not that much of a noob. At least, oh, why are you invisible? What the hell? How are you invisible?
He did a glitch.
Wow, one shot. Yo, do you guys have ammo? Hello, I need ammo. Can you guys drop ammo or no? For assault rifles.
Are you using OBS
Yeah.
to live stream?
Xbox One says, "Hey, Huge Ricky, do you want to play GTA 5 on the Xbox One if in your next live stream? Stream, I'm guessing you're trying to say. I'll join you. I don't have GTA 5 for the Xbox One, man. Sorry.
I got you. I'll drop some
I can
ammo.
sell it.
Oh,
I can
damn.
sell it for you.
Oh, that's for all assault rifles. I knew it. Who has some extra assault rifle ammo? Like a lot more.
I have a
I need like a ton of assault rifle ammo. Where is it? Wait, did you drop some? Oh, I got some. Wait, do you have to give it specifically to one person, or you could like you just drop it on the floor?
You just drop it on the floor and they pick it
Oh,
up.
damn.
Like an ammo crate.
That looks dope.
You can order an ammo crate.
Yeah. I think you call Meriwether for that.
I mean, let's see. Good, if you need me to order ammo crate for your order.
Bet,
right now.
order one. I need mad money. Oh, I need mad ammo.
Just let me sell this car.
For a fact, I need some ammo, dude. Yo, Jinx, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Jacob, welcome. He says I have a YouTube channel and it's called Jacob's Crutches. Please subscribe. Hey man, we don't self promote, but welcome to the stream. Jinx, he says, yo, Cuda, I'm fat. Invite me to your party. All right, man. Jinx, I'll invite you. Can I get a started?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Yo, Mike Spike.
Subscribe to all those guys. Chaos.
I said it. Welcome to the stream. All right, so let's invite. Who was it? Jinx? Okay, Jinx. Anthony's on. Wait, no. Should I buy Anthony? I don't know. Monster's playing COD.
Anthony doesn't have GTA.
Where's Chaos? Chaos freaking out.
So, dude.
Alright, why did Jinx?
I'll be back. I'm gonna go get some cereal.
It's so random. He's like, I'm gonna go get some cereal, fam. It's like 4 in the afternoon and you get cereal.
That's a shit.
It's not my fault. I'm gonna go get some Cheerios.
I don't know what time is it over there, but if it's 4 in the afternoon and you're eating cereal, Jesus.
Damn, Swags, where you going?
Where's Jinx? I just saw him around here. Hold up. Jinx.
Shit's like scary.
I invited him. Alright, sick.
Wait, Cuda hasn't seen my
Pizza
house.
says dab.
He hasn't.
Oh.
Assad.
What happened?
Hey, Cuda.
Spell corrected.
Look, my food.
Yeah, I know, I see it, dude. Is it one headshot, dude? Like, that's crazy. It just takes one shot to kill you. Yeah, I know. He's like, I'm fat. Oh no, Swagster. I was just kidding, bro. We're fam. It's just a prank, bro.
I'm back. I got my Cheerios.
It's just a prank. It's just a prank, dude.
That's what I thought at first.
It ain't a
Oh, this
prank.
is
I'm
a
seriously
funny one.
hungry.
Yo, Black Guy, did I ask you?
I can't do shit.
Yeah, you did. Now don't call me Black Eye. Only Chaos.
Black Guy.
But I tried killing Swags there and I couldn't find him.
Fine, small bear.
Yo, do I have to ban this man? Yo, Ma, can you ban this man for like 20 years? Make it 20. 25? 30 sounds good.
No.
It's like 35 billions. Nah, it's alright. Let's hope YouTube stall by that time.
I got banned for 40 years. It's been 40 years since then.
Nice, dude.
Hey, Cuda,
Yeah.
what happened to you?
Get in here. Alright.
Hey, I wouldn't
Cuda,
suggest
do
it
a
heist?
anymore.
I can't.
No, I don't do a heist.
Do you have a
There's
lot
5 of
people?
us.
You know what? Hold up. What? I bet. Let's do a mission.
Cops.
Wait, not yet.
Hold
Not
up.
yet. I've
There's
just
5 of us.
Goddamn, I'm such a noob. I don't even know how to do a job. Goddamn
In
it.
this lobby.
We should do stunters versus snipers.
Someone set it up here.
Oh, yeah,
Someone set it
that's
up.
what we
Because I can't do it, man.
I'll set one up. I'll set one up if you
I'm not
pay me
paying you
$2.
shite, mate.
Fine. Then I'll set it up still then.
Panda says the day when the Sonic remix sound dies out. We played that like once, boys. We played that once. I'll play it just for you, Panda. All right.
Oh,
When you guys invite me, tell me. All right.
I wouldn't suggest killing you.
All right, Panda. I'm gonna play this for you, just for you.
Jobs.
happy birthday.
I still have it
to
saved too.
King.
All right, here it is.
Last year, why don't we do that?
That sub sound wasn't the most popular, but it was still a sub sound. So, hey, at least it was used once. Savage says, if you guys want to play with Cuda, yeah, that's Gamertag and PSN. There you go, just go. Yo, official Jamaican, I saw dude. Welcome to the stream. Holy shit, dude!
Oh God!
What the fuck happened?
Holy shit!
What the fuck was that shit, dude?
What the fuck was that?
Jesus, dude.
It's a blessing.
Right down the
Oh my God, official Jamaican. Can I get a started for Jamaican? I saw it.
Assad.
No, was that you? No, whoever did it was you. You literally make me shit my pants.
Yeah, that scared me.
Can I get a started? Welcome to the stream. How you
Down
doing?
the road.
I was like, fuck
Do the body roll to me, to my daddy. God damn it!
you. No!
Do I have to play that sub sound? I don't want to play it.
I'm bringing
Wait,
shit.
Chaos. We're missing Chaos right now. Oh, Cuda Gaming.
channel. Yeah. So
I mean, we have. I think. I think we have a 10-man group so far. I mean, in Cuda Gaming so far. Let me see.
Like, wait, you have a 10-man group? At least let me join.
No, fam, you will never join.
We need what's called chaos in here. We need.
Okay. Well, like, wait. What do you mean? The Cuda Gaming actual like channel, or what are you talking about? Like just the crew? Is it like? Oh, I think you're talking about Cuda Gaming. Cuda Gaming, we have 7. We have 8 people.
We need Jasper up in here.
Yeah,
Hold on. I'm gonna call Jasper. real quick.
Wait. Who's gonna set up this job thing or this mission thing?
I'm
Wait,
doing
did us doing it?
Yeah, that's
do a
what
run
I'm
run.
But
Are you actually doing it, Black Knight? Nobody will kill me.
Uh-huh.
No.
you guys roll
I'm gonna
first
go-
person the whole time?
I'm gonna
could do
kill
nuke.
Cuda.
No, mate.
Like a little
Here we
deathmatch.
go. Wait, why don't we do Rockets versus Insurgents?
Anything, man. Just get it started.
That one.
Get it up. Just.
Yeah, let's do Rockets versus Insurgents.
All right, Black Guy's gonna set it up. What am I doing on my phone, Jesus?
Teen Parent, Q and Dave find. Oh my god.
Bro.
God
What?
damn.
Force and pickups.
Okay. Wow. I see how it is.
Damn.
Yo, Gene, someone take your car real quick. I'll be back.
No. Bring my car back.
Who's gonna start up the? Oh, Black Knight, hurry up, man. It's taking you so long.
Yeah, hold on, man. It's fucking. I'm trying to find your name. There you go.
Jinx, don't make me do it.
I'm joining.
Join in.
Don't do it. Please, no, please.
All right, let's do this effing thing.
Huh? I'll let you drive it. Go on, get in it.
Well, everyone in
Don't worry about it.
the game.
Concurrent session.
Newton, come at me, bro.
Yo, Bobby Sidhu, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Can I get excited for Bobby? Excited.
Assad.
I also have I have another one, but it's a team deathmatch, but it's small.
Excited. Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Simply
Tommy Phillips, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Can I get excited for Tommy? He says add Convert Town on GTA. All right.
Assad.
Stop, guys. Daddy?
Cuda stream on Twitch, bro.
No. Yay, I'm on Cuda's team.
Fuck!
I'm on Swaxer's team. Fuck.
Oh, wait.
Newton, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Newton. I got you.
Bro, trust me, I'm really good at this. Don't. Yo, so what can I?
I'm
Be hard to get
We're the people that kill you, haha.
We kill you as well. Calm down.
We killed them. We can kill them. See, don't kill yourself. Don't kill yourself. Yeah, with the insurgents. Hold on, I got this.
It takes a few minutes, by the way.
It takes you 4 years to kill someone. Oh shit! There's a ramp up there. Forgot.
Oh damn, that's a long ass ramp.
Yeah, that's why I put this one. This one's better.
Yeah, this one is.
Are you trying to go up the ramp?
That's impossible.
Cuda.
Hey, Newton.
Swaxer, you got like a.
Uh-oh. Run, Cuda. No.
No! What are you doing? Oh my god.
Be smart.
Nope.
Damn it. I missed.
Haha. You can't kill me.
Sorry.
Hi.
You almost got me.
Wait.
Black Knight, you just got me killed.
Yeah. Oh damn, it's so close.
Oh no, he's trying to go up the ramp. If you try to go up the ramp, you're gonna miss.
Oh shit, that got me.
Yeah, there's a ramp up over there.
That hit me, but fuck. Keep missing. Oh no. Dude, you missed. Oh, you made that.
Got him, yeah, boy! No, fuck!
I killed him.
Fuck you.
Cuda, look at your screen.
Cuda, I'm gonna look behind her real quick. Wait, swag. Oh yeah.
Oh man, just try not to
Cool.
go too fast. Not too slow. That went too slow.
Oh no. Cuda, get that off the
Swagster,
screen.
Swagster, I dare you to go up that ramp and miss.
Cuda, that is bad content for the screen.
Cuda, what headsets are you using?
He's eating a Turtle Beach.
It sounds.
I got
Your headset
corn on
sounds
it.
clearer on the screen than on here.
I'm using it.
Nice.
My computer now.
And the capture card?
Sorry. Anyways, gonna get us started for Simply. Welcome to the stream.
Asada.
It's coming up top, Cuda.
Cuda. God damn it. For fuck's sake.
God damn it.
Can I get started for Simply? Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
2v3.
I was in first person, so I was like, ugh, I fell down. I was fat. All right, it's not my fault. I was fat.
Yay,
I'm fat.
now it's fault.
Ricky has the aims of a small spectated mouse. Wow.
Cuda has a spectator.
Yo, it's Hayes. Welcome to the stream. He says, yo, can I get us started for It's Hayes? So,
Asada.
Oh, Sean is gonna join the stream. He just contacted me on Skype. I look like the guy that had a diaper.
I saw it. Alright, sorry about my mic. I had it muted. Put it. Got it from my daddy. Alright. I'll put it. God damn it. I want the blue one.
I got it from my dad.
Alright, I'll play it.
No. I'm getting on that bike.
Alright, I'll put it. Got it from my daddy.
Why would you get on the bike?
Yeah.
I don't know why you guys want that sub sound so bad. I'll play it once, alright? Where is it?
I'm gonna put on.
Where'd you get that body from?
I got it from my daddy. I got it from my daddy. I got it.
Hey, where'd you get that body from?
I got it from my daddy. I got it from my daddy. I got it.
Hey, where'd you get?
Go for the edge.
Actually, yo, guys, tell me if you guys want
You okay,
daddy, got it from my daddy as a sub sound for today.
I'm okay.
You guys really want it?
I'm
I don't
okay
know.
having
Fudge, man. I don't know why you guys want it so bad.
You
Use
did
code
not
IMC
know
for the new.
sub sound.
So, I think I'm getting my PC in August.
Oh,
Nice,
no,
Simply.
that was-
I'm sorry, mate. Shit.
Mate.
Oh, Cuda, does it know Dio copied your
What
style?
deal? That was deal.
Yeah, he copied
Who's
your
Dio?
style.
Coming through.
Dio Lugiano.
Oh my god, I almost had him in. Wait, Deal the channel?
Oh, you
Never heard of
almost
him.
made it.
No. Go on. Let's see.
Oh,
I
you
think
hit me.
it's your video when you're back up to
Uh-huh.
uploading daily. Go up on that, and then go down in the comment section and you'll see someone called Dio.
Oh, Dio? What? Wait, what do you mean he's
Yeah.
copied my?
He copied your style. He seriously did copy your style.
How so? What do you mean copy?
He copied your body roll.
Well, he
No,
buy.
your sub sound. Your sub sound too. Number 3. I don't know how to say this, but
That's fine. I don't own the body rolling. I died. Damn it. I don't own body rolling. Like I got it. I got body rolling from 10 to 10, man.
no, like he copied up your sub sound. That's what I'm saying.
I don't care if he copies, man. That's him. Panda.
Oh,
Everyone wants Panda as my sub sound. Use code Simply. I have 4 sponsors. I made chaos suck my dick.
Panda.
I'm uploading a video right now, and not now that I'm why I'm bot in the game. I'm almost done though. All right,
Oh no.
boy, play CS:GO. It's me and Cuda's game. Well, let me just change the sub sound. You guys want Panda? That's that bad. Jesus.
Have you?
Panda.
Panda.
Panda. Okay, bro. You should use that as a sub sound.
I got broads in Atlanta.
Panda, 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 panda. I got broads in Atlanta. Just to lean the family. Credit cards in the scammers. Hitting the licks in the van. Legacies, family. Wait and see, look like a panda. Going out like a Montana. Honey killers on the helmets. Legacies, family. Wait and see, panda. Pockets full, Danny.
Broads in Atlanta.
Starting from this top, now we're here.
Panda.
Panda.
Yeah, the party.
I don't know why everyone he loves Panda, the sub sound Panda. Now whoever joins the stream, I gotta fucking do that. Yeah.
Cuda.
All right. Yeah, I'm floating too.
Why am I floating?
It used to be me and my friend on CSGO, but he is really sad. Muted. Dab IGN. Cuda, do you want me to send you a pair of Astro headsets? Oh man, I fucking love that. I wish. I mean, I'm actually trying to. I want to save up for some Astros as well, man. I feel like they're a lot more comfier, but I feel like at the same time they could be a lot. Like I don't know if it's true, but is it true? It's worse, like with like temperature wise. Like imagine I got a mid-air, dude. Oh.
Goddamn. Damn.
Yo.
Cuda. You know that? You know your Photoshop outro
Yeah.
you did, right? Do you know how to make it click?
The one I have for my my BO3 one, right?
Yeah, do you know how to make it, like, people click on it?
You mean like make a new one or like?
No. Do you know how to make a click outro, like, people can...
Oh yeah, that's just an annotation. Yeah.
People can click on that.
I could do that, but like I don't know how to make it automatic for every video. I want to do that, but I don't do it.
I know how to do it. I know how to make it for automatic.
How? Fam.
Okay.
Let's you guys see YouTube.
Wait, so
I know you go. I mean, I can make it like I basically have to go on literally on the video and then get a link and then put in that, but I don't know how to do like every new video or something like that.
I can... What the hell?
Or show me off stream, man. Off stream.
Just give me a minute. Alright.
You pansy!
No!
Oh, I hit him, I think.
Swagster, sorry.
That was such a good dodge.
How do you make a face cam?
You gotta go to Sony.
What do you mean, make a face cam? Oh, fuck, dude.
How do you,
Fuck, dude. I didn't expect you. Jesus. I thought you were gonna like blow up. I thought you were gonna like bounce back. I didn't know it's gonna reflect and hit me back. Jesus. Yeah, Jesus, dude. I didn't know that. Yeah, I did get fucked up, man. Black Knight, what happened to your freaking character? You look doofy as fuck.
I love that.
Yeah, you look so weird. Panda says, get a webcam, record your video, and then put your webcam recording on the video wherever you want. You just basically, if you want, you have to, yeah, you get a webcam like this. If you're talking about like OBS, you just, oh god. If you're talking about OBS, you have to just put it in there. If you're talking about like just recording, you have to get your personal, you have to record it off your software, off your PC. Also record your gameplay, put it together in Sony Vegas or whatever program you have, and then you should like, it should have an editing tool to put it like in a corner or whatever. It's hard to really explain. Maybe I should do a video. Cuda's death was jokes.
No, I'm gonna put up a flyer for TJ.
Pizza says, Ricky, my friend has sadly died about a year ago.
From yesterday.
That sucks, dude. What was his name? Can I get a hashtag RIP in the chat for pizza? Bobby says, I will 360 snowball you across the map. Nice, dude. KS says, I'm sponsored by Pornhub. It simply says, you're not phase rain, dude. Yeah.
Cuda, you're dead, right?
Porn website. What the fuck?
No, yeah, I'm dead right now. I'm spectating.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna do some. It's been a long day. Okay, that just looks so
Does it?
wrong. Satanic ritual.
What are these camera angles?
Cuda, do you get a lot of hate?
What happened?
Sponsored by Pornhub. Thank you.
No, I said, do you?
I would get sponsored by.
By what?
Fuck you. Your face.
Oh, by
baby.
Pornhub?
Wait, no. Then you're Claire Baby Leg.
Jesus.
Clever, please.
That's
Yeah.
Master versus girlfriend.
Oh shit.
X.
Who's got killed?
Freaking Claire just does Pornhub for the money.
I don't think they do it for fun, dude. Like what?
I'm pretty sure everyone does it for
It's like I do porn for fun. Like no, nobody says that they do it for money, dude. Of course.
Mia Khalifa does it for the
It says, how do you put your face cam on your stream? I go in OBS, put it. You just put it as a video game. Oh, video game capture device. I just press edit and then just put it to the side.
Why not die?
Like as the edit scene, you just put it to the side.
Bang it.
You have to look it up on YouTube, man. I should do tutorial videos, man.
They do a lot of
His name was whitest name ever. His name was Nick. R.I.P. Nick, yo. Rip Nick in the chat.
I know how to get sponsored by Pornhub, and I know who the person would be to get sponsored by Pornhub.
You're not old enough.
Yeah, it'd be like 18.
Yes, I love to get sponsored by Pornhub.
But you're not old enough.
You're not old enough neither, so shut up.
Yeah, I know. I'm saying.
It just takes me 2 years. I'll be there. I'll be sponsored one day. What headset do you have? I have the Xbox One. This is actually an Xbox One headset. If you guys don't know, it's a Turtle Beach Xbox One XO4s. XO4, I think it is called. Look it up. It's like it should be cheap now. It should be like less than 100. Back then, I used to spend like 150 or something, or 200. But that was like 80 or 100. Max 100, I think. My next thumbnail will be so clickbait. Nice.
Jinxie's a sub-botter.
Wow, you just had the. No, the other Jinxie. Yeah.
No, yeah.
Not Jinx, Jinxie. Bobby says, would you rather kill 10 innocent children with bare hands, or have all wars continue? Honestly, you're saving more lives you're saving more lives if less wars.
He said, would you rather kill innocent children?
Poor kids, dude. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm saving kids. I hope the kids know that they're saving lives too.
If you kill innocent children, wait, no.
If you kill innocent children, I'm gonna fucking.
But are you?
Don't say how many.
You said 10.
Let wars
Those
go
are the
on.
kind of kids that shoot up schools.
Children.
Satan.
I got too much power there.
Oh, we almost stayed on.
Huge screen.
Alright, boys. I gotta. God damn it, you slut! God damn it, Jinx. I'm fat.
You do realize if
I'm
he
effing
kills
fat.
innocent children, he can kill us, right? Fucking
what are you talking about, man? I'm just trying to freaking get a boost, dude.
Are you? Yeah, boy. Sad it.
I saw it. I'm just trying to use less power now.
Started.
What?
Oh, hit me midair. Fuck.
You try to get me, you missed that shot so bad.
Rip. Wow, you hit me twice precisely. Jesus Christ. This is not fair. Rip.
Bitch, damn. Oh shit, I'm dead.
I'll redeem myself
Bitch.
for losing all these games.
No! Yes.
No, I was trying to use less power by fucking. I just gave up there. I'm too
I know
fat.
how to get the RPG. I know how to get the RPG without even going up that ramp.
Oh, we got one person at least.
Long day. Woo! God damn it!
Nice, Black Knight. Oh, I actually want to try this ramp. I actually want to try it. Hold on.
Oh,
God damn it.
gonna miss.
Well, if you freaking jinx me, then yeah. If you jinx it.
No.
Those comments
You're
were
literally
weird.
gonna miss every. Cause I tried the ramp one time and I literally missed like 6 times already. So I wouldn't try the ramp. Everybody will miss if they go up that ramp.
I'll never miss.
You never
Never.
miss? How about that shot you missed on Simply when you were doing the 1v1? Look, told you.
No, I'm too fat. No. Wow. Jesus. A little harsh there.
What the hell?
Yo, Darren, welcome to the stream. How you doing? I fucking died for. I can't read the chat and freaking play. Anyways, gonna get started for Darren.
Panda, 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 panda. I got broads in Atlanta, just at the lean the family. Credit cards in the scammers, hitting the licks in the van. Legacies, family, wait and see, look like a panda. Going out like a Montana, honey killers on the helmets. Legacies, family, wait and see, family, pockets full, down.
No.
R.I.P. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, Darren?
This nigga gay.
Out of it. It's like, what?
KS says my videos 95% will be online Cuda, soon. Cuda. Alright, no problem. I'll check it out. So go check out KS's channel.
Dude, I like.
It's Hey says, would you rather fuck your cousin once or be a virgin forever?
One person just copied and pasted.
I have no idea.
Wait, Cuda, what did you
Said,
say?
will you fuck your cousin once or be a virgin forever?
I mean,
That is true, but I'm not gonna be a virgin for life. Jesus, dude, that sucks. I mean, you always got your hand.
And plus, and
I'm so bad.
Could be your second cousin.
It's your second cousin.
Nah,
Incest, it's your second cousin.
But if it's like your
step cousin, that counts.
Some people don't count it like stepsister and shit.
Yeah, some don't.
F it, I'll do the. I mean, I don't know, to be honest. No comment. Oh, that shit fucking knocked me out, but I'm still alive. He's like, boy, I hope the fuck you do.
Hey,
Die, Paul Walker.
Yeah, bet. Let's do it again. It's unfair. I have to read the chat. I just uploaded my video. Don't watch it. It's cancer. I'm gonna watch it. We're gonna actually we're gonna react to it simply now. All right. Thanks, fam. We got a video to react to right now, on stream. Jesus. Yeah, that motherfucker's dead.
Fuck.
Yeah, get fucked by me.
System wreck. That's a bit weird.
Fuck, my aim. God, how do I still somehow miss when I'm directly looking at him?
I don't know about this question.
Oh, that shot though. Like.
Why does it shoot before I even like
That
pull the
shot
trigger?
I
God damn it.
just- How was he not dead?
Would you suck a dick for a month or have a vagina forever?
Alright,
Oh my god, what are these fucking questions, dude? Oh my god.
Wait, be quiet. Ready? Wait, listen to this.
Yeah.
Alright, Cuda. Would you be gay for $1,000?
Be gay for $1,000? The fuck kind of quick? Damn the ricochet!
Would you?
No.
Well, what about
Nope.
100,000?
Alright, gay for how long? Forever?
For a month.
Right, listen. What would you do it for?
Well, you didn't say how long, or you say just be gay. I could be gay for a second. I'd be like, ah, there you go, $1,000, easy money. For life? Oh no,
For life.
nah, dude, I wouldn't. Would you rather never listen to music or never use the internet? Never listen to music. It'll suck, but hey, it's better. I need the internet, man. Hold up, I gotta take a shit. Nice, chaos, nice. That's what you just. Only chaos, dude. Only effing chaos.
Oh shit, we're done. No, we're not.
Come on, Jinx, you got this, boy. I believe in you.
Breeze and myself. I'm gonna take out the whole team again.
IMAKS says my video is just an update video, so don't react to it, Cuda?
Oh. No.
I'm gonna still react to it. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, I mean, we're still gonna react to that shit. So you're not gonna get out of this one, chaos. Can't say that real word because it's fine, bros. Wow. Pizza says my PSN name sounds like pizza with a 2 at that. Yo, Mod. Wait, is my Mod? Yo, Mod, where are you, Mod? Savage, are you there, man? Can I get a console in the chat? I'm not reading any more of those dumb questions. 10 subs away from 1.5. Yo, go sub to Chaos real quick, boys. Get him to 1.5. And congrats if you hit it, man. You deserve it, man. Deserve it. Rip. Oh. Come on, Jinx. F him up. Redeem yourself from last time because you freaking you literally jumped out of the freaking thing for no reason.
Or if he takes the whole extra minute.
Simply says I just lost 3 subs.
Really
R.I.P. for.
It don't matter. You've got to take us out, so we're gonna win.
Come on, Jinx. Yo, Chaos, are you gonna be joining soon? Cause I'm gonna be switching it up very soon. Yeah.
Cuda. You don't look like a guy that should
Oh
be
God.
named,
Oh
right?
well, what should I be called? How Pablo? Racist? What do I look like? A Pablo?
No, you look like someone that should be named Brian.
The fuck, yo, ban this kid for 20 years right now. Get him out of here. Get him out of here.
No,
Jesus Christ.
No, what did I do?
Call me effing Brian. Who is this kid?
I didn't say you should be looking like a person that's Mexican and go to the cartels.
Okay, that's kind of racist.
Racist.
Because you're Mexican, you think every Mexican works for the freaking cartel? Like, no.
I mean, I didn't say to go to the cartels and get raped by a random
The
woman.
hell's, what the hell? Yo, Black Knight. What are you saying, man? What?
How was that rape? How was that rape?
Told you.
That shot though.
Okay. Let's back out. Let's go to let's go back to the fuck. How do you leave? Somebody cancel this. I want to go back to the freaking lobby.
Don't need to.
What? Yeah, I want to play. I want to go online now. I don't want to play this mini game. I hate this mini game.
Right,
You hate this minigame because you're
Yeah.
committing suicide?
Wait 2 minutes.
Credo, if we win this round, Credo, the game will end and you'll get loads of money.
Oh, is this the last round?
So you come and kill him.
Oh yeah, and then
Alright, bet. I'm gonna go on the bike. Call it.
All that money.
Nope. Sorry. Ha
Don't go on the bike. Don't go
Alright,
on the
bet.
bike.
No.
Oh, it's pointless. It's gonna die. Oh my goodness.
I'm taking the yellow one. Oh, my bad. Didn't see you there, buddy. Sorry about that. What happened, man?
Cuda.
No, what?
Fine,
How
Cuda.
about that?
If you want the bike so badly, take it. No. Haha. Hi, buddy.
Cuda was trying to hit you with the all that.
What the hell did I try to do? What was my attempt there? I was like, let me just try to go to the left. Jesus, man.
Hello. Hello. Hi.
I feel like I have more success going up this ramp.
Hello from the other side.
Ban him. Mod ban him.
Oh, God. Oh, God. Yep.
Oh.
Credo, go slow, go slow.
Oh, and then here comes.
What are you talking about, fam?
Here comes.
Rev! I got more damage than anything.
I hit
Minigun.
him. I hit him
Cuda,
there.
switch cars. Cuda, switch cars.
Rip!
Yeah, bro.
Taking the pink one.
Cars, man.
Because pink is for men.
I'm taking the orange one.
F you, fam.
What I do?
Come on, Cuda, take
What
him
up,
out.
fam?
You give me a boost, you slave! Oh god.
Are you mad because I took your bike?
Bye, Cuda.
Kuda, if you die, well, we can just like, let's see. Get the bike.
I feel like I have more success with the bike then. I'll have more success.
The bike will give you less success, to be honest.
Take him out, take him out!
Yes.
Oh my god, I thought you guys would at least took him down, Jesus.
Come on,
Rip.
kill me, come on, come on, come on, come on.
God damn it.
Get me.
Simply says, won't let me, won't it let me chat, am I banned or something? Although it's fine now.
There you
Why, what happened?
Haha.
Wait, ban him. He's saying bad words.
Like he cares, dude.
Awkward silence.
Invite me to GTA account, alright.
No, get out of here, boy. It's only a bus spot.
It's only for people that have rated them. No one care about you.
Okay,
James.
wait, Chaos, join the party and then suggest your other account. Cause I don't have him as a friend.
Shut your bitch ass.
Poop. No, nigga, you ain't gonna shut my bitch.
Invite me, fag. Alright, yeah, I did. Panda says no. You
No,
were
I
inviting
didn't.
too much, and I gave you a cooldown, mate. It wouldn't let me chat for a while, but it's fine now.
Hey, buddy. You guys like to shoot me?
Oh shit, Black Knight, please don't F up. Black. Oh my god, how do you just F that up? How do you just actually F that up?
Barely made. You guys
Shut
almost
the
got
fuck
me.
up, Jeans. What's your brain
Wow,
shell?
racist.
I think he's gonna go switch. That's
You spastic, huh? I didn't switch. What are you talking about?
Can us weave out of here.
Wait a minute.
Chaos.
Wait a minute.
Did you just say we?
Y'all hear that?
Yeah, I hear
Y'all
it.
hear that? Dang, that's crazy.
Yo, Dipper, welcome to She's I'm here, so where is that music? Question mark. I saw it. Can I get it?
Panda, panda,
I heard
panda.
someone move.
I got broads in Atlanta, just to lean the family. Credit cards in the scammers, hitting the licks in the van. Legacies,
Okay, shut
family.
up, hentai.
Wait and see, look like a panda. Going out like a Montana. Honey killers on the helmets. Legacies, family. Wait and see, package swoop, down.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go handle someone real quick.
Yeah, I'm gonna go handle your hairline. Yo, use code IMC to get 10% off your next haircut because your hairline's messed up, nigga. Bye.
Oh, damn.
This is my
What is
monitor
he
account,
doing? Why
idiota.
is he standing still? Why is he not playing?
Hi, poo-poos. You guys want to become, shit.
You're so bad.
You're so bad. You're the one that fucking died.
Yeah, because I got stuck.
Got stuck on what? Your hairline?
Your hairline goes all the way back to Stone Age.
Your hairline goes all the way back to World War
Oh,
II.
you're terrible.
I know one of y'all niggas about to invite me to the game.
Haha, missed.
You're
If I'm not-
terrible.
If I'm
Pizza
terrible,
sounds
how
like,
am I like,
spaghetti,
let's
I
see,
mean
juking
pizza.
these shots?
God damn it, my mic was muted. Anyways, Pizza, welcome. Peace, man. I'll see you later. What weapon did you get in
Come
BO3?
on, shoot me.
I got the MX Grant. That's what I got.
Hello. God damn it. Oh. Yep, we're dead.
Kill him quick, you got 10 seconds.
You got this.
Kill him.
Sway said it won't let me. It says change to recent. What? Alright, finally, there we go. And we lost.
You're so bad. Round loser, bro. This is not.
Yeah, ma, hit him up with the console, social medias, and donation link. All of them.
The game will
MX Grant is
now
shit.
because-
Honestly, it's not that bad. I tried it. It's actually pretty good. I mean, Chaos, this voice gives me orgasms. You hear that, Chaos? Simply gives
Okay,
you
no, this is
your
the
voice
last
gives them
round.
orgasm. Are you serious? This is literally the last round. Fam, why are you lying to me? Dipper says I had it before. LOL. It was my first one.
Is it like that?
20
I want that freaking what's it called?
Jinx said a
I want the MP40 in the game or the new famous.
Yo, invite me, bro, before I like freaking delete my YouTube channel. Like real talk, bro.
This is the last round, dude.
Hey, yo, let's just leave.
Alright, you know what? I'm gonna type my password in the chat.
It's good if you know how to use it, Bobby.
Alright, I just typed the password in the chat. Starts with
Wow.
I'll be back.
Chaos.
Why?
You know glitch?
Why would you subscribe to me? What the heck?
I think I saw you on a like.
I think you said unsubscribe.
That's
Yeah,
like
that's
like the worst choice you could ever make, bro. I make like the
Jesus.
worst cancerous clickbait content in the world.
Cancer. Nah, dude.
Dude, I'm like,
Oh, fuck my dick! Oh, I fell down. I'm so ass at GTA, dude.
Chaos is here.
Dude, the famous is quiet.
I
Yeah, I used it as at my friend's house. What? Oh, the famous? The famous. What do people say? The famous or the famous?
Shout out to Not Really a Bot for letting me go on.
I say famous.
earlier and get from Oscar.
Or the.
If he's watching.
I actually want the famous.
I'm on.
Yo, shout out to Lag Nation for making Black Knights. Shout out, bro. Use code lag to get 10% off the lag.
10% off that lag.
What?
Boy.
Where the invite? Yo, nigga, where that invite, boy? Before I freaking call Jasper up and make him blow
We're doing
your
a mission
frickin'
at the minute.
stuff up. Oh yeah, you're right. But you can invite me in the mission though when you press pause. Did you know that?
Yeah.
There you
I
go,
was going
buddy.
to.
10K says I'm back.
Yeah,
Welcome
you're
back. How you
a
doing?
legend. You're a legend, dude. You're a legend.
You committed suicide. Jakes, just kill yourself. No, not in real life. I said like just in the game. All right.
Alright, frickin'.
No, because this is the last round, Cuda. If we win, this is the last round. I'm staying alive.
But we only won one round.
Yo, simply, I'm gonna pick you up tomorrow. We're gonna go to Chipotle, bro.
Nice.
Chipotle is good.
True.
I made chaos left.
Yeah, it said I lagged out or whatever. I don't know. I got that McDonald's. Yeah, I got that. Wait,
No, you got that
night?
Burger King.
He got the McDonald's hotspot.
I accepted the wrong freaking invite. Nah, I don't even got the hotspot, bro. I'm using a freaking
Broken router.
McDonald's trash can, like freaking.
I tried adding you chaos, but it says I have to be your friend.
What?
I tried
Oh, wait,
adding you or
Who's talking right now?
Newton Boys.
Alright, I'll send you a friend request. Oh, you sent me one. Okay, alright.
Sway says shitternet.
Alright,
I make yes. I'm fine with that dude. Pick me up from London. Hear that?
From London? Oh, shoot, man. You better give me some gas.
Gas money from
Matter of fact, give me
from Pennsylvania. Wait, Pennsylvania, right?
Got bankroll.
Yeah, I mean, I
I'll walk all the way to London. Yeah.
I can walk on water, bro.
Yeah.
I'm Jesus' son, bro.
Nice, dude.
Don't you dare use Jesus' name
Dr.
on there?
Chaos.
His name is.
Huh?
Don't
Oh,
you
there
dare
you go.
use Jesus' name on there?
On what?
What did you just said?
I didn't say nothing, bro. What are you talking about? You trying to get me in trouble, bro?
Yeah,
Hey,
you
cop
don't
out
use
of
Jesus'
CIA
name on
and the
there, bro.
Illuminati, man.
Come on, Jinx. Get this fucking launch kill.
Orders. Jake, for fuck's sake!
Whoa.
We do have a Chipotle in London, so we can just eat there. Oh, here.
Yeah, boy, you better buy me a freaking plane ticket.
Just for
boy.
Chipotle.
I'll pay for Chipotle if you pay
Bitch
for
in
my
a
freaking
trunk.
plane ticket.
What about Chick-fil-A?
Dude, I only been there once, and I had to go to I actually had to go to Pennsylvania to eat that.
Well, Chipotle's like.
They don't have that here.
But like Chick-fil-A, bro. Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. I've had that before. It's literally just chicken. Like literally everything is like chicken.
Bro, I'm black. I like chicken.
Nah, I feel you. You know something strange, guys. I do not like burgers. Like I can't have a hamburger. I can't have anything. Yeah.
You're a fucking. Just kidding, I don't like hamburgers.
Yeah, I know. People are saying like that's the same thing. No, it's not the same for me. It just doesn't taste.
Yes, it is, bro. It's just
Yeah, that different form tastes like.
That's like saying you like chicken legs, but you don't like chicken wings.
Doesn't they talk about chicken wings?
Maybe you just had a bad hand.
No. I haven't had every single burger. I'm pretty sure.
Bro, you're making my stomach hurt.
Simply says you have to pay. I pay half. I pay half.
Like 5,000.
You pay half. I pay half.
32 cents.
And simply you don't invite me, right? I see how it is. Nah, that's fine, dude. It's fine. Savage says, well, this is bad. I gotta go. Won't be till later tonight. Sorry, Ricky. You need a new mod. All right, yo, put hashtag mod if you want to be mod. All right.
I might have to like die.
Cuda's gonna have a play date.
Yo,
Thanks for being mod, Savage. Appreciate it, man.
Fuck. Oh, barely. Okay.
Wait, how do I know whose team I'm on? I can spectate both of you.
It just means whatever, like if it's the next round, you can join.
Oh, I think I'm joining team 2.
Jakes, you literally take like the longest time just to kill somebody.
I think that's us.
Jeez, you're missing your fucking.
Finally! Jesucristo.
God damn it!
Yo, what's that helicopter gaming?
Oh, we got loads of my.
Ooh, I ranked up.
Hashtag blame him.
Hashtag blame Jinx.
Hashtag underwear swag.
What is that? A celebration? Jesus. So he says, I love you, Savage.
This nigga.
Yeah, I did level up. No, somebody quit this map.
We can't. Yeah, we can.
Yeah, we can. We just click on free mode.
Yeah, you can, but there's no way to get out right now. Oh, now you can.
Free mode. Free mode.
On free mode for a bit.
Free
What's
mode.
about?
Free mode.
But wait, don't you have to?
Oh, you're right. You're right. Like $40, right?
Free mode?
Simply says, Cuda, remember we spoke about this thing in the DMs. You already have a ticket to London and to my man cave. Yeah. Just send me the tickets, the plane tickets.
Dang.
F Chaos, you know?
It goes down in the DM.
It goes down at the
Fuck
DM.
the plane tickets.
Kuda's been slided in boys DM.
That should be a sub sound.
Your new sub sound should be freaking John.
It's John Cena.
Or no, that should be your donation.
John, my donations.
Like somebody has donated. And his name.
Oh my god, that'll be funny. Say I won't.
Kuda, get
That's gonna be a lit sub sound, dude. That is a sub sound.
Kuda, get
Simply,
in
you
my car.
wanted to DM me? Alright, bro, I followed you. You can DM me now.
Kuda, get in my car.
No.
Get in
I,
your car, boy, I'm still in the clouds. Looking at
Alright, join me for a little bit because I had to put him simply as mod. Alright, go.
Hey,
Just go drive somewhere.
what I got.
Yo, Sean, welcome to the stream. He says, Saw, welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Oh well,
Dun,
Cuda,
dun,
get
dun,
your
dun.
car.
I got broads in Atlanta, just to lean the family. Credit cards in the scammers, hitting the licks in the van. Legacies, family, wait and see, look like a panda. Going out like a Montana, honey killers on the helmets. Legacies, family, wait and see, pockets full, Danny.
Welcome to the stream. How you guys doing? Alright, so, yo, mod. Keep a note. I'm gonna show you the commands right now. Oh, actually, I gotta make you mod first of all. Shit. Hold up. Simply, you are moderator. So the way this is gonna work, simply, I'm gonna just show you real quick. Just how savages do it. Just like take a picture of this. I'm gonna show you right now. Hold up.
Oh, you heard that.
Where's it? Right. Okay, I'm gonna show you right now. Monitor capture. There you go. So basically, this is where this is Nightbot. Basically, Nightbot. You're not used to this. So basically, when you're mod, these are the commands you get. Exclamation point console, exclamation point donate, exclamation point social, and exclamation point sub. This is whenever somebody joins. It takes like 30 seconds for it to for sub out to like do it again. So just keep that in mind. These are the commands. Just take a picture of this right now. Take a picture. I'll give you like 5 seconds. Take a picture of that, and then whatever command. If you put this in the chat exactly like this, it would just pop, then the Nightbot will do this. So yeah, keep a picture of that right now. Ready to go. And this is only for not moderators. Keep that in mind, guys. All right. Back in the game.
Yo, my nigga, do you English?
Let me turn
Yo,
back.
Cuda, invite me to your session, please.
Yeah, you need to invite us, man.
I'm in your party. Can you invite me?
Friend session.
Hold on, give me a sec. I can't even hear anything. Gotta switch back to HDMI. HDMI, switch back.
Yes, I got you. I'm gonna invite you.
Alright, cool.
Where is Iron Maid Chaos?
Alright.
Fishware.
Jesus, what are we doing?
Yo, where is freaking Pete?
I have no idea.
Jacket at, dude?
He got knocked out yesterday, remember?
Oh yeah, he
Did he really?
stream yesterday.
No effing way.
On
He was freaking
Jasper.
snoring and stuff.
No way, dude. Are you serious? That's crazy. How do you just fall asleep on the stream?
I'm about to put up. I'm about to
Well,
put
it
up
was
a
like
paper
it
stain.
was at 12 a.m. Just got home.
That explains. Yo, I'm actually a little tired, not too tired, but I need some G Fuel. The reason is because I literally went to the movies at 11 and then came back at 3.
Yo, I'm about to buy some G Fuel right now. I'm about to use code.
Dude, I went to see. Yo, simply, I actually watched the new Captain America, dude. It was amazing. It was effing amazing with the squad. 9 people went, dude. 9 people, including Savage, who was the last person to leave my house.
Wait. What team were you?
What? I was Captain. I mean, I was Team Iron Man.
Iron Man? Yeah.
Nigga, I'm
Captain
Team
America?
Spider-Man.
Which is Iron Man. Yo, the Spider-Man was funny in the movie. I'm not gonna lie. The movie was actually really funny.
Chaos.
Yo, you know the next Spider-Man is supposed to be black.
What the? Sib, I told you it was good. Yeah, I know, dude. It was actually really good. I actually really enjoyed it. I don't know about like being the best Spider-Man out of all of them. I doubt it. I told me why it has to be the best out of all of them, to be honest. In my opinion.
It's like the Karate Kid, 1980.
And Spider-Man is not the best in the game.
Be like the best Spider-Man ever.
Cuda, invite me to your session, bro.
Karate
Alright.
Kid, where it's like.
Wait, who said that? Who said
You
that?
seen it, Chaos?
No, I said who's.
Who said invite them to party? Oh, I'm invite everyone here. Let's
sorry,
game.
sir.
Who's this ugly dude over here? I'm about to run you over. Oh, that's Black Knight.
Alright, Jinxie, can we stop fucking doing these rolls? Jesus.
He said Jinxie, I'm done. This boy called him a sub-bot. I didn't call out Jinxie.
I didn't team up and meatballs for life this way.
Black Knight, you got that freaking lag nation right now, dude. Nigga, who is watching my intro? Oh, that's what's
No, that's me.
Like, that's the sub sound.
Oh, you are watching my video.
Dope.
Thanks, bro. Guess who made that? Freaking Jazz. Like, can you
Jasper made an intro for you, mate.
Yeah, bro. Yo, come here, Jinxie. Come here, boy.
Cuda.
Are you gonna shoot me now? Alright, you're done. You're dead.
Yo, Chaos versus Cuda right now. No, run, keep driving, dude. I got it. Don't worry, just keep driving. I got.
Sorry, I threw
Holy
you
shit, dude.
What? What? How did
Is
you
there a
die?
beast? Keep driving.
Yo, you guys are dead. You guys are so dead. You guys are so dead right now. There's a bomb
Yo,
on your
Cuda, I
car.
never got
Run!
an invite.
There's a bomb on your
someone
car,
needs it.
though. No. Chill. Oh, crap, you missed.
No.
The cops, dude. Keep driving. Come on, Jinxie. I keep saying Jinxie. Damn it, Jinx.
Jinxie, yo.
Keep driving, fam. Keep driving. Holy shit, dude.
Somebody.
Yo, we're gonna have the freaking
Jinxie, keep driving. You're horrible.
What? Yo, I got like freaking. I wasted so many.
No, don't shoot. I got the shooting. Don't worry about the shooting. Just drive. You literally, all I have to do is drive for me.
freak out of here, dude. There's no way you're still alive right now.
We're a beast.
I hate those people who ask.
It doesn't know that I've got God mode.
How are you freaking...
Oh, let's go, dude. Get fucking wrecked, dude. Yo, Trinus 2016. Can I get started? Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Here's our next victim.
I got broads in Atlanta, just to the lean the family. Credit cards in the scammers, hitting the licks in the van. Legacies, family, wait and see, look like a panda. Going out like a Montana, honey killers on the hands. Legacies, family, wait and see, family, pockets full, down.
You literally started
Guys,
something
are you ready? I'm about to
what
pull
you
up on a
do not
freaking
want to
golf
forget.
cart, bro.
Jinx, why are you afraid, man? Come over here. Don't be a little bitch.
Whoa,
I
stop
need
talking about freaking
invites.
Jasper, dude. God dang.
Make it chaos.
Invite Swagster.
Can you invite me, please?
Invite
Someone.
him. What?
Yeah, that's what I thought. Jinx is afraid.
I don't think I have Swagster on my friends list.
I sent you a friend request. Add it.
Oh, let me check it.
Well, wait.
Okay, there you go. I added you.
Wait.
Right.
I don't need a shout out. I'm good.
Wait, hold up. Let me get in there and I'll kill you.
Dang, Shaft
Let me get
came
in
out
there
of
real
nowhere
quick.
with a freaking good hairline, dude. Yo, why is it not downloading my friends? Like, what the heck? Oh, there you go.
Hugebarracuda killed Jinx.
Wait,
for
no one
you
killed
to come.
Hugebarracuda. No one killed Cuda. Cuda invited me to a session. Cuda invited to a session.
Yeah,
Invite Swagster.
Wow! I just had option to invite you and it like freaking kicked me off of it. Oh, there you go.
I was just going to passive real quick.
Hey, Black Knight.
Swagster, I invited you.
Can you invite me?
Oh, alright, dope.
Yeah, hold on.
Alright.
I can't find your name. I only found Swagster. Oh, there you go. I found you new.
First one to kill Cuda gets a shout out.
No, hold on. Just wait until everyone gets in, bro. Chill.
This dude TJ calling me on Skype.
No, I'm sorry, Cuda. No, Cuda, I'm sorry.
Alright.
Hey, Jinx, I got something for you.
Panda. I got broads in Atlanta, just to the lean the family. Credit cards in the scammers, hitting the licks in the van. Legacies, family, wait and see, look like a panda. Going out like a Montana, honey killers on the hands. Legacies, family, wait and see, family, pockets full,
Put all
down.
of his money on me, no way. Oh no, he put all of his money on me.
I don't
you
need
wanna
money,
play
bro. I
that?
got already $1 million. What you talking about?
Damn, welcome to the stream.
Alright, my bad.
I said
was
it's
talking to
dude for
somebody with a
Jinx.
bad
I mean,
hairline
not for
on
Jinx,
Skype.
freaking Shaft. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, man?
Yo. Yo, Cuda, your girlfriend left her car at my house.
I wanna
Here,
play
you
that.
can
Come
have
on,
it
go.
back.
Jamaica says, please don't dab again.
Cuda, your girl left her
Guys.
car at my house. You
Damn.
can have it back, bro.
Guys,
Hold on, let me get this car. Let me drive this car.
so...
Let me drive this car. Let me drive.
Let
Let me drive this kid.
Who put bounty on me?
Let me try to escape.
Alright.
All right.
I did.
Why can't I drive it?
Who's
How you gonna
I?
bring my window, nigga?
Who's I?
Are you sure you want to
Why can't I drive it? Why can't I drive it though?
Get in.
Who's I? Who's
Oh.
I?
The
Who
freak?
put a bounty on me?
Yo, drive. Why is this dude shooting at?
It
Oh,
was
that's
Black
Swagster.
Knight, stupid.
I'm so weak, so I barely. This barely counts.
Yo, he shot a rocket.
You want to kill me with a bounty, boy?
Boy.
Come over here, I dare you.
First, gotta kill me. Oh shite.
Hey man, don't be messing up with car, bro.
Dude, I gotta go for a lunch.
I left this girl on red for like 5 weeks and I forgot.
What's up, can we go for Jinx?
James, you want to come for me?
Black Knight has a 10,000 bounty on his head. Go and kill him.
Oh, alright, come over here. I dare you. I dare all of you to come over here while I get an RPG out.
Cool, bro.
Watch out, DTS put a bounty on
I feel like the adder might be faster than this thing still.
Hold on.
Is it me or is it
Up, square, square, down, square.
the adder?
Circle, circle, up.
Hey, Cuda, I'll be there in just a minute, okay? Let me just
Jesus.
Touch D-pad, up, up, right down, square, square, circle, triangle, X.
Man.
Look who just got
I'm getting that shout out for sure, dude.
Yo, shout out to my nigga, PewDiePie, bro. I know he doesn't have many subs. I just want to shout him out. 'Cause, you know, he's a really underrated YouTuber.
Damn, dude, the code plus computer. Yeah, I got the new PC. Cuda type nigga to take a shit, then wipe his dick. That's the first one. Jesus.
You're the type of nigga to shout out actual YouTube. Like, shut up.
So he says, anyone have a PS3?
Shout out to the
Me.
CEO of
I don't have a PS3 for some reason. I just never had the chance to get one.
Killer Game Store.
Alright. Get in, you whore.
Alright.
Oh, TJ the Mac has gotten online.
Jesus. Jesus, dude. I was not expecting that.
Cuda, you promised.
Alright, yo, fine, I guess so. Go on the stream and say hi, and then everyone sub to him.
Kill me, bro. Come on, bro.
Zombie Killer says, yo, Cuda, sub, buddy. Yo, can I get started for Zombie Killer?
Hey, can you pull the freaking microphone out of your anus?
I got broads in Atlanta, just to lean in the family. Credit cards in the scammers, hitting the licks in the van. Legacies, family, wait and see, look like a panda. Going out like a Montana, honey killers on the helmets. Legacies, family, wait and see, pockets full, Danny.
Hold on, I'm gonna invite him into the party real quick.
How?
Anyways, can I get started?
Yo,
I mean,
drop a like
yeah,
on
can I
the
get
stream
started
right now.
for Zombie Killer? Welcome. How you doing, man? How you doing?
Oh,
What is Nightbot doing here? Basically, Nightbot is actually our thing for mods now. Simply explain it to Shav real quick so he knows, because he's actually one of our best mods. So, yo, Swagster, to get your shout out, just go on my stream and say hi, and then everyone who sees him,
Trying to find your YouTube.
just type in Hugebarracuda.
No, come over here. Oh, Jinx has sent mercenaries.
Shav thinks he can still do the donation thing with Alright, so basically, we are done here with the first hour of GTA 5, man. I wish Chaos was here earlier so we could actually do something else. Fuck, I died. Right, wreck. Anyways, yo, thanks for coming by. Yo, I hope you guys stay on stream. Swagster, just go on my stream, just say hi, and then, oh, that's your shout out, alright?
Oh, shit.
Alright. See you guys later. Bye. Alright, boys. We are gonna go on the PC now, boys. And now we're gonna be switching it up. This is Sub Saturday, like I said. Hold up. Okay, Sub Saturday, like I said. And we are gonna be playing either Left 4 Dead 2 or CSGO. So what do you guys want, CSGO or Left 4 Dead 2? Tell me now. Herberto says, Herberto, welcome to the stream. He says, hey babe, welcome to the stream. How you doing, Herberto? You know what? Let me just switch to sub sound. I want this sub sound. I want the dessert for the sub sound for now.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what dee da dee da doo da. Do what do da dee da do da do. Do what do da dee da do da da. Do da do what dee. Do what do da dee da dee da da. Do what do da dee da dee da da. Do what do da dee da dee da da.
Welcome to the stream. How you doing, man? How you doing? Humberto, I think, if I said that right. Simply says when you yeah, alright. See, this is the best. So put alright, so let me just make this easier for a little poll here. Put number 1 for CSGO or 2 for Left 4 Dead. We're gonna be doing these two anyways, so just we're gonna be doing both. Which one do you guys want to see first? Oh, it's your face, boy. Two for CSGO so far. Come on, boys. Is it gonna be CSGO? Question mark. Well, honestly, I'm gonna vote for 1 too, cause I'm that guy. Oh. Yo, William Howard, welcome to the stream. Says, yo, yo, yo. Asadu, can I get Asadu for him? Sway says, MT butthole. Nice.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do I dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da do da dee da. Do what, do da dee da do da da. Do that, do what dee. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da.
Welcome to the stream, William. How you doing? Yo, so wait, Shav, are you gonna be mod? Or wait, simply, are you gonna be mod or Shav's gonna be mod? You guys decided between you both which one wants to be mod. Just decide. So it looks like we're gonna be doing CS. Let's just do fucking CS:GO. Let me hit my boy up on Skype actually. All right, let's just make Shaft mod for now, and then okay, let's make Shaft mod then. Thank you for being mod anyway. Simply appreciate it. I mean, you can still be mod later, but we'll see. For now, it's just Shaft. Add me on Skype. I'm only gonna be calling my friend Mikey because he's the one who wants to dual stream. Let me just call him up. I don't know if he's streaming right now. Ring, 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 ring. Yo.
Yo, I'm playing with a friend right now, and he just gave me a Chroma 3Ks.
Jesus. Wait, are you playing a comp game?
No, I'm just betting.
Jesus.
I'm about to open a Chroma 3 right now. Are you streaming?
Yeah, I'm streaming right now. Say hi to the stream.
I will not say any inappropriate words. Hi, stream.
I will not say any inappropriate words. Alright, anyways. Hold up, let me see. Skype.
So we're about to play some comp.
Yeah, comp. Let's do some comp-pay. Compo. Let me just switch everything back. Counter-Strike.
I'll be back.
Counter-Strike. Global offensive. Jesus, I can't even spell offensive. Add me on Skype. Yeah, I don't add people on Skype, sorry man. Only if I really want to talk business or anything like that. So depends if I really want to, I'll do it. But I don't give out my Skype usually to people on stream. Sorry about that, man. No hard feelings. So Chef, so at least you got the hang of it, it looks like. Let me just go on. Let me go on CSGO. Let me open it up real quick. What does mod social do? It's just basically it's the Nightbot who actually puts the link. Yo, Chef, just try to put as much social and as much as like donate. Just do it every minute. Like if the chat looks blank, just hit it up. Don't try to like fill up the chat with just the Nightbot. Alright, man. I'm just saying. Sway says my middle name is Business. Well. Let me just open, turn on the CSGO intro, live sub count, everything Should be fine now. Stream, tell me if you see this, if you see CS:GO now. Okay. Oh, now I can use my headphones now. Yes. Yes, fam. Boys, we should be live again. Sorry about that. I don't know why my thing just crashed. Apologize for that, guys. I really do. But we should be fine now. We'll just give it a little bit because it's probably going on stream now again. I don't know why that happened. Okay, we should be fine. Tell me if we're fine. Say it's fine in the chat. Apparently it was like some stream crash or something like that. I'm not too sure. I forgot what did Mikey say? He said he'll call me back. I'm not too sure. Oops. Gonna leave. Why can't I hear anything though? I think the thing that crashed my thing was probably the audio jack that I just did. Hopefully. We should be live. I'm sorry this time. It wouldn't happen again. I think I know what I did wrong. It was just the audio jack thing. Oh my god, I'm retarded. I really am retarded. Let's just make sure everything is good. We back, boys? I think we're back. Sorry for the problems, guys. I really do apologize. Are we good though? Are you serious? The stream should be good. It should be good. I mean, I'm trying to see. think. No, we should. No, we're good. Might be laggy, but it should be good, boys. Cuda, are you okay on? Wait, Cuda, are you? Wait, Cuda, are okay? You on drugs or something? No, I'm okay, dude. I'm okay. I'm just checking if the stream is okay. So is it live? We're good. Alright, boys, I'm back. Sorry about that. Hopefully everything is fixed, dude. Hopefully. I just messaged this guy real quick. You have FIFA 16 question mark? Yeah, I do have it on the PS4. Everything should be fine. No more audio jack problems. It was my fault. Sorry about that, boys. Sorry about that. Oh, while we wait, we're gonna be playing. We're gonna be waiting in the lobby. What map should we play? Let's do Train Mirage, Nuke, Cash, Inferno. Any of these maps, I feel like should be good. I think I'm feeling Nuke maybe, honestly, because I haven't played Nuke yet. But at the same time, like, if I start up with just Nuke or just something else, I wouldn't be that good. I mean, because I feel like I should start with the regular maps. Alright, everything is cool now. Alright, sick. Hi, are you from Australia? No. Can you play it on stream today or tomorrow? Play what? On stream? Yeah, we could do it on next Saturday. We have this is our sub Saturday, so basically, we're gonna do like a poll at the end of the stream, and we'll see what games you guys want me to play next week on Saturday. So give me a sec, guys. We're gonna be setting up. I'm gonna be waiting for Mikey to hit me back up. For now, just chill for a little bit, relax. Invite everyone back if you want. Invite anyone you want. And we'll be right back. Just give me a sec. Oh, what did I do? It's my caps locks, I think. Okay, I'll be right back. Alright, boys, we're back. Welcome to the stream. I don't know why this guy keeps joining my stream. I mean, not my stream, my lobby. But we should be good. 1%. If you look down near the bottom, it says FPM fraps per second. You mean FPS? Yeah, frame per second. That's 100 at the moment. But once you get in the game, my FPS is always like a 299, which is 300 basically. Swag, shut the fuck up. Is suck a dick. Wow. This is why I am retarded. Jesus. Wait, I don't know if I think it's Dylan is Mikey's stream. Oh wait. Alright, I'm just waiting to see if he answers me back. To see if we play some comp. And then I forgot. Yo, Chad, do you remember what he said before? I literally completely lost what he said before. What did he say? Did he say he was gonna be right back, or did he say he was gonna do something? Chat, help me out. How many coins do you have on FIFA? I don't even know, to be honest. Probably like 12,000 maybe. Cause I don't play FIFA 16, but back then on FIFA 15, Jesus, that's so much. Or I had millions, man. I spilled water on my freaking phone. Nice. V says protection. Jesus, dude. William says, Swag, your mom even has have you wait, what? Swag, why your mom even have you? She must have been on drugs and she was a retard. And Swag says, probably kill yourself, Swag, you get mad. You get me mad. Yo, William, chill out, man, alright? Alright, hold up. Alright, so we're gonna play a game of comp by ourselves then. He says to play a game with him. Alright, we'll play one game. See if we have time to play another one after this. Let's make some G Fuel, dude. Freaking, I need some energy.
Ready.
Yo, Francisco Galego, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Can I get a sodded for him? Sodded. On my son.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, da. Do that, do what, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da.
I saw it, dude. Welcome to the stream. How you doing, Francisco? How's your day? Alright, we're just making some G Fuel real quick, boys, because we need some energy, my boy. Because I basically had no sleep. I'm surprised I have this much energy to even be streaming, to be honest. Because I literally did not sleep. I came back from the theaters at like 3, dude. So I'm usually tired. So G Fuel has got to help us out here. So we're gonna play one comp game. Yo, Trolls65, welcome. He says, Barracuda, do you wanna do a surf session with me on CS:GO? I'll see, man, but welcome to the stream as well, man. Can I get it started?
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da. Do that, do what, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da.
I saw it. Yo, Shav, where are you, man? I need my mod. Say saw it, dude. Yo, Francisco says, good, bro. What about you? I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good. Playing a game, CS:GO. Comp game. I didn't shake it well. Alright, anyways, I'm gonna let that sit down for a little bit. This is my first game, so keep that in mind. I'm not warmed up or anything. This is effing loud. Holy shit. My aim, mate. My aim. There we go. Let's just switch the audio real quick. Jesus Christ.
Yo, whoever has a freaking Chantio's fire or whatever it's called, I love you.
What was that other? No, it's just that, right? Nice volume. I just don't want it too loud, Jesus, because it's so loud. Wow. I think it looks alright. Yo,
Any mics?
Troll says, what is your stream name? No, Steam name.
Cool.
So can I join? My name is Cuda. It's the one with the app Azimuth. Look, see.
I'd say too long. One mid.
No. Piece around the winning 3 to go long.
Okay, I believe him.
What about Cat?
Well,
Bombs long.
Hold on.
Stay back to those, yeah.
One upper tons, I mean upper mid and up.
One pit.
One upper tons, split 30. I mean upper mid.
Probably gonna rotate.
One upper mid, split 30.
Never mind. Shit. They're all there. Jesus, man. You in my game, me Terra. What?
There's one upper mid, watch out.
Where can I put this as a stand? Wish I could have like a stand here.
Damn.
This sucks, man. Your videos is like wait. Your video is like pixelated, so you so can you type in chat so I could see it better? What do you mean? If it's pixelated? Jesus. Sorry if it is. I can't type in the chat, man. I'm freaking playing a game.
Can someone else off mid? Please.
Bombs B.
Time.
Nice.
Planning.
We'll probably with a bit more. Come on, one more. Last one on site. Good round. Good comeback.
Comeback round. I can't see your name. Oh, okay. It's just Cuda. It's just my name, Cuda, and it has an op Azimuth. It's the name Cuda. Capital K. Oh, nice. Capital C C-U-D-A. Cuda. Cuda. That's it. And it's an op Azimuth.
Watching mid.
I'll watch me though. I'll watch me though. I have it up here.
Can you please like move the mic a little away from your mouth?
Take a long.
Blue and flash.
Bombs there.
You guys have rifles. You got bladed range, bladed.
Bombs down. 153. They're pushing the long.
60. All three of them long. There's an AK over there if you want it.
Yep.
I sent the friend request. Jesus. Do I have to end the round like this? No.
Back towards long doors.
There's one upper mid. You can hear him. You probably heard me though.
That's not alright, Teed. I think it's a popcorn from yesterday.
Catwalk, he's on catwalk. He dropped down. Nice.
Pendragon, welcome to the side, dude.
Nice.
Sub sound good. Daddy song. I don't have this. I'm not gonna play the daddy song, but it's close enough, right, man?
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da.
Nobody else in there.
Do what, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da.
What's up, dude? Welcome to the stream. How you doing, man?
Hey, again.
One down. Bombs there.
One top mid. One lower. Nice. One was wrong. Nice. Last one.
Yo, Alonzo, welcome. He says, no. Welcome to the stream, man. Can I get a started?
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, da. Do that, do what, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da.
I saw it. Welcome to the stream, Alonzo. He says, no. Simply says, I'm back. Simply, you're just in time for some CSGO, man. Looks like they're doing A-long again.
A-long again.
I didn't even let him. Jesus, let me breathe.
Nothing mid.
I hear cat.
That's me.
Hold on.
That's me on cat.
Rotate. Francisco says left myself.
Planning it.
PC. Is this 360? Nah, dude.
One on site.
How did he?
Troll says I'll join you, dude. I'm gonna join you, dude.
Last one goose. Nice. Defuse it. Good shit. Can you grab an AK, purple?
Yeah.
Yo, Jason the Killer Gaming, welcome to the stream. How you doing? He says hi. Can I get a side for Jason? I said it.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, da. Do that, do what, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da.
Can I get a side, dude? Welcome to the stream, Jason. How you doing?
It's B.
3 upper.
Yep.
3 upper times. One's lit.
I'm on the
Bombs
lower.
on B, bombs on B.
Finally, Chef, you're back. Jesus.
One peek in the lower. And move back up.
Guys, bomb is down B.
Yeah, it is. It's not down, but yeah.
It was
The
down.
planner.
Oh, it was down.
Yeah, the planner is still down.
He sounds like he's car.
Flash me.
He's car. He's by door. Nice.
Someone just flash in the middle.
Ooh, just barely got the AK. Yo, Sean, welcome. He says hi, man. How you doing? Yo, can I get a side for Sean? Side.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da.
No, I understood. I don't know who's doing it.
Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da.
Welcome, Sean. How you doing, man? How you doing?
Take OP.
Oh my gosh, they're 2A.
Back up.
Yeah,
Someone
I'm late. I got him, Dink.
That one moving up 27. Fuck.
Alright. Yo, Jesus, what is this called? A song called "Dessert" by fuck, what was this guy? The artist called? If anyone knows in the chat, tell me. Alonso says I'll order 10 pies of pizza to your house. Ricky, I'll come over to your house and beat your ass if you do that one more time.
You fucking won that because they
It's called do ba si da boo bag the.
Killed himself.
So
Dessert by I don't know who.
oh fuck it off. Yeah.
Cat one. Fall down, cat.
Oh, I forgot that there was a thing there.
Alright.
Headshot to the smoke. Oh my god.
Middle one.
Okay. Zero from down.
Fuck, dude. One pit. Dude, I was. Oh my god, I should have just watched pit. Fuck. Or watched long. One long. Just one long. Get my upgrade.
Long down, last one middle.
Can we just acknowledge that I got a headshot to the smoke?
Maybe CT.
Yo, Herberto says. Herberto says. Started. Welcome. Oh, you've been here already.
Oh, team fresh.
Somebody actually knows the sub sound. Oh, the actual sub sound. Oh, it's Darwin. Yeah, Darwin Dessert. Oh, that was.
I'm hyped.
Alright. Right, so far we're destroying this team. 7-1.
This
Hey, would you
team
boost me,
is
Cat?
so bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll get you next round.
No worries.
It's a go B, careful, it's a go B.
It's a B, alright. One top mid.
Done.
Make sure they don't go long. Oh fuck. I'm sorry.
Bombs lower. That's got on B side.
On B side. Cause I'm like the actual window.
Oh, I thought I lit him. Wow, he dinged me so hard.
Yo,
William says, I need money, I'm poor. I anywhere from 450 USD to 550 USD to get Xbox One. I'm 14 years old and a guy. Damn, dude. No self-promotion. Yeah, no self-promotion. Whoever's self-promoting. Sean says, Ricky, I got the X on BO3. Sick, dude. I actually got the MX granted.
Oh, I know which one you're talking about.
Wait, do you want the boost?
Yeah, I do. Long.
What?
Right.
Bombs long. Three long.
Middle one.
I am too low.
Nice.
No.
Well, I
One more side.
Yeah, no.
Can one of y'all grab my op if you can?
Why would he throw it like that? One long and one side.
Long with 61.
Silly says, I got the X2. I'm so annoyed. I wanted the guns.
Damn, good try.
Nice wall.
Chef says, go suck your dick. Jesus. Pedrick says, get a job. Nice. Yo, the jet up there. Can I get a side if we jet up there? Side it.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, da. Do that, do what, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da.
Welcome, jet up there. How you doing? Did I press the button?
I hear long. Blue,
One more
come back.
cat. Jesus Christ. Why the hell would me check it? Like, honest to God.
Right, sometimes you reload after one kill is a bad habit, right?
Could be an aggressor. Nice.
Is my mic muted? No, I'm good. I thought it was muted. That clutch. I only have the
Oh my
Fury
God, that was
song
close.
and the axe. I want the HG40. Yeah, I actually want that, dude. I have the butterfly knife wrench, MX Grant Carver, no shadow, Fury song, FFR. Do I actually want the
I
FFR?
keep getting ones like this.
That one's actually dope.
Rank up in no time.
True what you mean though. True what you mean though.
Nice.
Deploying flashbang.
Did I just fucking flash myself? I'm retarded.
Team kill.
Found down suicide.
Someone says that.
Oh my god, my aim! Oh my god, my aim, boys. Jesus.
Jesus Christ.
You saw that? Jesus Cristo, that shit was ass. My god. Whoever wants to donate, I don't still have a top D. So whoever wants to donate, there you go. Twitch alerts. My mom put it in the chat, and then animation will pop up and say your name and everything. So yeah. Cuda, what settings do you play on CS:GO? I play 16 by 10, 1080. Oh no, it's not 1080 to 1920. No, it's not 1080 by 1920 because I don't like playing on the resolution. I like playing on a wider resolution.
One up for time.
And then I play all on high right now. Well, not everything on high. I actually like playing on low settings. If you guys don't know, like this, you can play like very high definition and make it look very nice. But personally, me to play,
Make Gallon 54. Make Gallon 54.
One lit 76 and one lit 23 on B.
You smoked that? He's watching back side.
Start making waves go somewhere. Nice. Find him. Yes, come on. Nice, defuse it.
Woo! Let's go, boys. I clutch.
Yellow, just so you have it.
You got Shrek on my boy.
Nice.
Gotta go. Cricket training. See you guys later. Oh, yo. See you, man. Can I be mod? Cause Chef keeps spamming and he put me in timeout for no reason. Yo, Chef, is that true, man? Oh, I gotta check. I'll check if that's true. And if you lie, tell the truth now. If you actually did, if he actually did, and if you didn't,
To go B.
if he didn't put you in timeout, you're gonna be timed out for real. William.
I don't see my.
I was done.
One up cat with 28. He's moving up cat right now.
Did I just look at the smoke again? Jesus. I'm the splash.
I think he moved up. No, he moved back. Nice. Watch him with the cat. That might have been the one.
Nice. Nice. Nice, dude.
One more.
Oh, give me that. Give me that AK. Oh no, I wanted it. I wanted that AK.
Top 10.
I was playing.
There's not for the ground if anyone wants it.
Alright, you better be playing, man. Don't play like that, alright? I can't join your game. Yeah, it's because we're playing a competitive game, man. You can't join in session while we're playing competitive. Yo, guys, chat. Tell me if you guys like my Doppler, like my gun knife Doppler. Like, does it look good? I like it. A lot of people don't like it. It's better than no knife, right?
Fuck, one up cat.
Riley, if you want, there's an auto right there.
Don't do it.
Fuck, yeah, it's cat. One long, one cat.
The guy lit.
Oh, it's 2 on 2.
I don't even know if I lit him.
You might want to try to find an AK or something.
Well, it's say JK at the end.
Yeah.
Yo, Element 935, welcome to the stream. Says, if I sub to you, can you sub to me? I don't do that type sub to sub thing unless I really like your channel. Maybe I check out your channel later. But welcome to the stream, man. Gotta get us started. Started.
What you gonna do with that dessert?
You might want to turn that No, good try.
You got the ace, boys. You got an ace. Anyways, welcome to the stream. Element 9. I forgot your name. But anyways, JB Gaming, he says hugely awesome. What? Welcome to the stream, man. How you doing? He says hi B. Yo, Killer Express 77. He says you're fired. Okay. Welcome to the stream. Everyone who just joined, welcome.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do I dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da do da dee da. Do what, do da dee da do da da. Do that, do I dee. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da.
Welcome, guys. How you guys doing? One still side down.
Check car. Cat.
One CT. Move! I'm
Get the
fat.
plant down, boy. Get the plant down.
One cat.
Cat down? Question?
It's down.
No.
It's down inside.
Someone check long.
I have to reload.
Long's clear. I'm watching long.
Another cat.
Cat, another one. CT?
My man dipped. Yeah, CT.
One CT.
Don't pick.
Nice, dude.
Nice.
I would die.
Rip.
Go.
Nice. Snapchat. I don't have a Snapchat. I used to, but I don't use it. Anyways, yo, the golden. I don't know. You have a long name, but welcome to the stream. Can I get a started? Started. Welcome.
What you gonna do with that dessert?
T-Rush, yeah, we have a good squad. Somebody take this out. I don't want to be first guy out with phone.
I can flash out.
Lower.
Welcome, guys, to the stream. How you guys doing?
Plant it. Orange come plant.
Come on, orange.
Go, Lower.
Make me monsters, William. Please. No, Chef is our mod for now.
Lower 2. One cat.
One cat. Cat down.
Cat down. Lower 10 house.
Oh my god, that guy was so lit.
Nice.
Alright, left. Rip. No one live. Danny123, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Can I get started? Welcome to the stream.
There's a text on.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do I dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da do da dee da. Do what, do da dee da do da da. Do that, do I dee. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da.
Welcome to the stream. How you guys doing? Danny, welcome. My ass get. Wait, what? So my ass is very itchy. Understood.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, boy.
How did he not kill me?
Middle one.
One watching long doors, like 59.
A side one.
Shotgun.
No, got killed midair. He's on site. Try to nade him. Throw out the pizza sign. Damn it, he doesn't know the call. How to frickin' nade. Killer says hashtag end my suffering.
Nice.
Well, JBA says on the road to 300 trolls. Danny says bye bitches. Alright, yo, see you later, man. Simply says I've got to go, dude. Stream's been great as usual. Alright, yo, thanks for coming, Simply. Appreciate it, man. Sway says face Cuda. Yeah, I know. Face Cuda.
If anybody wants to queue, just have me.
Oh my god, my aim. I can't.
I'll chew, dude.
That nigga,
Go,
Jesus.
go, go.
If I what?
If you accept my offer.
I will accept your offer. Last one's upper tongue.
Knife him. Knife only. It's all swarm with the knife.
Good half.
Good game, yeah.
Oh no, good game. Oh shit. That's a good half. Nice. Jesus, that was a fast game. That was a really fast game. JBA says, can you sub? I'll see. Yo, huge rig, can I time out William? However, he called me bad stuff, and I don't know. I don't appreciate it. If you really feel like he's been inappropriate and he's been bad in the chat, you can take him a timeout.
What is reduced competitive multiplayer?
Yeah, you can time out, man, if you want
get
to.
as much experience per game.
Time out if you have to. If it makes you feel uncomfortable, then yeah, do it. He's playing the game too? Oh my god, this kid. I swear to god. I love the gun knife. Alright. Or should we... I want to use the P250 about the same time. I don't know. Let's use that. Let's use this Deagle. I like switching it up. I haven't gotten a lot of kills with this, to be honest. Actually, no, I want to use this. I'm still working on that. For stat track kills. My ass him off. I can't just decide. Let's do the green. I didn't even op that. I think I op. No, I didn't even get an op kill the whole game. Jesus, I didn't even op. What's your PS name? Yo, Ma, hit him up with the PSN in the chat. Well, the consoles in the chat. He called me a gay prostitute. All right, man. Yeah, time out if you have to. You're an epic barracuda. I love you. Oh wait, I love. I'm guessing you, or love Bo. Pizza says, I'm back. Ricky, miss me? Yeah, I miss you, man. Let's come back. So he says, don't stop believing. Hold on to that feeling. Danny says, I'm homosexual. I like dick. I like touching, licking, and sucking dick. Oh my god, dude. Calm yourself. Ma, hit him up with the console. Just put exclamation points console in the chat. I mean, it makes it harder for you to do that personally, but if you want to do like that, it's fine. Sway says, I'm ready. So if you guys want to add me, add me on Steam, I guess. My gamertag, not gamertag, my Steam is Cuda, is capital C-U-D-A, and then there's the picture of this Asimov, this op Asimov. If you want to add me, add me. I'm gonna see if I got any requests. I don't really like to add people on Steam because of hackers and stuff like that, but I'll accept some people. Depending if you play Counter-Strike as well. So if you play Counter-Strike and you're like a global elite or something like that, you can definitely add me. Pizza says, Chef and Ricky, how are you guys doing? I'm doing really good. Honestly, I'm doing fine. I'm good. I'm good. JBA says, can we play BO2 sometime? You know what? I should do some BO2 stream. I haven't done that in a while, so I should definitely do that. But we're gonna be playing some this man started a game. I'm 12 epic zombie prayer though. What? One more game. Okay. Anyways, I don't hack Cuda. Killer says, I like pussy cats. You think wrong. You emphasize pussy. Chef says, Sway, I don't work when you do it because you ain't mod. Oh yeah, because only mods can do those commands, guys. All right. PSN name, please. Yo, mod hit him up with the console again, guys. It's gonna be in the chat. All right. Pizza says, oh, that guy he's always rude to people. Barracuda, GBA says, Barracuda PSN name, please. Yeah, dude, scroll up if you have to, but hit him up with the console again. He is in timeout. Hope he learns something. Yeah. Okay, no problem. Cuda, can I take you to the server? Join me. What's your Steam, dude? What's your Steam? Pizza. Oh no, who was it? Who asked me? Trolls, what's your thing? And also, Surf, what is your what's your Steam and what's your rank? Unless this is you. If this is you, let me see. A rank 2, level 2. RIP. RIP. Who's gonna be my first donator? Somebody donate. Oh, not my first donation. I haven't still. I have donations before. Who's gonna be my first donator on the new when I got this new PC? I haven't gotten a donation on the new PC. I got donations before the PC, so that's very helpful. But let's do it. I want to see who's gonna be my top D for however long. Our top D before it was Ali Bourne. He donated the top donation he done was I think $10 something, but in total he's done like fucking over like $50, which is crazy. Pizza says my Red 2 name is Pizza, the Big and Wild. Wow. So we're just gonna play another game here. I thought you were a rank. Wait, let me see, Trolls. Yo, Trolls, just add. What's your rank in CS:GO? Just tell me your rank. And if I don't see it, mod. Make sure you make sure I see it. Sorry, Ricky. Hashtag bad Isaac. I'm not gonna start this game unless rank 2. Oh, that's you? Oh fuck, dude. Nah, we can't play comp then. I thought you could play comp, but you're only a rank 2. The thing is, I want to play competitive, so that's why. Sorry, man. I want to open some cases, dude. I'm trying to upload a video, then add commands and make thumbnails. Okay. Pizza says, that's my real name, Ricky. Wait, what? Let me read back. Hashtag, oh, Isaac is your name? Sick, dude. Sick. Ah, my knuckles. Alright, come on, let's join a game. Let's get a game going. Come on, we almost had a game. Two minutes. I hope it's not that long. William says, why you put me in timeout? Miss you, jackass chef. Black guy, welcome to the stream. He says, everyone come ask questions for my Q&A. I guess, Black guy, I'll give you an exception just because I know you and you've been coming to the streams a lot. If you guys want to go to his channel, to his video, ask him a question. I need to take care of something. I need you to roast William Howard. Pizza says, get William out of here. Jesus, nobody likes William. Come on, let's get another Q, Jesus. I'm not feeling Inferno, to be honest. I want to play Nuke, to be honest. Nuke. Troll says, Cuda, just cause I'm ranked 2 doesn't mean I'm mad. No, I'm not saying you're bad. We can't play competitive, dude. So how are we gonna play? I didn't say you were bad at all. You could be one of the best freaking CS:GO players of all time, but it's just a rank 2. You just gotta get to rank 3. William says, I've been built for 10 years, still am. Stop it. Come on, let's get this game. Let's roll. That's Mirage. I knew it was gonna be Mirage. I was like, there's no other lobbies that are freaking gonna be possible. Shaft says, wow, people really hate William Howard. I know, dude. I don't know why. People hate William. It's not his day. Shaft tried to roast me. That's what he says. Will you do deathmatch? I don't normally do deathmatch unless I'm like waiting or trying to do something. I've been bullied 4 to 10 years, still am. Stop it. Alright, man. Everyone, stop bullying William, alright? Hey, Killer says hashtag shake it good. William, oh damn, people are gonna start roasting. Alright, boys, after that roast, stop. No more roasting William. I mean, even though you asked for it, William. Jesus. Damn it, rip, RP. Yo, JBA says, Biker Barracuda. Alright, man, thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Alright, boys, let's get this game on. I saw it.
What's up?
Hey.
Hey, what's up, man?
Jesus, I Mike. I love it. Let's go,
Push, eh?
Yeah, let's do it.
No, my friend. Agreed. Of course not. Decoy. I see a mercenary. Negative.
32 kills on this.
Victory is ours.
Two stairs.
Great.
Stairs. One connector.
Two stairs, one connector.
Another connector, two connector.
One stair, one stairs.
Yo, plant. Plant, fam.
I am planting the bomb. Bomb has been planted.
There's a Tech 9 in front of you flying elite.
Oh, sick, damn. Damn, son.
I'm not good, okay?
Okay, fam.
Here, you
William,
come
learn how to
back.
spell before you try to diss us.
Oh, thanks.
William, I will stop when you stop. We
You
can be
wanna buy
friends.
SMGs and just rush B?
So I'll be friends, boys.
No.
Let's go.
No. Oh, there's one there. They already bought. One's at, he's at 18. He's on straight. Nice. That chicken nugget to go. Your teammate's planning for cut. Nice.
He's market.
Mark it. Nice job. Mark it down. Check your apps.
Probably his apps. I'm
Yeah,
lit.
probably app.
Nice.
Nope.
Cat.
Scat,
Good
good
job.
job.
Yo, who likes the skin? The indigo with the souvenir stickers. Yo, Spiky, he says welcome. He says yeah. He's like this
Okay.
week's. Yo, BO3 Spiky. What are you playing? I'm playing CS:GO at the moment.
I'll smoke stairs.
Yo, we're doing that shout out series. Oh, we're
jungle.
doing our shout out video today. Don't worry. Don't worry, Spiky. Anyways, can I get a study for Spiky? Welcome to the stream.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, da. Do that, do what, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da.
One aside. Anyway, Spiky, welcome to the stream. One jungle, I think.
Ninja.
Oh, ninja. Yo, he has a 50-50. Nice job. There's an AK on site.
Oh shit, he's still lit.
Come on, Cuda. Nice job.
Jesus,
There's an
dude.
AK on site, Cuda.
Move.
Tiki gun. Right there.
I got it.
Can I have it?
Alright.
AK.
Alright, fam. Who was it? Who wants it? Who fucking wants this shit?
I dropped it.
Thank you. Go B.
Black Knight, oh shit, sorry I can't read the chat, hold up guys.
I'm gonna smoke, market.
Throwing a flashback.
Let's not go B.
Let's go underpass.
Okay. Ooh, I like this. 21 kills with this thing.
That's just a
Oh.
Speggy says I have herpes.
Yeah, I saw
Nice.
him move too. That's really weird.
Just in case
Hitting
it's-
snipers.
I'll just go. I'll just say B. Just
He's
in
in
case
snipers.
No,
push.
snipers. Oops. Chick. Nice one.
One cat.
Two cat. There's two. Yeah, player. Nice job. Jungle.
Wow, my aim. I'm sorry. Jesus, that aim. Yo, it's, Killer Express says no. Speggy says William, shut the fuck up. You can't
push
roast
A.
even a death person. Damn. William says, why you a pussy? Cuda, help. What are you talking about? Black Knight says, Chef is MT boy. I can roast both of you. Jesus.
We will defeat the mercenaries.
Troll says, Cuda, I have an idea. Do a 1v1.
I'm gonna
I've done a
smoke
1v1
jungle.
before. Shit, I gotta smoke as well.
Never mind, I smoked straight.
I don't know if that could reach anything, but hey.
There's one under palace. One's inside. One stairs.
Under palace is killed. Take a booth.
What the fuck?
Planting.
I am planting the bomb.
Spawn. Good
Jungle,
shot.
jungle. Jungle, he is off. Don't peek. One connector too.
Oh, jungle.
Jungle.
Left.
I got him, I got him.
Yeah, it's better for you, so. Sight. Pull out your pistol, he's.
We are going to do this.
Rip. I should have known he had no time. Lol. Can I get a hashtag lol in the chat? Can I get just a spam of lol in the chat?
Let's go.
Literally just spam lol in the chat. LOL in the
You
chat.
guys want to make control? Okay, where do you want to go?
Just spam lol. 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 We're going mid to what?
I don't know, they're gonna take mid control, so.
Where do you want to go though? A or B? Just tell me.
We're gonna take.
Come on, man, make it bring man.
We're gonna take B.
Okay.
What the fuck is my ping doing?
I'm throwing a flashback.
No.
One's bench.
I'm a Glock, help. Oh no, orange is here. I'm planning orange.
It's up in apps. Okay, you got it.
Oh, freaking van! Look at all the lels.
Bench.
Speggy says, "What the fuck, William? What the fuck are you still taking? Isn't your daddy supposed to be fucking you right now? Jesus." Black Knight says, "My dad have a vagina. You do have transgender." Anyways, Wise Mind, welcome. He says, "I am the kind of cod." Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
What you gonna do with that dessert?
Blue bot. Stairs.
One under
Welcome to the stream, the kind of God. Oh wait, what's the name? Wise Man. Welcome. Wise Mime. How you doing, man? I play COD too, man. I play more COD than CS:GO, so keep that in mind. So you.
I'd like to come up to Palace. I'm just trying to get a pick.
Okay. Next up.
There's one on cap pushing.
And
you
there's my
guys.
pick.
Right behind you guys.
Market.
Oh, there's one at our spawn.
59.
He's walking towards you guys.
Fuck, dude. Ah! Blackness says, cause you bully us, you
There's one
dumb
coming
shit.
apps.
Are you
180.
retarded? Yo, Mai, control this chat. Give people timeouts if they can't control the freaking. I hate the bad language. Just control the language. I mean, you could curse, but just if you're cursing at somebody else, warn them and then give them a timeout. All right, cause I can't read all this bullshit. Yo, Troll says, Cuda, please, can we do a one-win? Wait, if you're talking about on CS:GO, we could try to see if we could do one real quick. If you're down, I'll be down to do it like a 1v1, to be honest, on CS:GO, real quick.
Push A. Yeah, just take it.
Don't forget the bomb.
Yellow. I got it. No, yellow got it. Never mind.
Nah, I didn't know what to buy.
One's going up.
Oh no, on your left, the 87. Nice. One firebox.
Firebox.
You can just. Nice shot.
Down.
Firebox is down. Check your jungle.
Somebody go
yeah,
TC.
CT. Nice shot.
Jungle down.
CT.
Fuck, he's palace. Yo, he just looked at me. Jesus, dude, that got me fucking. I was like, wait, is that somebody? Jesus, dude. Yo, Cuda, how do you get good knives? Alright, so I'm gonna tell you my story and my knife story. Basically, the knife I have right now, I had back then. I have a way better knife. So basically, I opened the case and I got on a knife, a tiger tooth bayonet, which is $400. And then basically, I sold it, got some skins. Then I bought another knife called a Case-Hardened Karambit, which is a beast as well, which was like 200 something. And then I sold it. No, actually, I lost it in a bet. If you guys want to see that video, it's a CS:GO Wild lost $200 bet. Then I basically saved up some money and then sold some skins, and then I got this Doppler, $100. I used to have a bayonet as well, another bayonet and some other stuff. Started trading. I used to have two knives. It was a gun knife, a Doppler, this one, and another gun knife. But thanks for the accomplishment, man. A lot of people don't like this gun.
I'm gonna go cat.
I hate knife shaming.
I heard vent break.
He's benched.
Jesus. Could've hit him for shit. I could've hit him for shit, man. But
There's two on inside.
fuck, he got me. Yeah, there's two market, one more market. He's going through window. Go inside. You might defuse.
He's watching.
Oh, nice.
Good job, man.
William is retarded because he said we bully him while he bullies us. Like the fuck. Also, do you mind if I'm on the stream while we do a 1v1? Yeah, we can do the 1v1 on stream. Yeah, on stream 1v1. Oh, I need to get a fucking smoke. Dude, these games are easy. I'm surprised we're doing this good. I remember back then when I first got this PC, it was so hard to play a game. Now it's like so easy.
Oh no, on site. 27 on site.
Pushing. Let's go.
Under palace.
Push out, push out. No, it's probably dead. Stairs, stairs, stairs. They smoke straight. Nice job.
Fuck. Jungle. Jungle.
Nice job.
Nice, dude.
Nice.
Yeah, how much is that butterfly knife worth?
It's like 140.
Nice, dude.
Mine.
Spiky, no evil, bro. Black Knight said that's why you know William is retarded.
You guys want to take B control? And, like, the ops can go mid. And, like, the three of us can push B.
Nice.
No, blue, blue, no, blue, come with us.
Where are we going, eh?
Yeah.
Anyone at snipers?
No, there's one on site.
Is that ladder room broken?
Oh no, there's one up there. It's at 20. No, he's on the very left. The eagle. Cat, 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 cat. Nice. Watch your flank, purple. Alright, no flank.
Any jungle? Fuck yeah, jungle. Jungle is 60.
Jungle.
Nice guy.
Whoever is UMP, just push it.
Yo, Wise Mime says, I have a question. How is Sub Saturday if you aren't contributing with your subs about to yourself? No, basically Sub Saturdays we play the games that the sub wants. If there's a possibility of you guys joining as well, that'll be fine. The thing is, none of my subs have Counter-Strike that it's that are playing comp.
Hey.
Because I want to play comp, I want to play competitive, but nobody here can play competitive that I know on stream unless they can. I'm sorry. What the hell? How did I knife you? I wasn't even looking at you.
I was on top of you.
That's the same thing.
Nice.
What happened to me? I never saw. I don't even know how.
Please work. No, I fucking overthrew it. Sorry about that. And I fucked that up too. Jesus. I'm so bad. I'm the worst Counter-Strike player of all time. Oh yeah. Oh, can I get a hashtag rip or hashtag wrecked or hashtag no hashtag noob or just put noob in the chat. Holy shit. Spiky says, "Come on, Pizza, please. I don't like homework." Sounds like Pizza says, Spiky. Oh wait, no.
Oh my god.
Blackness says, "Yes, you are, nigga. Shut the fuck up, bro. You started talking shit about boy Shav, so go at you." Spiky says, "I was gonna drink some Sprite, but I'm white."
Good job.
Williams, oh my god, Jesus. Anyways, Armor Soul, welcome to the stream. Can I get a side for Armor Soul? Side.
What you gonna do with that
Guys
dessert?
wanna push B?
Yeah. Started. Welcome, Soul. How you doing, Armor Soul?
Fan.
Wow, dude. Jesus. That's twice now. Easy things I could have fucking done. Yo, stop using caps lock. Yo, mod. Give everyone that's using caps lock like that, give them a not timeout. Actually, no. Whoever's used caps lock right now, if you keep using caps locks, you're getting a timeout. Mod, just give him a timeout.
Sorry.
Damn, them boys clean. Boy, them hoes clean. From Savage.
It's fine, no worries.
Yeah. But let's just go ahead.
Alright, everybody who's talking shit to each other, mod, just give them a timeout. Just to chill them out. Because everyone, I mean, at least the timeout's not going to kick them off the stream. It's just going to just not let them talk for a little bit. So, you got to control that chat, man. Come on. Chef, I need you to do it, or I'll get a Savage to do it for me.
One under palace.
One in the palace dead.
Oh my god, he was stairs. He's lit
no,
72. He was lit. I can't believe I wall banged him, dude.
CT.
Jesus. I didn't kill him though.
What are you doing?
Yo, Dylan Turner, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Can I get a started?
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, do that, do that, do what, do that, do that, do what, do
Kill me.
that, do that, do that, do that, do what, do what, do that,
House from spawn. There's one spawn.
Can I get a started? Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Come on, dude. He got it. Hello. Let me just make sure everything's working. Okay, we're good. We should have. No, just. Yeah, timeouts. Yo, give him timeouts. Yeah, I need. Oh Jesus, what happened here?
So easy.
Oh, stop. You died before him.
Yo, Chef, just go. I don't care who you time out, even if they're right. Time them out if they're using cabs. They're going against each other. Just time them out so they could just understand. Alright, Chaff is in control. Even if you're wrong, just accept it and stop, or just leave the stream. I don't care. Just up, thanks man, appreciate it, Dylan. I want to keep this chat clean. I mean, I want to keep this chat slash stream clean. I don't want any like fighting.
He's market. Just rush him. Help him out.
Cat. Mark.
Oh.
He's lit, dude. RIP! No! Good enough. Spiky says, Chef, I wanna carry your baby. Troll says, sorry, I'm so excited, dude, but please invite me to the game and party so I can join. Oh wait, so I can play. What the bruh? So can I use caps locks for once?
I'll take A.
Just for now, no caps lock. So if you use, unless there's only one word could be caps lock, and if it's a long ass word, just no.
That's good damage, man.
I wanna use this kind, man. This shit looks dope.
No, it's real.
If I mean like the whole sentence is caps lock, then no, you're definitely getting a timeout. Apps.
Ramp. I think there's one in house.
I'm down.
No. They're B. Rotate.
B.
One bench, one side.
Dylan says, what other games will you play on your channel? I mainly do COD to record. This is sub Saturday, so basically the three games we're gonna be playing today are Counter-Strike, Counter-Strike. What did we just play? We played GTA and we're gonna be playing Left 4 Dead in an hour. So keep that in mind. Spiky says, Cuda, I have.
You got it.
Oh my god, Jesus.
Oh, okay. Here's a free Tech 9 over here. Just give me a USP.
Oh, I haven't used this fucking gun in a while. Jesus. The famous, just like in COD. Nah, it's nothing like COD. The FAMAS. 2A ramp. It's gonna be A, yeah, it's gonna be an A. Well, look, whoever's sending me
a Tetris
game, and I'm playing a competitive game, man.
Oh no, there's another one ramp. My M4's down on site. If you want it, my M4's on site. Can someone grab it?
On site?
Yeah. Right there.
Got it.
Nice job. Can I have it?
Where is it?
I'm right here. I'm behind you. Okay. Thank you.
That's a negative.
Savages, there won't be any more shoutout vids for a bit, guys. Yeah, there's only gonna be one today. The one today is gonna be basically the last one for a while, which is gonna be our 20th episode, and be shouting out 5 people, 2 that follow the rules, and 3 that I personally picked myself. So keep that in mind. So if you guys, people that keep using or keep annoying the chat and fucking up, I could just remove them from the list if they earned the shout out. I could just take them off. So just watch yourself. Wait, hold up. Jose.
Bombs down at A ramp. Sandwich. Sandwich. Good job, man.
Good job, good job. Sorry, dude. I'm so excited. Riptide, can I give you AIDS? Hugebarracuda, can you give me a shout out? Oh, wait. Can you shout me out? Depending. You never know. I might shout you out if you deserve it. Spaggy says I follow the rules for like 4.5 weeks. I'm just saying. Yeah, I know. People still have not shouted out since the first ever shout out Saturday, so not everybody gets a shout out. So keep that in mind. I thought that was an AK, dude.
I hear ramp.
Deploying flashbang. Grenade out.
I don't think it's gonna be a bit, to be honest. You hear any naps? Bombs ass.
I hear it.
Okay.
Savage, you see them kills? Even though it was assist? Well, that would have been all my kills if he didn't kill them.
Yo, he was under.
He was under.
Man.
Did he have an AK or something?
He's going. I think he went connector.
Connector?
No, maybe under pass.
You got a purple.
He's under.
Yeah, he's under.
Oh, purple. You got him. Good job.
Can someone grab me an AK? Negative. Oh, I see how it is. No, I'm just. It's okay. It's okay. I have one. Hey, can I see that Asimov blue?
It's battle scar, dude.
And it still looks nice.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
I've had like 2 or 3, but I haven't had an M4. I had op.
Nice. I had an op as well, but I got rid of it.
Same. Smoke it.
2 top mid.
I heard
cat.
Cat and yo. Whoever's watching how it's
damn, abs, 78.
Green.
It's back in the smoke. Oh shit.
I know. I'm just listening. Jungle. Stay.
How did I see you?
Oh shit, rape.
Grab them for.
Rip, RIP.
Oh, 93.
No, sir. That's a no.
I mean, not an M4, sorry. I mean, like,
UMP. If we lose this round, it's gonna be really annoying.
Yo, official Jamaican, he says, yo, back ho. Welcome back, how you doing?
It's gonna be annoying. What?
What? How do you get there faster than me?
He had the spawn for it, dude. Smokes right.
Jesus, purple.
Watch cat.
Oh,
2A long.
what?
Oh, A ramp.
No way. They push from ramp.
Tetris.
One's cat.
One's got 2A ramp. Woo, baby, let's go, dude. That was a
Restaurant,
window.
Bombs down at their spawn.
Oh no, he's jungle. No. Rip.
Yeah, hiding that. Yeah.
Did you guys know it is good for your health to die?
Enemies do have killed.
Chef says, Savage, you have a good relationship with him, or what? Savage is just trying to make peace, alright, guys? 500 kills with P90. Nice.
Nice.
Spaggy says, Savage, did he molest your booty juices, or what's going on here?
What?
Alright, let's listen to this. Savage, this is just for you. Happy! I'm gonna be happy for a second.
I'm not gonna be
Look at
watching this round because I have a boxing.
You guys don't know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Happy, the Twitter clone.
Just
he's a
don't lose
beast.
that auto. That's all I want. Don't lose it.
It's the last round anyways.
Yeah, but you don't know if we win or not.
It's true.
Smoke set.
Ramp.
Bombs
That's
in
one.
Apartments.
Oh, they saw under house. He's at 24 on A. They're all on A site.
We have bomb down.
Oh, okay. Then you can't bomb. I hear underpass.
I'm under.
Flashbang.
It's another one.
Last two.
Deploying flashbang.
One's got an op on site.
I like this point just right. No! Damn it! Alright, he's lower.
Where are you, blue?
I died lower, but he's probably like connector app. I know he's lower or cat.
Connector and cat.
Pizza says, okay, he's done multiple things to me in the past and even now. Jamaica says, name your top 5 subscribers that are always present, Cuda. Okay, top 5. What, streams or just like straight up videos? Video streams or all above?
He's lit for 80. Don't peek him though, just play top.
By everybody,
Okay.
Cuda and Savage. Alright, if you're leaving, man, see ya. Let's go. I just have a rank up, dude. These few games were easy. Streams. You know, oh, dude. You know, I might just put the Nightbot back again for, I mean, the Nightbot for, like, the caps lock, so it'll just ban them or time out himself. Alright, so anyways, let's try to go for Left 4 Dead now. Let me see. What is he doing? Who the fuck is Chicken Nuggets? What? So let me just so keep in mind that if you alright, so I'm putting Nightbot on. If you guys you know, putting the what's it called, caps, I don't know what this Nightbot's gonna do. I don't know if he's gonna freaking ban you or if he's gonna freaking time you out if you use caps. Let me see. Blacklist filter words. Now I'm good. Filter timeout spamming symbols. This timeout who repeat words or phrases. Okay, there we go. So if you guys start timers, what is this? Timers, navigations, help docs. No, go back. Regulars, docs, giveaways. Oh, Dio left too. He didn't tell me what he was gonna for the giveaway. His giveaway. Hold up. Let me see what this guy wants. Cuda 1v1 me. Wait, what? Sway says hi. Question mark. Well, hi, dude. How you doing? Watch. I'm gonna get hate now. Watch he bans. Black Knight says, how come? Oh wait, everyone comes. Yeah, stop freaking saying that. It's Black Knight. All right, we got it. You go to their channel if you want to get ask questions. Hugebarracuda, don't please. No, this is only for now because you guys are in control or not control. This is just Nightbot. Like if you keep spamming something, the Nightbot will automatically say, "Hey, warning," and then he will control it. Like if you spam, you repeat things, or you use caps, he will ban you or time you out. Would you ban your best subscriber? Question mark. Depending if he's an asshole and you know acts immature, yeah, I would. So anyways, my top 5 active subs. I don't know. Honestly. The thing with all caps is that you can just spam and you know it's retarded, dude. Like it just makes I don't know what's the point of caps. It's because it's annoying, dude. It's annoying to see. Troll says the 1v1 with me, Cuda. Remember? All right, yeah. Let's do that 1v1 real quick. Invite you. While we wait for my friend to. Let's start this bish. Savage, remember me from yesterday's stream? Would you ban your worst subscriber? Yeah, definitely. Without bet. Would you ban your best friend? Yeah, I'll ban you. I'll ban my best friend. Yo, Jasper welcome. He says, "What's up? I hit it 300 subs." Yeah, I saw Jasper. Congrats, man. Congrats. Can I get a congrats to Jasper? Just do not spam it. Just get it one time. Congrats, because you know Nightbot is on. Because people in the chat. So basically, don't blame me for putting Nightbot on duty for banning people if you guys spam or whatever. Blame it on yourselves because you guys are just bullying each other. So keep that in mind. Anyways, Jasper, welcome to the stream.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, da. Do that, do what, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da.
Am I muted now? I'm sorry. Damn it, I had it muted. Black Knight says, Chef, you should watch my face reveal. William says, all the messages got deleted. What the fuck, Nightbot? Hello? Alright, should be good now. Should be good. Sorry about that. I guess it just... Stream got screwed up for me. Nightbot can't plug with me. Wait, can't play with me. Muted. Yeah, I know I got muted. Sorry. Sorry, fam. Damn. Wow, 10 out of 10 stream, bro. Yeah, I know, dude. Ricky, I see the light. Should I go into it? Yeah, go into the light, boy. Go into it. Anyways, yo, welcome the Strosh Chronicle. He says, yo, I think you the best YouTuber ever. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Welcome to the stream. Sad.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do what, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, do da, da. Do that, do what, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da. Do what, do da, dee da, dee da, dee da.
Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hello. Shit. Do I have a... Okay, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good. I actually thought I fucked up or something. Anyways, getting a phone call from the Skype thing. Hello? Hello? Hello?
We must work together.
Guess it didn't work. He's calling me on this Skype call thing. Let's go, boy. That's one down. Kill it, Barracuda. Ban Nightbot, Cuda. I'll take Nightbot off in 5 minutes, alright? If you guys... Oh, actually, just control yourself. If I see the chat, clean, no cursing. I mean, no... Alright, you guys can curse. But no freaking attacking each other. I'll take Nightbot off. I mean, except the commands and everything, but I'll take off the banning and stuff from Nightbot, alright? I'll take the Nightbot off. Chef says peace. Oh, yo, you leaving? Oh, wait, see you guys. I'm going to edit my shadow set. Alright, yo. William says Attack on Titans. The hell, that's so random.
This is our fight.
Wow, I let him kill me. I let him kill me. Alright, boys, I'm gonna be easy on him. I'll make it harder for me so he can actually catch up. I'm only gonna use Deagle. Alright, only Deagle only. Jonathan Savage, you know what I'm talking about. Happy.
Go, go, go.
Happy. One Deag. The one Deags are real, boys. You win, Cuda. I'm gonna post 4 Shadow Saturdays. Sick, dude. Cuda, lend me your left leg for my soccer match. Peace out. Yeah, peace.
Guys, I tell you, we kill them all.
Come on. No, I got a spike. No, Skype call. Rip. Oh my god, you called me in the worst time. I was literally 1v1ing and he killed me. Yeah, it took me out of the call. Ah, you whore. Yo, okay, say hi to the Strum.
Hey, Stream.
Yo, blame Mikey for that last loss, alright? Anyway, Sway, welcome. He says, wait, no. Sway says, can't wait. I experienced on giving banned for a certain amount of time.
We kill them and then
Experiments, did you say? Oh, experience. Never mind. Come on, one dig. I'm 1v1ing one of my viewers. After this, we're gonna play Left 4 Dead. Savage, if you want to join us in Left 4 Dead, let me know. You want to join? Alright, chill. I think Savage got banned. Savage got banned. Oh, rip. Cuda, I have you as a friend on my PS4. Name is Stross916. Sick, dude. Keep me out of it. I don't know. Guys, do you guys know what the limit is on PS4, like, for the friends list? What happened?
Like the friends list limit?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay.
I know.
It's like high.
Xbox is like 100, that's it. My thing is full.
PS3 was 100, but I have PS4 is higher at more than 100 because I have 164.
Black, you got so much hate on my face. LOL, I'm alive.
It's gonna take 30 minutes, dude.
Download?
Yeah.
God damn it. It took me literally 5 minutes or less. What happened to that good internet quality you got there, fam?
I don't know, dude. I literally sold one of my skins just to get this game.
You what? So,
I
skin?
Yeah, I sold like my USPS for it.
Nice.
It's $5. Okay, something's wrong, cause
Ricky, if you're up to play Setsubu no Shima with me, not today, or maybe today if I'm offline, but not on stream, dude. What the fuck? Don't flash at me. The one digs, mate. The one digs. Alright, do you want to play one game of comp while we wait then? 'Cause you said 30 minutes, right?
yeah, you guys could play a comp.
No. You join us.
Oh no, dude! Like, it's gonna make it last longer, dude. It's gonna make the download.
Really?
Yeah, it's 7 gigs.
Jesus. Guys in the chat, put hashtag game or put hashtag. I don't know. Fuck. I don't know. Actually, just tell me if you guys want to see. Put yes in the chat if you want to see me play another competitive game of CS. Because we need to literally waste 30 minutes for this guy to get Left 4 Dead. I thought you were downloading it. Wait, was it taking that long? Wait, are you streaming or what?
No, because I was waiting for like my skin to sell. And then when I got it, it was like, we're gonna do an update, and I was like, cool. And now it's like, we're downloading now. I was like,
nice.
Great. Am I streaming it? I don't know. You're streaming, so I might as well just do a recording for my channel.
Nice. And you just hear me talking like, welcome to the chat. It's like, what? What's this kid talking about? Pizza says, yeah, later, Ricky. Not on the stream. I'm camera shy. All right.
Well, I'll be right back.
Savage the one digs. One dig, them headshots only, boy. Let's go. Savage is joining. Oh boy, it's a 2v1, boy. Oh god.
Now is the time.
Oh shit, dude. He's an M4. What a guy. William says, guys, I'm so sorry for being rude to you guys, by the way. Alright, yo. After this round, were you live streaming wait. Were you watching live stream? Oh, he's talking to him. Alright.
We will make them regret this day.
One dig. No, it's ripped. That would have been 2 digs. No rip. Shit, these guys are hard. Because they're together. And I'm only using the deagle.
Come on, let's go.
Boy, this is so unfair. Jesus, Savage out on CSGO. Yep. I'm gonna change my YouTube name. Sway. Why? Why are you changing your name, man? Yo, Cuda, I'm good at zombies. Wanna play Noshima later? My PSN is Trush916. Alright, man. If I have time, yeah, offline we'll definitely play something. Boy, I'm getting raped. No. William says, Savage, say my name on CSGO. Happy.
We are Oscar Mike.
Jesus, my aim. Oh, there we go. Cuda, so you up to play Noshima with me later? If I'm still online, guys, on PS4. Oh, he's leaving. All right. Cuda, after 1v1, we are doing surf.
Let's get this done.
Depending, I don't know, because Mikey's maybe. Honestly, I'm thinking I might just play him another comp game, and then if he's still wasting time, then we'll go on. We'll do surfing. Cuda, take off. Take night bite off. All right, I'll take it off. I'll take the banning shit off. I'll put it back on if you guys keep. If you guys bring that bullshit back to the. But don't. Okay, we should be good. All right. Sounds like pizza. I will play with you. I'm back. Rev, dude. Oh my god. I wasn't ready. He's gonna catch up, boys. I'm scared now. I'm actually scared. Time to have time to be cool. Chronicle says Cuda, get Noshima later. I'm good. I would love to. Throw effing Molotov. Boy, them headshots. Sound like peaks I am. Some spams. Let's see if he goes off. Yo, don't try to spam. Don't try, or I'll turn it back on. All right, boys, I'm leaving. Sadly, later stream. All right, yo, Savage, I love you, man. Hope you could come later, dude. The opera with this. What your PSN pizza? That's what Chronicle said. What the hell's this cable doing? Oh, yo, Shaft says I gotta go. Alright, yo, thanks for coming, man. Appreciate it. I gotta get a new mod. Whoever wants to be mod, put hashtag mod in the chat. Thanks for being mod, man. Appreciate it. I really do appreciate it. Me wanna be mod, chef, I mod, maybe, please, 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 I do anything.
Let's move out.
Boy, one more. Chef, shut up, you already. My last words, donate. Yes, boys, donate, boys.
Let's do this and get back in time for chow.
Donate to the strum.
Nice work, man.
Alright, I'm out of you. Yo, just know, William. Alright, hold up. I'm gonna show you the commands. William, if you be a bad mod, just know I'll ban you. So, just because you're having a lot of freaking problems right now. So, anyways, alright. These are the commands. Exclamation point console for Gamertag PSN. I mean, Gamertag, PSN and Gamertag. Exclamation point donate to, donate for, that. Social is social media, Twitter, Twitch, everything like that. Saudud, this is for everyone new that joins the stream. You put exclamation point Saudud, alright? That's it. Take a picture right now. Go, go, go. Ready, go. I'm going to switch back. Anyways, we're gonna play another comp game, like I said. Oh yeah, dude, I forgot to mod you. Hello. Oh, he left. Oh, well. Alright, let me just mod him real quick. Okay, Pizza says you cool time. You're cool time. You're very cool. Chronicle says, "Good, I'm playing with you." And Pizza is that cool. Pizza said, "I cool. I could." Alright, so anyways. Sway says he is the worst person to have mods. He told me to kill myself, so boy. Hope not, man. I hope not. We're gonna play one more game. Let's take Mirage. It's either Cash or Nuke. I hope it's Nuke, to be honest. I'll be right back, boys. After we. Okay, hello. I'll be right back. I want to accept this game once it accepts. Yo, William, why'd you use the Sadu if nobody joined? That was not needed. Pizza says ask Cuda. Lie, but okay. I don't know. I didn't hear anything about kill yourself and stuff. I know you guys were fighting against each other, so I don't want any fighting. If you fight, then no, I'll take your mod away, and you know, I'll just get another mod. Come on, let's get a game going. Damn.
Alright, I'm back.
Take your time.
Yeah. 14 minutes.
14 minutes? You think I still can have a comp game and everything, or should I just chill?
I mean, comp games start like, it depends, like around 40 or 35 to like.
Do you think it's actually precisely 15 minutes, or do you think it might be longer?
It's 3.5 out of 7.
Ready.
Should I do comp or no? Let's just say yes or no.
Nah.
Nah?
No.
Alright.
Nah.
I'll just surf then.
I'm not gonna start recording yet. I'm just gonna like, you know, first I have to know the game, like the controls and stuff before I start recording.
Alright, boys, I'm surfing for a little bit. So, whoever wanted to surf with me, I forgot what his name was, but we'll join back. Cuda, what is Pixa's username? Hashtag mod, please. I don't know, Pixa. We can say fuck, shit, asshole, and I might be timed out. You can say all that, but you just can't swear. You can't swear at anyone, like specifically. You can't target anyone. And what is this? What the fetch? There's no knife. I don't like that you can't have a knife. I want a knife, dude. Whatever. I'll surf without the knife. I lost some speed. No! Rip. No, I actually need a knife, dude. Without using one, it's just weird. Push back. How'd they get knives? I know, I'm leaving the server. No spamming, Sway replays. Sounds like Pizza. No, I won't. What's this? Yo, Alexis Fisher, welcome to the stream. He or she says hi. Welcome to the stream.
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what dee da dee da dee da. Do what do da dee da do da dee da. Do what do da dee da do da da. Do that do what dee. Do what do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what do da dee da dee da dee da.
Welcome, Alexis. How you doing? I've seen it before. Oh, that was a bad start. What the? How do you start it? I mean, I can see where I could. There we go. Oh, I need the boost. I need the. Rip, no. Rip, I can't do it. There we go. Not enough energy power. Damn it, Rip. Well, I got this. I got this. I'm the man. I'm the man. Yeah, I got in. Oh, you Rip. So dude. Chronicle says, sounds like pizza. Message me. My name is that. Okay. Bye, guys. You're leaving? Who's leaving? Who is leaving? Are you leaving? I mean, who's leaving? If you're leaving, William, tell me. Boy, how do you do that one though? Like, how do you get after that? Okay, I could do this part. Okay, I think I know what to do now. Sounds like you said, tell me. I don't know. Fuck, I don't know what to do there, dude. I don't know what to do. Fudge. Okay. Ah, fudge, dude. I just literally have to get. I banned on accident. Who'd you ban, dude? Zombie Rabies, welcome to the stream. He says, do you have BO2? And who'd you ban?
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do I dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da do da dee da. Do what, do da dee da do da da. Do that, do what dee. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da.
Yeah. Your mod? William Howard? What happened to Chef? What a troll. He banned everybody or he timed them out? You can't unban them. Something you can't do. No, how do you accidentally ban somebody? Yeah, dude, that's bull.
Yeah, dude. Like, you don't accidentally just ban somebody. Yo.
It's kind of messed up.
William, what the fuck? Yeah, dude, what the fuck? Alright. Who else was banned, dude? Who else was banned?
Zombies raids? Or zombies rabies?
Oh shit, where is he?
Troll 685.
Hold on, where's rabies? First I gotta find rabies.
What a dick.
That was a dick move, dude. You don't accidentally just do that.
Your mic's muted, by the way.
Yeah, I know, it's unmuted now.
That's kind of messed up. So there's rabies, trolls.
Fuck, I can't find his comment though.
Really? It's like. Where's
oh,
rabies?
yeah, I got
Rabies is right above Williams' message.
Alright, so I got Pizza, I got replays, I got Chronicle, Trolls. Who am I missing?
Sway replays.
I think I unbanned him. Let me see.
Alexis Fisher.
Alexis Fisher.
Alexis Fisher.
She was banned.
Yeah, she was banned.
Or he. Fudge, dude.
sorry.
And that was one comment too. What he or she put. Jesus, that's gonna take long to find.
Doing sway replays. I don't know if you did already.
Yeah, I did. Alright, let me just see. Let me just go on my channel. It should be in my thing. It should be like whitelist.
It was just them. Yeah, there's no one else. It was just them. What a
how do you?
cock.
Yeah, no, dude. You don't just do that. That's happened to me once, and that was with some mod. I didn't give. Okay, hello.
I got 6 minutes. I can't even use my browser because my connection's so slow. Well, it's downloading, so this download taking up all my internet.
Alright, so if everyone, alright, so is everyone back? Question mark.
Everyone should be back.
Rabies. I subbed today. What time pizza? Fuck. Alright.
Cause he didn't ban Johnson, so.
I know, but he just banned everyone in the chat, like the people that were talking a lot. I gave him a timeout. He's definitely not gonna be mod for a very long time. Well, rip Alexis. I guess she never come to the channel, or he never come to the channel. I can't find the comment. All right. Anyways, we're gonna go back.
It's under Sway Replay's last comment.
Ship it. It's fucking. This is hard to find. Sway.
Like Sway Replay's last comment. Her comments were right under it.
Her comments right below Sway's.
Like if you go to Sway's last comment, then William, and then she talks.
Wait. Alright. Wait. Sway's last comment.
Oh no, she's not banned because she said hi. She's not banned. Never mind. That was a mistake.
He or she. All right. We should be good.
Sorry, they're not banned. Sorry,
Okay.
not she. I don't know who you are. They're not banned. Sorry.
Okay. Troll says, Cuda, can I join your? Sorry, I didn't mean it. Though timeout. Sorry. That wasn't even a timeout. That was a ban, dude. And I have a mental retard disease. Sorry, I killed myself. If you want, I didn't ban her. I just started my YouTube today.
You wanna make me mod for a bit?
You wanna be modded? Oh yeah, you got time, right?
Yeah.
Alright, you know the commands, or you wanna know?
I do not know the commands.
Okay,
There's one like donate and.
Okay, like I'll show. I'm just monitoring shit right now. Alright, so basically these are the commands: exclamation point console for PSN Gamertag, exclamation point donate for the donation link, exclamation point social for social medias, exclamation point subdude for just for anyone who joins the stream. So you just pause it whenever you see it.
Like mod
Take a picture.
rip. There you go. Hold up. And you're streaming that right now. And I can't see it because like my connection's blurry as a because of my thing. Look.
Okay.
Take a picture. Console, okay, social. Right? Console, donate, social.
Yeah. Console, social, donate. Console, social, donate. Started.
So dude, yeah.
Oh, I fucking did it. Oh my god, I got through that one. Shit, that was the first try too. Back. Zombie Raby says, William, you have too much to live for. You're not, don't kill yourself, dude. Jesus. Spam me on Skype.
I'm just sending the console, social, donate.
Alright.
So dude.
I was like,
put in the command.
Alright. I was just like, what the fuck? Alright, I got this right now. I'm gonna click. I even got this, fam. Nope, rip. I got this, man. I got this, man. How much longer you get? You like 10 minutes?
5.
5? Nice. Alright. So, boys, we're gonna be doing some Left 4 Dead after this. We're gonna wait. We're just surfing a little bit. Can you invite me to your Steam party?
Oh, I never shared that. I don't know if I made you admin of the group.
Admin. I what?
Remember I started an open lobby thing? Group?
I think you started one, but you never invited me. What was it, a Steam group?
You wanna put in the chat. Yeah, it's a Steam group.
Who's in it? Oh god.
No, I just started up yet.
What's it called?
It's open though. I invited
Wait, what's it
you
called?
to it. Actually, wait.
What's it called though?
It's a gaming group. It's like open lobby kind of thing. I invited you to it.
Okay. Oh boys, why do I keep fucking up? Yeah, I got it.
Can't do much because fucking shit is slow because of download.
Can we Skype Cuda? No, man. I don't get my Skype away unless I talk business or I really like just want to get in contact with you for some reason. I don't really give my Skype away, man. All right, thanks. And also, I like if you guys don't know, I love being like my privacy. I love my privacy, dude. So like, literally, I hate being called like doing something. Like, let's say I'm recording a video and I hear my Skype call being called. Like, if somebody calls me, like they want to just get in contact with me, that is the worst way to get in contact with me. First of all, tweet at me on Twitter or DM me on Twitter if you want to get in contact with me. If I want to Skype you afterwards, maybe, then I'll add you. But like mainly Skype. If you guys want to just talk to me or text me, hit me up on Skype. I mean on Skype, Twitter, which Mod hit him up with the social for the Twitter, and so just follow me on Twitter at Hugebarracuda, and then I'll follow you back. Just tell me your username. Tweet at me saying you A with let's DM or something.
William said, I told you I didn't mean it though. It meant he said I told you I didn't mean it. I thought it meant F word timeout.
Wait, why would if it was timeout, then why would you still press it? No one deserved a timeout. You didn't explain who needed a timeout. You timed out, and basically, if you did try to time out, why would you time out everybody? That doesn't make any sense to me. Explain.
Sounds like pizza isn't timed out. I mean, isn't banned, guys. I could see them talking in chat.
Who's
I don't
banned?
know if Cuda can though.
What? Somebody's banned?
It's pizza. Pizza says they're banned, but I can see them talking in chat.
Pizza. I'm guessing.
Like pizza
I'm guessing it's yeah, his second account or maybe his main account. Pizza. I'm gonna see what I can do. Just send me put in chat your exact the exact way your username is called with like the channel, so I could just see what I could do. Just Mikey, just copy and paste it on the Skype call so I can just save it.
What, the channel?
Yeah, the channel that if you posted.
He said he was bored. William said he was bored.
So you decide to freaking just time out people?
Have 2 accounts? Oh, okay, pizza.
Come on.
Do you want me to post a group in the YouTube chat or not?
If you want to. It's a Steam group, guys. So yeah, just screw it. I don't know if the links work there.
I don't even.
Oh yeah, I don't know if Nightbot will. Check if it works, because if the links doesn't work, then that means the Nightbot probably said no to you. So just give me just try it first.
Yeah. I'm trying to. I hate this. I hate freaking.
Oh my god, I almost had it, dude. I have 2 accounts. They were being mean to me before. Okay, that's the thing with the mod. Like I don't care. Like I think I'm not saying I don't care, but what's it called? If you when you're mod, dude, you have to just take it. Like you can't really fight back. And if you're just trying to time out, if they're alright, in a way, if they were going against you, you should have told me saying, hey, I'm gonna give these guys timeouts because they deserve this. But you were timing out literally everybody, like everybody in the.
Yeah, you're going
like,
in, dude.
Yeah, you literally timed out people that didn't deserve it, like Alexis. I meant, like why did he or she deserve it? Didn't, no reason to.
Let's see if this group video works. Is it in this video? Oh, it's in my previous video. Okay. I think I uploaded a video today. Oh yeah, Left 4 Dead's video. Okay. Guys, I'm gonna figure out and see if this link works. If it works, try it to put it in chat. Yeah, it works. Alright.
Oh, can I effing do it? No, rip, dude. I wanna do it so bad. I only got through like
it's
something.
finished. Nice.
Finished?
Yeah.
Alright, let me see. This last try.
Let me just try to copy this link.
Rip, alright.
Bot accepts it, then it's pretty cool.
Alright, boys. We're gonna be playing Left 4 Dead now. Switching it up.
For you guys, if you would Actually, let me just check the chat real quick.
Troll says, Cuda, can you use game chat in game? What? Game chat?
Like the game chat.
Nope. I guess not. I mean, no. Chronicles says, Cuda, if you want to Skype me, I really appreciate it. That would be dope. I don't have Twitter, but I have Instagram. Yo, hit me up on Twitter. I mean, I have an Instagram as well, so the social. You'll hit him up with the social again.
Sound like Pizza said, I warned you guys. I've seen him do it before. And William said, sound like Pizza. I
Hey, I'm
never
Matt
did
from
it first time,
Inside
and I
Gaming,
didn't
and I have a
fucking
question for
ban
you.
her.
Would you like a chance to win an
Wait, hold on.
Overwatch
What?
Origins Edition bundle from Taco Bell? Well, of
Where's
course
that?
you would. Well, good news because
What's
it's
that
easy.
noise?
Head on over to Taco
What
Bell,
noise?
grab
I
any
hear-
combo
I hear
or large
commercial.
soda, and text the code on the cup
The
for
hell?
a
That's
chance
not me.
to win.
I'm
What's
not buying a
that?
commercial.
You never win these
Says it-
kinds of things? Well, cheer up, pal, because they're giving away a game
Oh, that's
and
probably
an
the surf map.
exclusive Razer headset
Yeah, it's
every
surf,
10
surf.
minutes
Oh,
starting
no, it's
April
not.
21st. And
Huh?
if you don't win,
I
it's
don't
still
know.
pretty
I'm
awesome
not
because
playing
you
either.
still got a Taco Bell meal
There's no
and
reason
an
why.
Overwatch.
Does Skype? Does Skype do that?
I don't think so. Skype shouldn't.
What the hell? That's weird, dude.
Probably is, to be honest, but I don't hear it.
What? That was so weird.
It's gone now?
It's gone. That was just so weird.
I don't know if they hear me from your,
No, they hear you. Wait, try. Check if you hear. Anyways, yo, Jake Studden, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Can I get a Studden?
What you gonna do with that dessert? Do what, do I dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da do da dee da. Do what, do da dee da do da da. Do that, do I dee. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da. Do what, do da dee da dee da dee da.
Welcome, Jake, and we don't suffer, my man. Yeah, you hear Mikey, you should. Alright, yo, I'm gonna be right back, guys. He's gonna start setting his thing up. Mikey, just control chat, alright? For a second.
Yeah.
I'll be right back. I actually gotta get some food because it's actually 4 hours. So we're gonna be streaming. The 4 hour mark started. So we're gonna be streaming for a little bit more, for like an hour, depending for something Left 4 Dead, and then yeah, we're gonna end it off there. So, anyways, I'll be right back. So give it a little bit.
what did Zombie say? I didn't hear what Zombie said. Okay. Can you please calm down, William? Alright, guys, please. Not now. Why is my... There we go. That's what I want to do.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Yeah.
William says you're a faggot. I was like, no, time out. Sorry, dude. Nope. Sorry about that, guys. William, no. Sorry, dude. You can't be doing that. You should have timed him out already, dude.
I didn't see it for a moment.
Alright, anyways. Jake says, anybody want to play BO3 with me?
There we go. The modding didn't work. It didn't show the 3 dots. I had to refresh.
Alright, yo. Sorry about that. Zombie
now I
Rabies.
can do stuff. There you go.
I'm back. Alright, so, you're ready? Or no?
Yeah, dude. I'm good. Hold on. See if this link works. Did it work? There you go. Oh, cause I'm a mod, so it should.
Report unusual behavior. Barricade your homes.
Never played this game before in my
Avoid
life.
all
Seen
contact
gameplay of it,
with
but I've never played it.
infected
Yeah.
individuals. Wait for official instructions. Wait my ass.
Kill all sons of bitches. That's my official instructions.
This used to be a nice neighborhood.
Oh yeah, I'm the ninja right now. Oh, I have to optimize. Hold up, my thing is still going in. I need to optimize it too. Welcome back, Psychotic. What's up? Sorry, the intro is like really loud. What's up? How do I exit it? Oh, I hit enter. I was watching the intro the entire time. Is your Left 4 Dead up? There's an add-on? Did you hit the add-on?
Oh shit, my mic is muted. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, hold on. Oh no, I didn't press Left 4 Dead. Jesus. Apparently I gotta press Left 4 Dead for it. Okay, now I should be up. Sorry about that, guys. Zombie Raby says, dude, I'm leaving. William is being so mean to my little brother. William is timed out, dude, so don't worry about that. That's what I said, dude. Oh, what the fuck happened to Left 4 Dead?
Let's do co-op campaign.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Can I optimize the game first? There we go. Yeah, I have to optimize this. These settings they gave me are trash.
What? What do you mean optimize it?
On the video GeForce Experience, you can optimize it.
Alright, now I don't know if it's showing on my, like, it's my... Alright, now it is showing. Alright, sick. Alright, so let's do campaign with friends. Alright, I invite you, dude.
Yeah. Hold on, I have to restart it because I
Send message. What? No.
Hold on, I have to restart it.
Create a lobby. Let's do easy. Oh, actually, let's do normal because there ain't no bitch.
I'm gonna go on my phone to check the chat now.
Let's do as many as possible then. Make it. Let's do it on normal
Hey,
for
Mike,
now.
I like the COD vid. Thanks, William. I really appreciate it, dude.
You made a COD vid, dude?
Yeah. Remember my first commentary?
Oh yeah, long time ago. Anthony, I don't know. Wait, Anthony, do you know if Trevor has Left 4 Dead?
I don't think he does.
Rip. Alright, so
Alright, do that on. Jesus.
What? Gonna be Nick. Oh yeah, Rick Grimes is my thing. Hello. I forgot I do have the things on. William Howard says, "Hey Mikey, love the COD vid." Oh yeah. How's zombie? Shut up, yo. Howard. Last warning. I do not want to ban you or time you out. You know, timeout is worse. I mean, no, ban is worse. So do not make me ban you. Last effing warning. If you go again, if you say any bad things to anyone else, I will give you another timeout, and then after that, if you continue, you will not be on the channel or the stream forever.
Can I choose my character?
Dude, I messaged you on Instagram. Tell me your Skype if that's cool. I'll see what I can do, man. If I want to, I'll do it. This is the third time someone has been mean to my little brother, and I'm about to get rid of this channel if this happens again. All right, so last warning, yo, don't worry, man. He's gonna stop. If he does not stop, he'll be banned. So, all right, you ready, dude?
Yeah, dude, I'm ready.
All right, first level.
Yeah, I'm not recording this one though. I'll record the next one.
All right, no problem.
Because I just need to learn the control.
Cuda. Oh yeah, I haven't played this in a while, but I played it on the Xbox a lot.
I've seen gameplay of it. It looks really cool. So I got it, and it's on sale too, dude. The usual price is 20. I got it for 5.
Pizza says ban him. He banned me. Yo, I'm gonna ban him if he continues to go against it. Yo, anyone, if you catch him, Jesus, the audio.
Yeah, dude, I had to fix that. I just brought it back down. Holy crap. Alright.
It looks amazing now, cause back then when I played it online, it looks horrible. Looked horrible.
First aid. What's E is everything, right? Oh, I got 2 pistols. Oh, select weapon.
Wait, hold on. Let me change sensitivity too. Jesus Christ.
Wait, can you like? Oh, I guess I just have 2 weapons for now.
No, sensitivity, lower that shite. Oh, there we go. I'm good.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to get used to sensitivity. I have.
Yeah, you can lower it. You can lower it, dude.
I'll lower it for a bit, I guess.
Should I take a? No, I'm gonna use a Glock. Hell yeah.
Hold up. Sensitivity. Where's that? Keyboard and mouse?
Yeah.
Mouse.
Anyways, no, you're mean.
I'm gonna go to the
chat. If you catch Howard being mean, tell me, guys. Yeah, you see Rick Grimes, right?
Yeah.
Rick Grimes. You guys can't. Wait, can I? How do you go? How do you go?
Shit, I forgot how important ammo. Wait, pistols have unlimited ammo? Oh, I never knew that.
Secondaries only. The primaries, they need ammo.
I have dual. I don't know how to go back to single. That was a thing. Jeez, dude, I'm not even ready. You just freaking went out.
Come down here.
Yeah.
Remember running this thing like on my PC back then? The old PC? Dude, that thing's amazing. Alright.
Holy!
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for me, yo, it's the Michael Jackson sound effect. Oh my god, it's a fucking charger. Yo, help me.
I got knocked out. Hold up.
Oh fuck, this is a fucking
Oh crap, you grabbed me.
Alright.
Okay, you know what? Let's close this door real quick. And I'm gonna start the recording.
What is this game? What is this? Wait, what game is this? Look bad. It's Left 4 Dead 2. It's an old game. Hi, I'm back. And 8 going to president. There's a lot of them. Holy shit, dude.
Dude, I said I'm gonna record. Hold on. Close the door real quick.
Look at the door's fucking down.
Oh, the door's down?
Yeah, dude. Oh shit. I put down normal, so I'm not used to normal.
Let's try shooting zombies. Can I hurt you if I shoot you?
Yeah,
that's
it's fire.
I can hurt you if I shoot you?
Yeah.
Reloading. Okay, sorry.
Why you shooting me, you slut? Wow.
Yeah, it was like, don't shoot your teammates. I was like, sorry. Reloading. It was an accident though.
Accident, you say?
So wait, can you get like items? Oh,
yeah.
What is this guy? A boomer.
Oh, boomer. Oh yeah, he throws up.
Oh crap! Window.
Holy shit! Oh, don't fucking Diddy Con! I forgot it was a creeper. Dude, you gotta add on mods to this, like the add-ons to this game, because it's not funny. Literally, you know, like that creeper thing that jumps on your head. That thing is Diddy Kong for me.
What the hell?
Yeah. I hear Michael Jackson, so that's the smoker. Oh, that's the spitter.
65,
oh my god! I remember what I did to this one. You know what this is? It's not green shit. It's cum.
What the hell?
Look at my stream, dude. It's funny.
Dude.
Look at my stream. Look at my stream. Look at Diddy Con, dude. Holy shit.
I got you. Hold on.
Can I make a joke? Yeah, you can make a joke, dude. Just do not. No one can comment or go. What's a better term? Can't be aggressive to another person, or you can't be someone bad. Oh Jesus! Everyone says no. Lol.
Oh, sorry, Killer Express.
See this? See my stream? Dude, I forgot you could jump off. Shit.
It's still on your CS:GO on my phone. My phone's very delayed. Oh, there you go.
Press
Oh
live.
yeah, I saw it. What the hell?
It's Diddy Kong. That's
So
my
weird.
creeper for me. Alright, let's go.
Alright. I'll start the first episode.
Oh, fuck a charger, dude. Charger.
Reloading.
Why'd you kill the charger? That's racist. Alright, we need a gun, dude.
Yeah. Oh crap.
I need a better, like a primary.
Wait, get pain pills?
Yeah. Those they just help you out.
What's this? Is a weapon or melee weapon?
Yeah, the melee weapons don't matter. They have infinite ammo for everything, you know, because they're melee.
I'm Gucci.
Honestly, I'd rather have dual barrel. That's oh fuck.
Oh.
Yeah. I'll hear Michael Jackson, dude. Oh, dude, I remember. Oh shit, Michael.
I slew myself. Help. Oh, I gotta heal myself.
Yo, I want you after this game, dude. I want you to add the add-ons that I have, dude. It's so fucking hilarious. Oh yeah, we gotta go. Yo, just right-click to shove them. It just helps you out if you're getting like ported. I constantly like to push a lot, to be honest. This is better. Let's push up.
Find another way. This suit's flammable. Reloading.
Fuck you.
I'm a reload.
Let's see what's in here. Something in here. Jesus.
I'm guessing you have to get out of
There's
here.
mad people here.
Oh crap.
F you.
Reloading. Puke in the hole.
Oh, basically that toxic shit. That's what they like. Oh shit! Yo, Michael Jackson.
Oh crap.
Oh god. There's a boomer. Fuck. Oh, I got boomer. Fuck. Got shitted on.
I'm really not trying to fall down.
Yo, I'm down. Oh yeah, I'm weak. Jesus, dude. So fucking random.
What is this? What is this?
I don't know.
I have a bottle. Bottle jar it's called.
Oh, healing kit. Hold up.
Okay, I'm back.
I got sexual healing. I forgot. He sings sexual healing, dude. It's funny, dude. I fucking love it. You gotta add these add-ons, dude.
Wait,
Makes the game so much better.
Why should close the door? Well, that's why she closed the door. Yeah, let's leave that door closed.
Oh shit! Fucking spitter. Fuck. Alright. No, get out of the way.
Holy crap!
Alright, we're good. Let's go down. Let's go down. Hell.
Dude, they just bomb rushed out of
I know,
nowhere.
dude. Jesus.
Alright. Seems pretty cool. I like it.
Fangirl be like, can you do virtual date? Fanboys be like, can you make a Q&A video? Nice.
Oh! Rochelle gave me pain pills? Thanks, girl. And I shot her. Sorry.
Alright, let's go there.
Wait.
Shift.
Oh, shift?
No.
Shift not walking. Oh, I need to change these. Yeah, I need to change my crouch T to caps. I was so used to seeing it go.
Really? That's used. Cas is your jump?
No, yeah, no, caps is my crouch.
Alright, crouch. Really? What the fuck? I use shift. How do you play like that?
I don't know. I just got used to it. It was kind of annoying at first because it's like so close to my
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
A.
That shift was better.
Yeah,
You know, my cut the shift.
Yeah. Shift is my walk.
That's kind of smart, honestly, but if you're used to caps. Oh shit, dude! Charger.
Yeah, I couldn't help you.
Help me.
It was acid.
Help me, dude!
I got you.
Oh shit, dude! I was like, oh fuck.
Holy crap! What's in here? Chainsaw? No. And a sword? Nah.
Oh,
I
actually,
have to get the sword.
Wait, hold up. Where's my health? Fuck! I'm getting fired up. Move. Get the fire. Oh, I actually want the chainsaw for a little bit.
Weapons over here.
Oh, yeah, he's healing me up.
Oh, this.
Healing.
Look at what's this? A bomb?
Oh, dude, bro, there. Dude.
I got a pipe bomb.
Nice, like, yeah, throw that up and they'll follow and they'll blow up.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna
just fucking boom it. Jesus, I hate those fucking members.
How do you change controls? Oh, there you go. Edit keys.
Okay, so far we're good. Yo, somebody put hashtag mod in the chat so they can control the channel, the chat.
Yeah, please.
Instead of Mikey, because Mikey's playing me. Fuck, dude, Michael Jackson's fucking attacking me, dude.
I'm back. I'm coming.
Jesus, dude.
Okay. Caps lock is my, I have a sword now. I don't have a gun. I'm gonna throw a pipe bomb.
I was gonna say elevator. Actually, what are we doing here? Oh yeah, elevator.
This elevator's still working.
There we got it.
Oh.
Oh.
I have 40 AL.
Settle down, son. We're gonna be okay. What's your name?
Ellis. My name's Ellis.
Oh, thanks, Rochelle.
Rochelle, you?
Name's Nick. Don't worry about learning.
Damn. Give me the L hookup.
What's give you like health or something?
Yeah.
What a whore.
I know, right? I hate horse. What the hell?
Chronicle, can I trust you? That's the thing. Oh fuck.
You can grab that.
Yo, this is such a classic, dude. You know what I have for a raid? You know how you hear right when a lot of that's what those are raids basically. And for me, all I hear is just do it. Right, that's when I know when a raid is coming up. Just do it. Oh fuck, Michael Jackson, dude. Michael.
Dude, it's so foggy down here.
I know. Let's go this way. Follow me. Just try to go fucking fast on this. Oh shit, dude. Oh shit. Oh, shotgun, dude. Actually.
Oh, a shotgun.
Dude, I remember the shotguns in this game were sick. Alright, come
I'm just trying out every gun right now, to be honest.
I know. Whore.
I know. I am a whore.
I'm healing myself.
I don't have painkillers.
Mike is muted. Hey, sir.
What?
Mike, he said, guys, is Mikey muted for you guys? Or is it he's just his audio as well? Oh, try that one. Let's see that.
Oh shit.
Adrenaline shot here.
Get adrenaline?
Yeah.
Oh, I can have the sword and the shotgun? What did I do that? Oh, because the primary. That makes sense.
Oh, cover me. I'm gonna be done.
Yeah, I got you.
You shouldn't be muted or anything. Matter of fact, I'll put 60 if I have to. You should be good. Guys, chat, tell me if you hear Mikey at all.
No. What is she shooting? I'm shooting at
Oh, yeah, he should be louder. Oh, you're so much louder now. Yeah. Okay. Chronicle, you can trust me. Hashtag mod, trust me. Alright, yo, mod. Alright, yo. Chronicle for now. If you just know, this is the only warning you're getting. If you ban or do anything, like let's say that you time out somebody or ban somebody by accident, just like how what's it called, Killer Express did. I mean, not a Killer Express. What am I saying? The other guy did. You're getting banned. All right, Shrek, welcome to the stream. How are you doing? So, what are you doing in my swamp? Nice, dude. Welcome to the stream. So these are the
crap.
Right, just protect me. Just protect me. So basically, these are the commands. All right, wait, hold. Oh no. These are the commands. Exclamation point console for PSN Gamertag if someone needs it. Exclamation point donate for the donation link. Exclamation point social for my social medias, and exclamation point saw dude for any new person that joins the stream. All right. So keep that in mind. If you don't do that, then I'll switch mods. But remember, like I'll ban you if you mistreat your mod ability or mod powers. Oh, I forgot. I can actually go idle, dude. I forgot.
Yeah.
I hear Michael Jackson.
Oh.
Rip.
What the heck? That light bulb. Reload.
Alright. We made it.
Right?
Yeah.
Too, right?
Fuck you, coach.
The coach is like, yeah, good joke.
He's like, fuck you,
I
dude.
don't know who you're fooling right now, but yeah, good one.
Alright.
Alright, I'm gonna set up my sounds and stuff in this episode.
Guys, if I don't read the chat, it's my I apologize, alright? This is just a warning. I'm not gonna be reading the chat as much, right? But I expect my mod to control it for me, so you guys can community. Yeah, no. I'm just getting the supplies and stuff I need. Ooh, shotgun. I forgot, dude. I remember the ASM one. This is the ASM one for me.
Dude, what the?
At the time, because I remember Advanced Warfare, you know.
I'm setting up my
What was this? You know what it was called? It was ASM one. It was Speakeasy. They got the skin.
Yeah.
At the time. You guys, you ready?
Oh, yeah, I'm gonna set up my recording. Alright, let's set it up for the first episode.
Yo.
Create. Let's go to here. Let's go to this. I love having an external hard drive, like just built into my PC.
You have internal?
Yeah, external, like built into PC.
Wait, you have it plugged into? Wait, what do you mean plugged into your USB? With the USB, right?
That's how it came, like it was built into it.
Oh. Yo, wait, for space, right? I still have I have 2 terabytes left of just nothing. Like I literally don't need any more memory.
Yeah.
For now, I have I have an external hard drive, a terabyte, just for my videos. And that's full of like a lot of memory.
Go to OBS now. Okay, OBS, where are you? Recording.
Okay, holy. Yo, so the motherfucker got me. Oh, sorry, he's done. He's done. Oh, here, Michael Jackson, dude. Michael Jackson, fuck you. Fuck you, Michael. Alright, he's down, he's down. I'm gonna, die, you whore. I don't wanna die.
What's your game volume on?
Game volume? My game volume is, I don't know, it's not, like, there's not a specific, but it's like lower than it should be.
Really?
Yeah. Cause it was a little too loud for me.
Check the audio.
What do you mean?
My game volume, like for this, cause I don't want it to be louder than my, like us. Cause I'm using OBS to record.
Oh, you talking about all the OBS settings?
No, the game settings, the game volume.
Oh, alright. Look at my stream right now.
Yeah, I got you.
Alright, this is where I have it, like, it's around here.
Okay.
There you go. Alright, anyways, whoever joined, welcome. Chronicle, don't try to spam it as much, alright, man? With the commands, just give it a sec. And only use Sadu when new people join. Fuck, dude. Alright, let's leave. Fuck! Dude, nigga got me.
What? You good?
Yeah, I'm good, I'm good. I'm just trapped, but I'm sure.
Just checking the...
Oh, fuck, he spit on me. Spitter, get the fuck off me. Dude, Rip, I'm down, I'm down, I'm down. Fucking Spitter got me. Jesus.
Don't worry. I'm not done yet.
I need a heal, dude.
Oh, dude. Sounds perfect.
What?
For the stream. I mean, for the recording.
Nice, dude.
Okay, so I'm gonna set it right up. Okay. I'm gonna do my intro in a second. Okay. Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Hold on. Let me get the recording on, because I'm gonna have to cut this out anyways.
Yep, no problem.
On the game. In 3, 2, 1. Hey, what's going on, guys? It is Mikey here. Now, this is not a usual CSGO or COD video. Now, I am here with Cuda, and he is live streaming at the moment.
I saw it.
So I'm not gonna do, you know, one of my long intros. So this is gonna be new to the channel. It is Left 4 Dead 2. Let me know what you guys think about this game. Leave me some feedback in the comment section. I'm not gonna explain more because we're kind of in the middle of the game, and this is gonna be. This is gonna be episode 2 of the campaign, because, you know, I played episode 1. It's probably gonna be boring for you guys, to be honest, and you know, I didn't want you guys to get bored over the first video. So yeah, we're playing episode 2 of the campaign.
Yep.
Or you could, yeah, it is episode 2. So I'm kind of
or this is actually, I think this is just the second part of the first mission. Yeah, this is actually the first actual. No, this is the first one. This is the,
my gosh.
This is literally the first part, because we have to. I remember this is like we're trying to get out the mall and shit. So this is actually the first part, but out of like. Actually, no, this is the first mission out of.
Oh, Charger.
Fuck. Fuck that guy. Oh my bad. Yo, you're mad weak. Heal up, heal up, heal up.
Oh yeah. I'm healing up right now. So yeah, guys, like I said, first time playing this game, and guys, let me know what you guys think. And I think the volume's a little too loud, so I'm gonna fix that for you guys in a second. Just a little lower, and this should be good. Alright, so each video is gonna be, I guess I should make it the entire mission, if you can say that, I guess.
It's like this is the first mission, but the second part of it.
Yeah, that's basically what it is. So we're just gonna do the campaign. And like I said in my previous video, if you guys would like to know when we do stuff like this, I'll leave the group in the link to the group in the description, so you guys can know when we do open lobbies and such on CS:GO and other Steam games. Like I said, I'm not gonna say much because Cuda is streaming at the moment. If you would like to know when he streams, I'll put his channel link in the description at the end of this video.
Yeah. All right. Anyways, let's move on. Let's get this fucking. I got this jug of fucking gas. There's a fucking charger behind you.
Where? Oh my gosh.
Fucking coach.
No, not coach.
It's because he's black and racist.
I know, right?
All right. Anyways, let me turn my flashlight. Who's the health kit here? I got it. I'm taking it. I guess it wouldn't. If we just shoot it, like drop it down. All right, now shoot it. Oh shit!
Oh,
get out the fire! Get out the fire! Rip.
Rochelle, you beast. So wait, did we go over that trash can that coach is on?
Yeah. Oh, this fire, Jesus.
I fired it up. Oops.
Fuck, I'm stoned. Got it.
Yeah, we're good.
Alright, we're good. Let's move on. Let me out.
I'm sorry about the upload.
You're shooting me like all day,
guys. It was my birthday.
Oh yeah, happy birthday, dude. I forgot.
It was fun.
I mean, I did say it.
You did say it to me on Skype.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So I wasn't able to upload for you guys, but I do have tons of videos for you guys this week, so don't worry.
You're 17 now, right?
Yep.
Dude.
I kind of feel old a little bit, just a little bit though.
Yeah, I know you're older than me by a month. I'm jealous now.
Where'd that tongue come from? Oh crap. Sorry, coach. Oh, dude, there's a lot behind this. Oh my gosh.
Oh, did he come? Yo, help me. No. And there's a fucking witch too. Oh my god, dude. Yo. Holy shit, dude. She's crazy as fuck, dude. Rip, Mike. Yo, it's all up to Rochelle and coach. Yo, fuck this witch, dude. The Rich is the worst, dude. Rich.
Coach, bless me. Thank you, coach. I ran out of ammo, dude.
Save me, dude.
Oh, there's ammo right there, luckily. Thank you.
Kills.
What is this? It's an auto?
It
took so many CSGO guns. It's ridiculous.
Sexual healing.
I'm gonna heal myself.
Healing.
Alright. Good. Dude, they
There's a
actually bought the
Molotov here.
auto. I want the shotgun. I'm gonna take the shotgun.
Oh, dude, I forgot that. I want this.
Molotov? Ooh.
Oh yeah, there is auto, dude. I forgot.
Yeah.
I just want this kind of shotgun.
So we jump down here.
Yeah, let's go.
And here.
Fuck you, pussy. Alright. Oh, there's mad. They're mad heads over here.
Oh yeah, totally.
Let's fire it up. Let's go up here. I think we have to go here anyways.
What the heck?
Oh, shut up. I shut up a can.
Uh-oh. Rochelle's down. Oh no, she needs.
Oh, this shotgun's a beast. Holy
she is
crap.
down. I'm gonna go get Rochelle.
Guys, if I don't read the chat, I'm sorry, alright? Just because I'm... Oh, this fucking spitter, dude.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, you better hurry up.
I'm here. Oh my gosh. Dude, this shotgun wrecks.
I know, dude, right? Oh, he's my... It's in the samurai sword for now. Samurai sword is beast too.
Yeah, it is.
Oh shit, Rochelle's so weak right now.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give her some pills, dude. She needs it.
I should give her a first aid kit, but I'm a jerk.
I give her some pills. She should be fine.
Yeah, she should be.
I mean, for a little bit. If
Just for a bit.
Before she dies. Alright. You up here?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Alright. This one. If you guys don't know, Mikey is recording at the moment, and I'm streaming, which I'm not going to be looking at the chat as much, we're just going to be playing most of the time. So just keep that in mind.
Gun shop? That's what I like to see.
Oh shit.
My, I'm in heaven right now.
I know, dude. Oh god.
Oh my.
Oh no, Scar, let's take that. Oh dude, I have the hyper beast. I forgot I put this as a hyper beast, dude. Oh, I'm actually taking that. Okay, never mind. No, but dude, this is a hyper beast. Look at my stream right now. This is a hyper beast. I remember when I stashed like hyper beast in the game.
No way.
Yeah, look.
Sorry,
you get one as a.
guys,
You get one.
Sorry, check out the stream. Oh, it's crazy.
Yeah,
Alright,
dude.
guys, I'm back in the game.
All right. Sorry,
That's
sorry, chat.
insane.
I mean, sorry, vid.
Wait, 360. 360. Okay, so also right.
Okay. Is there anything else we could get?
The scar. I'm gonna use the scar. I'm gonna use the scar.
Okay, there's some. Get some health, dude. This Rochelle needs it, right? No, she good. She good. Yeah.
Good.
Take the health back.
I'm gonna use mine now. Or I can just hold more than one. Oh no, I have to use it.
And then just take another one. Alright, let's go.
Chrome shotgun.
Alright, let's see.
They use a laser sight.
Use coke.
See it. 11?
We need to get coke for this guy.
See chat. Oh, there we go.
Alright, yo, Kendrick, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Alright, anyways, let's go to. Alright, so we're gonna go to the Safe for Less store, get some Coca-Cola, and hit up the guy who needs it so we get the hell out of here. Alright, let's go.
Wait, what did I say on the car?
No idea.
Oh, store door. The heck? Okay. Oh, it's just my mission.
Alright. Be ready to open the door. Alright.
How do I see laser sights?
Oh, that's mine, that's mine. Yeah, I did. I laser sighted on this thing, I think.
I can't see mine though.
I seen Rochelle's has one. No, Coach has one. Alright, ready?
Yeah.
Great.
Great. What are we getting? Oh, retrieve the cola.
Alright, you take the coke, you take the coke. We're gonna get mad people now. We're gonna get mad guys here.
Alright, got it.
Alright, that's a pipe bomb, man. We'll take it.
Oh, I have to hold it in. Oh, I have to keep it in my hand.
Oh shit.
You guys do the killing.
Get out the way, you fat. Reloading, reloading.
Oh my gosh, this is insane.
Jesus, dude. Trying to reload. Alright, go.
I'm out of here.
Run! Run!
I'm out of here. Dude, one's right behind me.
Jesus. Let go.
Oh my
Yo,
gosh.
Trevito, welcome.
Reloading.
F these fucking zombies, dude. Oh, I got the coke. I got the coke. Ah! Let's go.
Go.
Just protect me. Protect me. Oh, but dude, I'm getting fucking raped. Alright, I'm coming. I'm hopping. I'm hippity hopping.
Just go. Dude, I should have got the AK. I didn't know this was a 3-round burst.
Oh. Alright, I give it him. Nice.
The heck?
Alright, now we go through. Because we needed to get through and he had to blow it up for the Coca-Cola. So everyone who joined the stream, welcome guys. How you guys doing? I'm not going to be looking at the stream as much just because we are recording it. Well, Mikey's recording a video. And plus I'm not going to be paying attention as much, alright? So keep that in mind when watching this. If you guys got any questions, ask the mod, alright? Or ask the moderator. Alright, let's move on. Alright, there's mad people here.
Just checking controls. I'm good.
Imagine like if it's CSGO. Oh my god! I have Shrek as my freaking tank. Rip! No, Rip! Oh my god!
Dude, he just.
Oh my god, dude, run! No, dude! No, Rip! Damn it, Shrek! Oh, Shrek is dead. Shrek is dead. Effing Shrek, dude. Dude, you really gotta install these things, dude. This is it.
That was disgusting.
It's literally Shrek for me. I just charge it. Dude, help me out, help me out, help me.
Where are we going now? Reloading. Wait, what is it? Adrenaline. Shit.
Do not set up the car, alright. F you zombies.
Let's do that right there.
Me,
Good job, Mikey. Good. I got you.
Oh, rip. No, hurry up, Mikey. I'm gonna die. No, I'm gonna get attacked.
Oh my god. I went down. Dude, that thing raped.
I'm dying for the spitter. Oh my god, we're both down. No way we're gonna die. Rochelle, get us.
We got this.
Imagine they both die. Jesus.
Oh my god.
Alright.
You guys are MVPs, bro.
I know, dude. Imagine we didn't have them. We would literally.
Oh, heaven.
Give me that health.
I'm gonna get a sniper.
Oh. Before we close the door. Okay.
We
All right.
are good. That's it, right?
That's the second part, yeah.
Alright, everybody. That is the second part of, I guess you could say, mission 1 of the story mode. Or mission 2, actually. Mission 2 of the story mode, as you can see on the loading screen, dead center. Before I said 2, but now we're going on to 3. So let me know what you guys think of this of this video, of this game. Give me some feedback, what you guys think, if I should do this, keep doing the series. And don't forget to check out Hugebarracuda's live stream when this video might go up. Don't forget to subscribe to his channel, actually, to keep updated on, like I said, Call of Duty updates and everything else that goes on in the game. Dude, is that Shrek? But yeah.
Oh, you saw it? You saw it?
Yeah, I saw it in the stream. So yeah, I hope you guys did enjoy this video. If you did, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe for more, and stay updated with future streams and videos. And I'll see you guys in the next one.
Bye.
How long was that video?
Reloading.
13 minutes? Really?
I want the scar with the laser sight.
That's not bad.
Oh, is it a sniper?
I thought this would be like 30.
Actually, I want the shotgun. Actually, no, I want the scar.
That's insane. I didn't know it was.
Are you gonna record another one, or you just want to play this one?
Should I?
You want to?
Yeah, I'll record another one.
Just do the intro. Just fucking start it up.
Yeah.
Say we're back.
I'll just say, alright, yeah, we're back. We're at mission 3, I guess.
Part 3.
Yeah.
Alright, ready?
Give it a second. Alright guys, and we're back. We're now doing part 3 of mission 1.
Let's effing do this, boys. I'm lit. This is gonna be lit. Oh, pipe bomb. Oh, let me take that. Pipe bomb! Pipe bomb! No! Rip! Get away from me, fat.
Sniper is insane.
I want the pipe bomb.
Oh my gosh.
Rip! Go! Take the pipe bomb, you whores! Leave me alone. I'm too sexy for you zombies.
I might go back and get a new gun. Yep, I'm gonna do that.
Oh, dude, I have no money. No, not money. I have no health. God damn it, no freaking ammo. Nice. I need ammo. I'm gonna take that shotgun, honestly, because that shotgun's a beast. Alright, let's go. Let's go upstairs to the elevator thing. Or the escalator.
Sure.
Alright, he's done.
Jockey? Never heard of this.
It's Diddy Kong for me.
Get my front.
Oh, Shrek! I hear Shrek's music. Oh, fuck, hell no. It's to the right.
Oh, oh my gosh. What hit me?
He's chasing me! No! No, why is he chasing me?
Dude, you're gone.
Dude, holy shit. No, Rip.
I got you.
Oh my god, he's down, dude. I'm so fucking. Oh, I got.
Oh, crap.
Protect me, I'm healing. Dude, Shrek is OP for no reason, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, Black Knight says Shrek is OP. Yeah, I know, dude. Alright. Let's go this way. Wait, do we go downstairs or we go? Wait, hold on.
Upstairs.
Wait.
On the other side, though.
Hold on, wait. No, there's like a way here. Let me see if there's anything here. Oh no, I think we do have to go downstairs here. Yeah.
Oh, what the heck?
Alright, downstairs it is. Oh, did we?
Oh, what grabbed me? Oh!
Oh, the smoker.
Dude, Rochelle just saved my ass, man.
Oh, spitter.
Gosh.
Oh, I'm gonna get the hyper beast. It literally sounds like the hyper beast too. No way, it's silence as fuck.
Oh,
oh shit.
Oh, what the heck? Oh.
Oh shit, dude.
Alright, let's not have that happen.
Oh, my bad. Should I get that shotgun back? I don't know, this hyper beast is about.
Try this adrenaline real quick.
Alright.
I'm on adrenaline right now.
Let's take some pills. Take a pipe bomb as well.
I think my adrenaline's done. Yeah, my adrenaline's done. What was over here that I saw? Painkiller? Oh, pain pill. Painkiller.
Guys, somebody hit link Mikey's channel in the stream real quick. So mod, hit him. Try to look up Mikey Mac's channel and link it in the chat for me. All right, thanks, fam.
Are we gonna keep going forward or?
Yeah, upstairs.
Upstairs?
Yeah. Oh shit!
Dude!
Oh, what the fuck? Dude, that shit was so random, yo. I don't know, dude. That shit was so weird.
I really need to get those add-ons. That was so...
I know, that nigga was just chilling there. He's literally waiting for me. Oh, do you hear the witch? She's crying. Oh, yeah, don't fuck with her, dude. She's crazy as fuck. She'll literally kill us. Oh, you see her over there?
Where?
Oh, fuck.
Oh, I see her.
Oh, fuck. She's gonna kill me.
Dude, she has, like, an insane amount of health.
Kill her, Jesus. Still alive?
Oh, she's dead.
Oh, thank God.
I have 40
Yo,
minutes left.
you know what I have for her noise when she attacks? It's what? And I forgot what's her name. Oh, Whitney, Wisconsin. No. Wow, did I just say Whitney, Wisconsin?
Wow.
Whitney Houston. Yeah.
Oh, more ammo. That's great. Good.
Oh, now Michael Jackson's over here. All right. I think we're.
Oh, Michael Jackson's the hunter. Oh, let's go.
Oh God. Oh, rip.
Oh crap.
Dude, the acid's fucking everywhere.
Is there axe in here? What's this? Can I open it?
I feel like there's something around here. Ooh.
Heal Cuda first aid. I got you. Actually, I'll give you pain.
What? Oh, I was like, boy, I'm freaking weak right now. Dude, let me.
SMG now.
You got me?
Oh, I took them. Nice.
Why are you healing yourself?
Painkiller.
I need the heal.
Oh.
You're so bad, dude.
Dude.
I was like, I needed healing, and you're like, oh, I was just like, not.
Oh, you. Let me heal myself first.
This guy.
I totally forgot I was right click.
All right, move on.
Wait, what's down here? Oh, pistol. Okay, let's not open that yet.
Oh shit. Oh, mother God, holy shit, dude. What was that?
I thought there was another door over here.
Oh, no, the fucking Diddy Kong's on me. Oh, he's dragging me so. No. Dude, oh my God, dude. No rip. He's taking me so far. I hate how he does that. I forgot he does that shit.
Dude, they're coming out of the vents and stuff. I'm down here by myself. Where'd you guys go?
Oh, they were chasing me because the jockey basically drags you wherever, you know?
Oh, that thing out the tongue?
No. The one with that goes on top of your head.
Oh.
Yeah, he basically tries to take you away from everyone so you can like kick you down. Oh wait, which way do we go?
What's in here?
Is there anything in there? Or do we go here?
Just painkillers and a wrench. Well, not a wrench, but crowbar. There you go. That's the word.
Oh shit. Oh, I'm gonna use the Molotov. Fuck's sakes, dude.
Oh crap. Watch your back. No, nothing should come behind us.
Do you have Insta? Yo, Ma, hit him up with the socials. Social medias. Oh god. Alright, let's go to the right. Let's check in here in this bathroom. Oh, one zombie in here, dead. A Molotov. Take that.
No one. Oh, he didn't put the link in the chat. Someone asked to sub to me.
Yo, anyone? Oh fuck. Alright, yo, protect me. I'll do it myself.
I got you. Well, there's medkits over here. Grab it when you come back. There's only one. I'll take the painkillers. Oh, actually, yeah, take those.
Oh, you know, Chaos, you came just in clutch. I hit a 1.5k, dude. Yo, thanks for joining, man. Everyone who just joined, well, thank you for subscribing and everything. Yo, Mod, yo, do you mind? Actually, you know what? It's fine. Mod, you can say Mod. Later, Chaos, congrats, dude. And hold on, let me get Mikey's channel.
There's about to be an insane horde here.
Oh fuck, dude, just survive.
No, it's oh my gosh, what the heck grabbed me? Oh, jockey. The horde's not gonna start until I open the door.
Okay. That's just Mikey's channel. Subscribe to his channel, and yeah, just stay subscribed. And we're playing some Left 4 Dead. So congrats, Chaos. Guys, if I don't read the chat as much, yeah. If I don't read the chat as much, keep that in mind. I'm not gonna be reading the chat as much because I'm playing this game. So I'll occasionally come by. Ma, hit him up with the social, the consoles, everything if they ask for it. All right.
Dude, I have a Molotov ready.
Zombie Destroyer, welcome to the stream.
Whoever opens that door.
If I don't see new people join, apologize to you. But Mod, I expect you to control like the sub dude and the subscribe and the console and the social media and everything. All right. All right. Wait, do we have to go here?
Yeah. Once you open that door, I'm gonna throw my Molotov.
All right. Word, me too. Ready?
Yeah.
Go.
Oh, perfect.
Oh shit! Back up.
Oh
shit,
my god!
Too much fire. Too much fire. Yeah, you got pills or something?
Yeah, I got you. Here you go.
Thanks, man.
Wait, what is that? Deactivate the alarm on the third floor.
Alright, we got this. Oh, hell no. Oh my god, again?
Gosh.
Red, dude.
That's ridiculous.
I'm gonna fight with a sword a little bit. Oh, this is a jockey. This is a fucking Diddy Kong.
Oh, I saw it. Oh crap. Wait, what's on? The pistol's wrecked. Reload.
Oh, rip.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh, shit, dude. Hope you guys enjoying Left 4 Dead, dude. Left 4 Dead is lit. I like this game. Oh, shit. Oh! Dude, he took you so far. Yo, that man took you so far, dude. There's no way. Yo, that man took you so far.
He's like,
yo, that man took a cross and he was like, get the fuck out of here, nigga. I'm done.
Insane.
Dude. Dude, I need a health pack so bad, you don't even know.
Same.
Yeah. Oh, do we have to deactivate the alarm? That's why there's so many coming.
It's up here too.
Oh, fuck.
I guess that guy just took me up here.
Oh, dude. Oh, I'm gonna be trapped here. Help me out.
I have a lot of ammo, but I'm trying to use it wisely. As in spraying everything I see.
I'm literally using my sword. I'm so. Oh yeah, I forgot. You walk slower when you're low on health.
Yeah. Oh crap! Behind us. We have to go to this alarm now.
Yeah, we like really bad. Fuck sakes.
Oh my gosh, I have 17 HP.
Oh my god, where is it? It's third floor. Follow me, follow me.
I got you. Go, go.
Oh my god, I'm trying to jump.
Coach got this.
I need to reload.
Oh crap. Okay, I'm coming.
Help me. Help me!
Got you.
I'm down, dude.
Oh crap.
Save me!
Got you.
Coach is trying to save me.
Dude, we have to deactivate this thing now.
Like really fucking bad. Holy shit.
Oh, I see it.
I'm trying to just go through all these. Fuck these zombies, dude. I'm trying to go through. Just deactivate it, deactivate it. Go, go.
Oh my god. Dude, I'm down, down.
Oh, Michael Jackson. Really? No.
No.
Shoot Michael, shoot him.
Coach is down, yes. Oh my god.
Shoot Michael Jackson off of me. I'm dead. Shit. Coach is literally the last guy.
Dude,
Coach,
I'm
please.
getting slaughtered.
No, Coach. Wait, what happened to Coach?
Coach is up, but he's about to die. Yeah, Coach is dead.
No, rip. Damn. Alright, yeah, let's try to go through this one fast then.
Yeah. I'm just gonna
holy shit, dude.
Keep recording it.
Yeah.
Alright, let me get the shot this time.
I guess cut it to the part when we get back to where we left off.
Yeah, like to the alarm part.
Like, now we're back.
It's like, alright, we're back now, guys.
After that struggle.
Nothing happened. We didn't die or anything.
No, show that we died. It's just like cut it.
Yeah, I'm gonna show that we died, but I'm just gonna cut it back till we left off.
Oh, here's Shrek again. Fuck, dude.
Where? Oh. Oh! Dude! He destroyed Coach.
Jesus. Yo, my shit went flying, my boy. I'm done, yo.
Oh! He smacked me too.
Kill him. He's throwing fuck.
Dude, this shotgun doesn't do anything to him.
No, he's done.
Oh my gosh.
Jesus, dude. Alright, yeah.
Hell.
Oh, the fucking charger. He fell down. Fuck's sakes, charger, dude.
I bomb.
This guy's retarded, dude. Alright, let's go. I'm trying to just watch through this. I need a weapon, too.
Reloading.
Spitter, too. Watch out, Spitter.
Yeah.
Yo, Rochelle got fucked up. And you too, you're fucked up right now.
Rochelle is just taking hits. Yeah, I'm about to use a mic right now. Watch me.
I'm gonna give Rochelle and shit. She needs that shit.
Alright, I good. Wait, get a Magnum? Where? Holy. Oh, it's a deagle.
This is Joggy, dude.
Damn.
Alright, let's go. This is Jockey right here.
Let me give Coach adrenaline. Coach has adrenaline, he's good.
Alright, we gotta go downstairs. Oh fuck, why you gotta jump over it?
Dude, Coach and Rochelle, we have to carry this time.
What the hell? Why is I was like I couldn't kill these zombies. There's some guns here. At least I can pick up. Can I fucking kill them? Oh my god, Jesus. Give me these guns, Jesus.
What's behind me? Get that AK. Oh, AK is oh, it's your AK. Nice. There we go.
There's no ammo. Oh shit. I shot Coach.
There's a pipe bomb over here if you don't have them.
Oh shit, I keep shooting Coach by accident.
Dude, they're really low. We have to carry this time.
Yeah, I know. I need a health kit so bad.
Dude,
Oh,
it's grabbing me. Oh, behind you.
Oh, fuck. Oh, they got it. There's a smoker, dude. Healing.
Yeah, they're down.
Alright, dude. Whew, alright. We got this. Come on, we got this. We're almost there. Have these zombies, dude. Have them. Go Bear. Guys, I'm actually having a lot of fun, dude. Yo, for next sub Saturday, guys, give me some suggestions on Steam because me and Mikey are PC and PS4 gamers. So anything, tell us like some cheap games, like $5 to like $20 max. Don't try to go for $60 games unless it's a really like a campaign game. See what we can do. Try to see if we can find some co-op games. So PC co-op games. Try to find PS4. See if we get single player. Oh God, save me, Jesus. Hope you guys are enjoying sub Saturday. Even though I'm not reading the chat as much, I do apologize. Oh, the witch is around here. Fuck, dude. That whore.
Oh, where is she? Oh my gosh.
Alright, let's go through it. I don't care about that witch. Oh. Jesus, dude. Michael Jackson scares me all the time, dude. Oh, fuck. Dude, she's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me. She's gonna kill me. Nigga, I started her so bad. She's gonna rip me up. She's gonna... Oh. Get me up. Dude, the witch is so bad. She takes you down so quick. It's actually ridiculous.
Alright. I don't have anything to give you.
Yeah, dude, I'm low. I'm gonna die soon. Like, I'm going slowly, like, very slowly. This is, bro, that's gonna get me down. That's gonna get me down. Fuck.
Oh my gosh.
Please don't go down. Coach. Please, coach. Oh, save him, save him. Rip. No.
So cancer.
Rip, dude.
Just killed it, too.
Fuck. Take 3 now?
Yeah, take 3.
All the way. Welcome. Zombie Destroyer, welcome again. He said, I'm recording my first video in 5 minutes. It's cool, dude. Alright. I need to get a better gun, dude, because we need to get through this.
Dude, that mag on my head is...
Alright, yo. Alright. This time that I was gonna really go hard.
Just clear all these guys away from the door and then just rush out.
Yeah, I'm rushing, dude. I don't care. I'm rushing. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I got painkillers. It's a good start.
Alright. Follow me, follow me.
Yeah,
Literally trying to rush through this shit. Like, I mean, like, literally don't even stop for the zombies.
Yeah.
Don't even try to kill the tank guy. Just run away. If you have to kill him, like, kill him. Alright, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Coach and rush out back, man.
Start.
The magnums here. Got it. I think it's OP out the pipe.
Alright, there's a witch around here too.
Crap.
Oh fuck, there's a witch around here. Fuck.
Watch out, watch behind
yeah,
you.
don't touch the witch. There's a witch over there.
What is he?
She's like behind you.
Yeah, I saw.
Yo, you got me.
Alright.
Holy shit, dude. Fucking boomer. Oh my god, I was about to spit on us. Charger.
Oh,
he missed. You know, I'm gonna throw a pipe on just to get rid of him. Alright, come on, let's go. Let's just rush it.
Right behind you.
Fuck. There's a lot of them. Just give me note of that.
I threw up whatever at the zombie. They're attacking me. Remember that toxic thingy that they were at them?
Yeah. I'm upstairs and going up.
Yeah.
Alright.
Get out of here.
What the hell is this? What's this there? Is that there before?
That was not there before. That's interesting.
Okay.
Behind you.
Where did we leave off? You remember?
The
here?
alarm. You didn't activate the alarm yet.
Oh yeah, fuck, this is a long way. Oh, smoker.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh hell. God damn it.
There's a med pack over there too.
I don't need it. I'm good.
I have one, but I'm not sure if I need it yet.
Let's go.
They don't need to be healed.
Alright, get ready.
Alright, now we have to get out of here.
Yo, like really bad.
Yeah.
I'm literally rushing this shit because I'm not.
Right up the stairs.
Oh fuck. Run.
Over here, upstairs, up these stairs.
What?
We have to go up the stairs, man. It's the 3rd floor.
Alright, go. Just pass me. Just leave me behind it unless I go down. Just run. Try to turn that shit off. That's the main priority right now. Turn that shit off.
Oh, something attacking. What is this?
Got it. It's jockey.
Oh my gosh.
Alright, this is where we left off. Alright, so boys, we're back. And it's time.
Yeah, we're back, guys. Welcome back.
And
Don't worry, there was no 2 takes or nothing. It's totally legit. We're all back here.
Oh god.
That alarm off. Oh.
No.
Okay. Can you close the door? I'm closing the door. That door is closed.
There's so many, dude. It's actually ridiculous. Yeah, no weapon.
Oh, let me get a health kit real quick. All right. What a mission.
Check that track.
Oh crap, dude! Smoke. Watch out. Why is that? Why is Sway Plays giving you a Skype and kick? Such.
Guns right here.
Careful, Hunter.
No, that was toxic when I was doing something. Oh yeah, I'm good. I'm ready when you were. Oh, dude, you're out. All right.
Reloading.
Am I limping? I took some pain. Good. Oh, I did. I keep getting left click and right click confused. Rochelle gave you painkillers? Pain pills? Oh, I keep saying painkillers. They broke their door. Check my Skype real quick. Oh my goodness.
Boys, are we good? Yeah, our mic is good. Sorry, our mic was freaking muted for some reason. He's Marisol, welcome. How you doing? And yes, I do remember you. How you doing? Have you ever had G Fuel? Yes, I have. G Fuel all the way. We haul the way.
Nice.
Alright, so we're fucking. Alright, let's go. Damn, I got fucked up because of that.
Yeah, dude.
Sorry.
So we have where are these called? If we die, or if one of them dies, or if we die.
Yeah. Are you ready?
Thank you.
Oh, fucking boomer, dude. Oh, fuck.
Oh, he went on you. Oh, they're gonna get you. Dude, AK's OP. It doesn't have a lot of ammo. That's the thing. Alright, we're good. Never mind.
Oh, Shrek, dude. Where's Shrek? Oh, shit.
He's about to swanton bomb me wherever he is. Dude.
I'm scared as fuck, dude.
Oh, he's up top. He's up top. He's throwing a rock from a distance. Oh my goodness.
Holy shit, dude. Oh my god.
He's upstairs. Watch out, watch out.
Oh, fuck. The spitter. Oh, fuck him.
Oh, it took me down. Oh no, I have painkillers. Oh, I'm down.
Fuck, dude. Hold on.
Just wait, just wait.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michelle. Appreciate that.
He's still alive, dude. I hear the whole music set.
Yeah. Dude, Coach is tanking it, bro. Oh, I think that's who he's fighting. Yep. Yeah.
Fuck. Let's help him at least.
Yeah, he's taking down Coach. Coach had so much health, too. That's the thing.
Alright. Get that fucking Coach now. I'm probably gonna get so much copyright now. Alright, let's go. Oh, fuck! Dude, we're so screwed, dude. Alright, let's see if we can at least try to do something here.
We have to find some med kit.
Yeah, dude, we need med kits like bad. Like stupidly bad.
Let's look around, I guess.
Where do we go?
Maybe we have to go where we saw the guy up here.
Dude, I'm so weak.
Oh my god.
We're limping.
Oh, okay. I'm not in the mood for you.
Oh. Oh fuck! No.
Oh my god!
Yo, he took us both down? No way. Jesus. Why? Oh, we made it, dude. We made it!
Grab something.
We made it, dude.
Alright, we're good.
We made it. Oh, let me take this med kit. Let me take this med kit.
Close the door!
Hold on. Alright. Oh, that was the
Alright,
third.
guys,
That was the
that
fourth
is
part.
Episode 3. Oh, see you in the
fuck.
next one.
Jesus.
Jeez.
Oh, man.
Horrible.
God damn. This first mission is hard. God damn, I thought the first mission was already decent. But we are playing on normal and we're not used to PC as much.
Yeah, that's true.
Alright.
So,
Alright, we're still doing fine. We're still doing fine.
edit. So how long was this? Technically, it was 25 minutes. So we like doubled.
If Cuda reads this, I will tell my mom to rip out my loose tooth. No, don't do that.
Ep 3.
No, don't actually do it, dude. Well, I shouldn't have just stay quiet. I should stay quiet.
Oh, dude, rip.
What?
I don't think it played the. I think I hit a button, and it deactivated the games now.
You serious?
Wait, trying to find out right now. Oh, wait, no, it didn't.
Alright, you're good. You're good, right?
Yeah. I don't know why, but when I got back on, it just deactivated for a second. So.
Alright.
Hold on. I'm just making the next folder for episode 3.
Alright. Hello. I gotta take a piss real quick.
Yeah.
Chat, I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. Fam. Whew. Yo, Marcel, welcome. Okay.
Oh, I was gonna post it.
Alright, yo, just give Coach something, because Jesus, that man's fucked up. Or should we save it?
You wanna stop here?
No, I mean save Coach.
Oh.
Or should we keep it? Alright.
I was gonna put in the, did you put that as a command?
What?
That message I just put in Skype.
Oh, the thing?
Yeah.
Brian Rivero, how you doing, man? Welcome. Is that you? On Skype?
On Skype?
Yeah. Yo, welcome. Guys, if I don't read the chat after this, we're just gonna start it now. And basically, I won't read the chat as much because I'm gonna be playing the game. So just enjoy the game. I apologize, like I said. Let me just read some of the chat before we start. So, refresh. Yeah, just everyone saying hi and everything like that. So, anyways, Zombies Destroy says I'm recording now. Sick, dude. All right. Anyways, we're gonna be streaming this, so keep that in mind. If we don't read the chat, I apologize. It's we're literally trying to play, and just enjoy it, dude. Enjoy it. Like this commentary, I guess it's like instead of a stream, it's kind of like you're watching a video. So keep that in mind.
Yeah.
Unless when we get to our checkpoint, then I'll look at the chat and everything like that.
Alright. So yeah, try to make that a command for like all the PCs.
Yeah, I'll try to see if I can do it after the stream for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Dude, I love this PC. This baby's beast. It's a beast. Alright.
Don't forget I have Gmod too. So
yeah. We should do that probably for on Saturday, the next Saturday.
Yeah.
Sub Saturday. Alright. Dun, 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 dun. Check out my channel, Kill Cams with Dreams. Well.
Kill Cams. Okay.
Ready?
I'm gonna start up the next video and say, hey, welcome back to episode. This is 3. Yeah, 3.
I like how the episode 2 was your second one. I mean, your second one was your first one.
Oh yeah, dude. Totally.
Alright, ready.
Okay, guys, welcome back to episode 3. Technically 4, but you know, I explained this in the first video, so
yeah.
Back.
Alright, we're back, boys. Back on the adventures. Still streaming and stuff.
Yep.
God damn, it's so dark in here.
Oh yeah, dude, I didn't have my flashlight on. Sorry, guys.
No, not gonna go there.
Dude,
you know what's gonna be scary? Like, it's gonna be scary, weird, fucked up, dude, or hard. It's
Yeah.
me playing scary games on stream. That's gonna be.
Oh.
I'm not that type of guy. I'll be scared as fuck. Yo, Justin, welcome. There's a lot of people here.
I noticed.
Okay, let's move on. Alright, let's do this.
You're downstairs.
Oh, I remember this. Okay, this is towards the end. Literally, I think it's the last mission.
You going? Oh, elevator.
Yeah, this is probably the last mission.
Come on, coach. Oh, coach again. Oh, hell, coach.
Hey, coach.
Dude, coach is limping, bro. This man is down.
This man is so weak. Hey, yo, I gotta give this man a pill. Give him something, yo. He's so fucked up.
Coach is messed up.
Alright.
I can't do this anymore with you guys. I need to fill a car with gas.
Alright, fuck it, dude. There has to be heals, so I gotta give coach some stuff.
What do you have? 13 gas? Oh, that's good.
Alright.
That'll be a clean headshot.
Oh yeah. Alright, so we gotta get 13 of these gas cans and put it in the car.
Yeah.
Oh, this is gonna be hard. I remember this. On 360. 5-6. Let's go.
Oh, I'm gonna get this one over here.
Alright, that's one. Okay, that's one there. There they go. We got the health packs.
Oh my gosh. No. Michelle, protect me, please.
Oh, fucking raid. Oh shit. Alright, I'm gonna get one of these. You know what? I'm gonna throw the gas cans from on top to the down there, because there's some on top. So
Yeah.
try to stay in the bottom floor, and I'm gonna just throw them, alright?
Yeah, I'm in the bottom floor. Protect me.
How do I throw them? Oh, there. I threw one down.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Don't shoot
Follow
him.
me.
You down?
Yeah. I'll worry about the other tanks later. Just get the one.
Alright, I just threw him right next to the car, so just
Yeah.
get ready.
A lot of film right now.
Oh god, what the fuck? Hey, you whore, stop. That's 3.
Get that one down there.
Okay, I'm throwing another one.
You are?
Yeah, throw one. Oh, another raid.
Such convenient gas.
I know. Throw another one. Oh shit! Yo, I'm down.
Oh, where are you?
No, I'm about to fall. I jumped. I forgot. Get me up.
Rochelle's coming to get you.
Oh, yeah, there's a fucking Diddy Kong.
Rochelle's coming to get you.
Alright. Come on, Rochelle.
Looks like Rochelle's getting destroyed.
Oh, fuck.
I thought you fell down.
No, I was about to fall. The glass broke, that's why. Help me, bitch. Help.
Dude, she is taking her sweet time. Yeah, you're good.
Oh, fucking Shrek is here. And Rochelle's dead, dude. She's
Where's
dead.
she? I can revive her.
No, she. Oh, alright. She is literally. I don't know where she died.
Oh, she's over here. I got you.
Oh, fuck.
We got her.
Down. Shrek's coming, dude.
Oh my gosh.
I got time.
Swanton bombed me. Rochelle's getting destroyed.
Coach, please save me. Come on, coach. Fuck, I killed Rochelle. Oh my god, I basically killed her. I threw a fucking fire at her.
Oh, I'm down.
You still alive?
Coach is alive.
Yeah, I'm about to get you. Where are you?
Coach is about to revive me.
Tell me if he gets you.
Coach is getting me.
Alright.
Oh, Coach got Swanton bombed.
Oh shit, dude. No, we gotta get those gas cans now. Oh no, dude, I'm stuck. Yo, shoot! Just shoot the string. Shoot this thing. Shoot the thing. Just shoot this. All right, I got it.
I'm down. Dude, Hulk.
That motherfucker, Shrek is.
Dude, he's insane.
Dude, this motherfucker won't die. Oh, finally. Fucking hell. Oh, you have time, you have time.
Coach got me, just help me. Out of this, I will fire Rochelle.
Another fucking raid, dude. Oh my god, dude, we got a fucking...
Next knockdown means death? Oh, chill out. Alright, I'm good.
Just, yeah, get the hell, dude.
I'm about to revive Rochelle right now.
I'm trying to pour this, I hear Michael Jackson, Shoot him, do not shoot the gas can.
Oh crap, I'm coming. I'm reloading, it's alright.
Do not shoot the gas can by accident. Oh my god, another raid? Are you fucking kidding me? Another health pack, Jesus.
Oh, I can't revive Rochelle.
Yeah, need the trank thing.
Yeah, I thought those were like unlimited.
Alright, did we get that gas in there?
I used it.
Alright. Oh, we need more. Where are the rest? Oh my god, this charger tried to get me. Fucking missed.
Alright, I'm down. I can barely walk now.
There's some up here. Fuck.
Gas cans over there.
Dude, we gotta get these gas cans, dude.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Another raid, dude.
Oh, this is great.
I'm throwing them out.
Tranquilizer and stuff. What the heck?
Just throw them.
I'm down. Wait.
Just throw them. You know how to throw, right? It's right trigger.
Wait. I'm up top, and there's a wall in front of me, so I can't like just toss them.
Oh fuck, jockey. Oh, yeah, I'm good.
How you throw them?
Just right. Right. No, left. All right, there you go. I said right because this shoot. Oh, you're low right now.
I'm using painkillers though. I'm using a
Shrek again? Oh my god, rip. The fuck is he? Where's he going for too? He's going for me. And I have no ammo.
I have a Molotov. Where is he?
He's down here. Just try to fucking... Oh my god, that motherfucker is so big.
Where is he? Run this way. Come towards me.
I'm done.
I'm on painkillers right now. I'm gonna crap them. Oh, they stopped me from reviving?
Yeah. Ryan, just survive. Even though you're about to die.
I need a medkit really badly. No!
Worst fucking time. No.
Oh my god.
Rip.
That's so garbage.
No. Jesus. Yo, Garlic, welcome to stream. Dio, he says, I can't put the link. It needs to put it. Oh, yo. Yo, we're gonna do the giveaway after this mission. After this mission, we're gonna end the stream. So keep that in mind. We're gonna do the giveaway, alright? And basically, guys, we're gonna do a giveaway, Dio's giveaway, and basically it's $50 in PSN and Xbox codes. So if you guys want some Xbox codes, you can earn yourself some. So keep that in mind. So stay tuned. What?
Wait, what kind of giveaway are you doing?
He's doing some PSN and Xbox codes. So yeah. Anyways, do not put the link yet. Oh, it won't let you because the Nightbot. So keep that in mind. Anyone who's new, welcome. All right. So, all right. I want to dash through this. It's gonna be hard. I guess we got this waypoint, dude. All right, my mission is to get all. All right, so you want to go on top and throw them all, or let's do this. We get the ones on the floor, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and then we go to the top. Both of us go to the top, and then we just throw them. Like, don't even like jug. They'll put them in. Just throw them on the floor, and then we get them. We collect them, and we put them all in there. Like after we get a good amount.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyways, after this mission, we're literally we'll do the giveaway. So stay in here, deal, alright?
My gosh.
Alright, ready. We gotta fucking do this, dude. I got this one. I'm literally, alright, I'm going for the fucking, what's it called? I guess now. Fuck coach. Coach is already dead. Just think.
Oh, I went with some Rochelle somewhere. Oh my gosh, I'm getting attacked. I need help. We all just got jumped by like bosses.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Dude.
Oh, rip.
Ended any worse. Dude.
Rip, dude.
I'm dead too. Wait, what?
Yo, I'm about to jump on, fall off on the back of me. No, rip for me, dude.
Dude, I'm down.
Did we actually about to die again?
Yeah. I'm about to revive coach actually right now.
Alright. Good, can we Skype? Sorry, hold up.
Dude, oh my god.
Saw me, right?
Oh,
you saw?
Coach got a mid kit.
God damn it.
Oh, coach.
Mega, are you a gay prick? Because that's what it looks like. Wow. Wow, dude. I'm a gay prick, apparently. You can suck this fat dick pussy. Get on my fucking sky. Oh, yo. Yo, mod. Give him a timeout. Just for lols. Alright. Coach fucking needs it too. Oh no, you fucking need it, dude. Right. Nah, should we? Fuck, or whatever. Let's fucking do this, dude. We gotta fucking. Alright, same plan. Wait, did we get pushed back? Oh no, we're
no, we're still good.
Alright, I was like, wait, did we get pushed back even further? Wish I'm gonna use my sword because. What's it called? Alright, let's hurry up. Come on, man. We gotta get through this one mission. Come on, Mikey. Get the fudge over here. Alright.
CS:GO right now.
Alright. Can I remove Mega? Nah, I'm just kidding. F it. If he... Yeah, he is definitely a gay prick. Alright, now you can time him out. Go for it. Go for it, buddy. Yeah, give him a timeout. Maybe learn. And if he comes back and continues, then you can just spam him. Time him out, my boy. You don't deserve to be here. Alright.
Let's give myself an adrenaline shot.
Alright. Actually, no, fuck it. I need the. No, I need the pills. Fuck it.
Take.
Alright, I'm throwing that one down. Throwing this one down. Oh, fuck.
What are the odds?
What?
About to put down a can and you freaking jumped.
Don't accidentally shoot the fucking cans, cause what's it called?
I don't shoot
yeah, cause you shoot them, they fucking.
Alright, there's ammo here. Cool.
Fuck! Oh my god, I stopped him right before he fucking did that.
Watch your back.
Throw another one down.
Then we'll get med kit. No zombies, please. Not now.
Holy shit, dude. Throw it down, throw it down.
Jeez, that's far.
I'm sorry, dude. It's fucking. That's as close as I can do it.
It's all good. Oh, dude. Is that smoke? Not smoking.
Alright, I gotta go. Fuck, it's up here.
It's a hunter.
He's gone, thanks. Alright. I gotta go. Nice, there you got Shrek. Rip.
Last 4 cans.
Yeah, hold on. I gotta go upstairs again. This way.
Actually, not even the last 4. There's 2 others and like really high.
I got.
Oh, Shrek's here.
Yeah.
Weird. I don't know why I'm crouching and spraying like I'm playing CSGO right now.
Are you serious?
Ridiculous, yeah.
You know, I actually did that. I was tap firing with the AK.
Oh my god.
Were you doing that?
Yeah, I was. At the beginning, I was like, wait, this thing is way too active.
Reloading.
The heck? There you go. Yo, Rochelle and Coach are literally the MVPs.
Alright, throw another one. Oh, there's one below here too. Raid.
Yeah, here.
I got tranquilizer just in case if we die. Shit, I need to. I say tranquilizer. It's a fucking just what I don't even know what it's called, to be honest.
Ooh, I shot Coach right in the face.
I just burned myself. Nice. How do I get up there?
I have no idea.
To the second floor, at least.
You missed the other 2 really far away behind you.
Huh?
You missed 2 more all the way behind you. Oh gosh.
I know, but I just gotta go down there. I don't know how to get there. Unless I jump down. Hold on. Let me try to see if I get maybe this way. I think it's this one. This stairs.
Probably is.
Yeah, I think it's this one. Wait, what? How do I get there?
You can go all the way up here. Coach and Rochelle are following me as well. Oh yeah. Wait, what? How do you get down there?
Okay, I got some. Holy shit. Get out the way! Throw one down, throw one down.
We threw one down?
Yeah. Another raid, fuck dude, so many. Another one.
Coming. I'm coming. Oh my gosh. No!
What?
It took me across the map. Oh,
Yeah.
Rochelle and Coach.
The MVP. I like how they go for you, and they chill with you, not me. They're like, F you, dude. I'm like, okay. I'm like, it's fine, dude. Like, I don't need help. I'm getting my head.
I'm not getting the cans or anything. Oh my gosh, help! What?
It's up here, dude. Fuck, how do I get up here now?
The last 2.
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, I gotta go to the other stairs, I think. Oh, fucking Shrek, my boy. Fucking Shrek. Perfect time for Shrek.
Dude, where is he? Oh,
I have no
Coach
idea.
is
No, he's good, he's good, he's good. Okay, I'm almost there. Oh, let me throw pipe bombs too.
Oh crap, Shrek is right here.
Oh my god, fucking spitter.
Hold on, Coach is getting the wreck. Coach is the first aid over here, come get
No, did I fuck? Oh my god, I fell.
So,
Yeah, no, I gotta go back up.
we got 1 more to go.
Yeah, I know. Oh fuck, dude.
Flying dead body.
No! Dude, this is the worst time!
Oh
no!
my gosh.
Get me! He's destroying me, he's literally killing me.
Oh my
Hurry up, dude. Oh my god, that's the worst time. He's snapping me now, dude. Don't shoot the tank. Oh god, I think I got hurt.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Alright, let's go, let's go. Take that fucking can. Just take it, take it, take it, take it, take it, take it.
I tossed it downstairs.
Taking that dry linen. Literally, I'm about to die anyways. Just fucking put it in there.
Dude, I'm trying to get it. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
We're gonna put that
Last
in.
one.
Close.
Get out of here. Get aboard.
Yes. Oh my god.
Jeez. Oh, that's epic. Achievement unlocked. Price chopper.
Oh, I have the SpongeBob song playing in the back. Oh, this is epic.
Gosh. Spacebar vote to skip.
Oh, I want to hear this a little bit.
Total campaign time.
Just, yo, look at my stream. Alright, boys, we did it. You're gonna do the outro for your video?
Am I gonna do it?
Yeah.
Is that the campaign? That's it.
No, that's the first mission. Out of like 6 or 10 missions in this game. This is the.
Oh my gosh!
I remember playing this on easy. This one took for a while.
Oh my goodness.
This one took a while, dude.
Yeah, this was insane.
Anyways, alright, yo. Me too, bitches. Hit me up. Can we Skype? Well, I'll see, man. Cuda, they are supposed to enter a link to win. Alright. Alright, skip.
Yeah.
I literally have the SpongeBob song, like the victory song. That's my thing.
My
dude.
Alright, guys, that is it for this portion of the campaign. This was mission 1. I hope you guys did enjoy. If you did, don't forget to smash that like and subscribe for more to stay tuned with future videos and streams. And yeah, don't forget to subscribe to Cuda for Cuda. And yeah, I'll see you guys in the next video.
There's 13 regular missions, dude. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Peace. Anyways, dude, what's it called? There's 13 missions, and then you can add some if it's people when people make. It's actually ridiculous. Anyways, alright, so let's do this giveaway. So let me read what he said. It's a link. Okay, so walk me through this, Dio. What do you mean they have to enter a link? Just hit me up with the link in Twitter, dude. Let me see this link. Anyways, for now, subscribe to Mikey's channel. It's in the chat right now. That's Mikey's channel. Dio, what's the link? Send me the link on Twitter, dude. On DM. Good, I'll text you the link on Twitter. Yeah. Hit me up right now.
The account to come optimizing. Whew, what a grind.
I know, dude. That's it took forever. I don't know why.
For an hour.
I know. Oh, I only have one light on. Wow, surprised.
Dude, it's pitch black now.
Dio, you're gonna hit me. What are you supposed to do? Show me. Dio, I'm confused. Okay, I got it. Oh, it's a gleam? Okay, there's 13 days until this. Okay. So if you guys want to enter, here you go. This is how you enter. And it ends in 13 days. I thought it was like an instant thing. 8. Time out, buddy.
What happened?
This guy was spamming. Anyways. that's the giveaway. There you go, boys. If you guys want to enter a way to get $10, $20, and $50 PSN codes and Xbox One, I'm pretty sure, or Xbox codes. You're winning timeout too, buddy. Oh shit! Did I actually? Uh-oh, this is dangerous.
Wait, he was mod too?
Yeah, I accidentally modded him by a second. For a second, dude. I was like, oh shit. It's like I gave him the power. I was like, oh shit. Alright, so anyways, those are the codes. I hit him up. Let me hit.
Is he ending the stream now?
Yeah.
Put the Skype message. Like,
Oh yeah, and this is those are the links for what's called the giveaway. So hit that up if you guys want to enter. This is for Steam, guys. Hold up. Hicks says I'm Sway replays. All right. Anyways, yo, thank you, Mod, for being Mod. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate it. We're gonna be streaming tomorrow as well at the same time. But we're gonna be doing Counter-Strike. This is it's gonna be a Counter-Strike dedicated stream. So keep that in mind for tomorrow. It's Counter-Strike Sunday or CS Sunday, whatever you guys want to call it. And yeah, that's pretty much gonna be it. I hope you guys did enjoy the stream. I'm gonna see if I can play it offline and do some other stuff, or I'll play online, but not off camera. That's what I'm gonna see. But anyways, thank you guys so much for being on the stream. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye. No, I'm not gonna do the outro song. So I'm in the outro music. I'm just gonna end it here because it's been let's see, like 6 hours of streaming. So I'll see you guys later. Peace. Bye.